meetings want to be televised.
I was actually going to ask about that. If we're collecting public comment, but we're not, and we're going to have a public hearing December,
Yes, we don't need to.
why do we
Do you
meet
need-
November?
Yeah,
What do we
you,
have to discuss?
yeah. And do you need any public meetings to be here and televised is really my question too.
I think we're gonna have the public hearing in December, so that's set, and I think I would say to the committee, I don't know if you need to meet in November.
I say we take the month off, collect public comment.
All those in
Are we
favor?
doing anything at the election?
So that was gonna be, I
No.
was
No.
gonna suggest that maybe instead of having a meeting in November, that might give committee members some time to help publicize this through other channels.
Yeah, we can focus our efforts for
I mean,
November.
We can display a poster
Spreading the
that
word.
says, check out your comp plan, now's the time to make comments.
Public comment is open
Yeah,
until December 4th.
we can do that
With a
at the
QR
election
code.
that doesn't even
Yeah.
have a person there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
It could be,
And we can discuss, I don't know, we need to discuss it just now, but as far as the November election, that's been our format in the past of kind of getting the word out for a workshop or something like that. So we can discuss some strategy as far as the election is concerned, to inform the public that this comment period is out there, this is how to access it. and
It's
that's-
open now, it closes December 4th. And
Maybe we could have a flyer with a
So here's.
QR code, whatever on it.
Yeah.
You've got business cards right there involved.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
I think we've moved on to the next agenda item. So.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I know we're going to discuss it. I would make this suggestion just real quickly to move public comment up. So I don't know if there's anyone here that's here for public comment, but rather than have to sit through all of this, if they would like to make a comment now, without objection, we'll just move public comment to this point.
agreed.
Any public comment? Anybody on Zoom?
But I probably should introduce our code officer, Jason Williamson.
Oh,
Excellent.
terrific.
All right, Jason, good to have you.
So he's kind to the public.
All right. Well, good to meet you. With that being said, I'll close public comment and go to the discussion on the public comment period. I think we've already kind of gotten into it, but let's continue it.
So I think what our plans would be, we will be updating the website to have links to review this. We will send out an email to the email list we have. We can make you flyers and social media graphics to share. If you want something poster size for election day, I can, make something bigger.
you can make a regular flyer, and if we want, we can have the town
Yep.
print it bigger.
Yep.
And we can affix that in our
Perfect.
usual fashion.
With a
But
QR
that's
code,
That's
yeah.
a choice we can make closer to election between Peter and I, or I think, yes, so we're not having an illegal meeting.
Yeah.
If you could just provide a few things for us
That sounds good.
to just have available for people on election day.
Yep. Another question I want to ask you before we make this public. So we have, like how you've all been commenting using the Adobe comment. You can just place comments in the plan. When we put this up for the public, we can just do it like that and have people comment in the document. I also usually have like a comment form online in case people have trouble with the Adobe interface. Or we can not allow people to comment directly in the plan. There are two ways of looking at it. Sometimes people worry about what if someone writes something potentially inflammatory in the comments. I've never had a big problem with this. But if
Then it's posted, it's live to whoever,
I have administrative ability to
clean
delete
things up if you
things.
need to.
yes.
You'd have to catch it.
Yes,
You have to be
exactly.
monitored.
I'm not going to be checking it
And-
every day.
And
to be
it
honest.
does allow a back and forth.
It does. So
I don't want that.
No, I don't think we want that.
I don't think it's a good idea to have them be able to comment on the document itself, but I would like to do all other available options so that we're accessible to everybody who has varying technological skills. So I'd like to make it known they can email at
Yep.
so-and-so to let us know their comments.
Sure.
That they can comment using your comment form, as you suggested.
But I would agree, and it avoids other individuals going in and looking and seeing other comments, and then them feeling that they need to respond back with a different idea or a different comment. I
Yeah,
think
this
we
is
should.
not the Press Herald comment section.
There you go. There you go. This isn't a
Not a live
public
talk.
opinion poll.
Okay, so we will not have live comments in the document. We'll have a comment form. We'll have an email. We'll have it sent to us, I think, just because we'll be compiling everything. And then I'll connect with Sue, but we'll have a printed copy in the town office. We'll have an email, and we can also, I don't know, Sue, if you can have like just index cards or something in case people want to write a comment, something like that.
Or maybe the same comment form, just print it out.
Exactly.
And then we fax it to you or email it to you
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
Is there like an easy way to like distinguish for people reading it, like what was determined by us and what's required by the state? Like, is there a way that we can make it sort of clear so people understand, like, these are kind of non-negotiables and these are the things that we have a little bit more?
Yeah, I think what we usually do is like we'll have some narrative on the web page that this is going to go on where we say like I usually post it in sections, so like here's the comprehensive plan, this is the forward-looking part of the plan, this, and then we can explain that there's local goals determined by the town and the committee, and then there's also state goals in here. And then when with the inventory chapters, we explain that these inventory chapters are, a collection of data that is required by the state. The content in here is what
Required by the state.
we have to do.
Yeah. And I believe you described that in describing what a comprehensive plan is.
Yeah.
But once again, whether someone's going to read all of that or not, and it was kind of like to my point about labeling the growth area map as this is not a zoning, try as many ways as possible, since those are the common misinterpretations that I've heard of, that growth plan map is a zoning map, and it's not.
Yeah, so we'll have kind of description, the what is this plan kind of language with it online and in the email.
Okay.
And some of the tasks in the tasks section, just the headings, the state
Yeah.
required
Yeah.
economic policies, those types of things.
Is there anything else we need to think about for going to public comment, Sam, that I'm forgetting about? It's pretty easy. We'll just post it online and start sending it out. And then since we're giving ourselves a nice long chunk of time, that takes the pressure off a little bit too.
And I guess what I'd say is the approach would be similar to what we've had before, which is Kayla and I can post a sign-up sheet for whatever time someone would, from the committee would be willing to dedicate an hour or two at the election just to hand out the flyers and provide any question and answers to anybody that has them. And that seemed to have been as effective as anything else in getting the message out.
Is there go ahead.
And that's where we'll identify December 4th as public hearing, informal hearing, comment time.
We could get all of that out in just one informational sheet.
Yeah.
What the comment period is, how to
Yeah.
access the website to make a comment or to pick up a form at the town office, and then what the date of the public hearing would be. I think we could put all of that together in a flyer.
Will we do the informal public hearing as well as the formal public hearing
Great
date
question.
too?
So this public hearing is the one required by the state as part of your public comment
Right.
period.
Right.
Right.
We're calling that formal.
No, we're calling that informal.
We're calling that informal.
I'm not
The
sure.
first
The
one.
first one.
The first,
The
the
first
public
one.
comment, public hearing.
Yes,
Okay.
there will be
And then
another
there's the
public
second.
hearing next year to get it on the warrant.
Yeah, right.
But
So,
the first one, though, this first hearing, though, does it have to be noticed?
Yes.
It does. So we
Yes.
need a date, and it has to be noticed.
Yeah.
okay. And does it make sense to plan ahead for the second public hearing, since this is really our last opportunity to be in front of the town residents, unless we go do another basketball session Saturday.
I guess with that hearing though, wouldn't we,
We don't know when it will.
we'd have,
We don't be-
we don't know what the edits would
Okay.
be from the public comment or from the state, right?
Yeah, we don't know what it'll be yet.
So those,
So it would have to, it's not as though we can put it far enough out, it has to be in
well,
between
I guess we
two
could put it
separate.
far.
scheduled anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, select board's got to do it.
Okay.
Just whisper it to Sam and
That is going to be at a select board meeting
Oh, I see. Okay.
when the warrant's ready.
Got it.
There'll be a time to go over all of the ordinances and everything like that, so,
right.
and all of the warrant articles.
Okay.
So that hasn't been determined yet. That'll be
Typically,
determined probably in December.
February, March, or not that
No,
late?
that one's,
January?
that one's more like end of March, April.
Maybe
In
we
that
can
time
put a
period.
teaser on the flyer that says, and stay tuned
yeah.
for our final meeting.
That's a good idea, absolutely.
Yeah, so I know you're talking about election day. Anything else? In our original, once upon a time, we talked about doing a video for this stage of the project. Any other events, anything else we want to talk about doing? I mean, if people from the committee want to, record themselves talking about it, I think that would be that would be more engaging than me talking about it, because no one in Raymond knows who I am. But, if there's any interest in making a video, we can put something together. But I kind of want to leave it to the committee for what you think would be most impactful at this point, whether it is flyers, signs, videos, attending other events. I want you to put your focus on whatever you think will be most valuable.
Well, is this the time period that we want the most engagement? Or is it at the warrant meeting? It might be now.
I would think so.
I'd love to lay low until December.
One
But-
in April is going to be, we're one of many.
Right, we've talked about reserving funds for that last final push to make sure everyone's aware. Are we at that point?
I think you probably have. This is so this is the big one. This is the public comment period. This is really the public's last time to put edits into this document. I think a little bit of the extra budget that the committee talked about with the select board might be for some kind of public engagement or signage or something when you get closer to town meeting to encourage people to vote for it. But this is really this is last chance to get your thoughts in.
Sure, I think during the budget discussions of the committee, we did talk about lawn signs. And we actually, I think John and I, we priced out what it would cost to do it, and we did build that in the budget. It's not 100 signs, but it would be signs just, I think what we were talking about is publicizing the vote
Yeah.
on the warrant. But just as they could, if the group thinks it would be more productive to have those signs, since we budgeted for them, go out for the comment period, or the at least the public hearing on the comment period, would that be more advantageous than getting the word out on the vote on the warrant? Or
Objectively, signs would have a lot of competition right now.
Yeah,
Might not be super effective at
Yeah.
this stage.
yeah.
Well, I mean, we have the compilation of all of the emails and contact information that we've collected from people so far. We have pretty much a 2-month window to put word out on social media, on the website and everything. And then we have the biggest election that we're gonna see during our entire time that we're a committee here. So I feel like there's
plenty
of opportunity to connect with the public and people and make sure that they understand what's happening without necessarily having to go above and beyond, or, you know, I mean, those opportunities are.
I think the flyer handout, on November voting day is going to be key, and then come on December 4th if you've got anything else to say, and bring it to us, because then that's it. That it closes.
Yes. So
And
I'm
then-
not
then
hearing
streets-
anyone volunteer to be in a video.
Correct.
Kate, I think you'd be fine in a video, and I think you undersell yourself as far as being known in Raymond. I mean, these are televised. I know at least 5 people that know who you are.
Good. All right, well, we will work on getting some materials to go on the website, social media, the flyer. I think our priority is going to be giving you all the materials to get it out in social media and at Election Day, and any other, you know, sports games, Halloween, anything else you can. We have tons of business cards, I hear, so I think if people can be handing those out, it'll be on the website. I will email you all when it's posted on the website, so you know you can start promoting it. Probably don't start tomorrow because it's not going to be up for at least a week or so.
We wouldn't go as far as having draft compiled documents, hard copy documents at the November voting day to pass out.
I think that
Not
would be
gonna
a
go that
lot
far.
of printing.
Yeah.
Well, if there's a flyer, if there's something that people can take and
Point their
point their
browser
phone
at.
and, yeah.
Yeah.
Could we get a printed copy in the library too, Sue?
I don't see why not.
Okay.
In the town office?
Yeah, town office
Yeah, I
and
mean,
library.
getting some print copy around would be good, because not everyone's savvy with QR codes.
Right.
Yep. So we'll write on that flyer too that there's printed copies available at the town office and the library.
Well, good,
Okay. Well, sounds good.
great.
Okay.
Alrighty then, if we're through the discussion about the public comment period, I guess next on the agenda would be, John's going to give us a little overview of community partnership resiliency funding that's become available or is going to be extended, or?
Pull up Good evening. Welcome to December 18th Budget Finance Committee, last meeting of 2024. I'd like to recognize that we do have a quorum tonight. First order is approval of the minutes, October 16th.
Move the minutes on October 16th.
Frank, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. Conversation? Seeing none? Okay. All in favor? November 8th. Can I get a motion to approve November 8th?
Move to approve the November 8th.
Frank? And a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Unanimous, all right. Moving on, discussion of the expense revenue summary report through November 30th. So, we got an email today. Karen unfortunately cannot join us tonight, but I received an email from Karen at 4:30 today. The email she received was also from today. Did anybody have a chance to look over the expense summary report? And if you did not, feel free to say so. I wouldn't expect you to.
Very brief.
Just quickly, that's all.
Quickly. Any comments on that? I'd like to hear from you guys.
It doesn't have much value when it comes in 2 hours before the meeting.
Is our finance director here tonight? Oh. Okay, I would just like to say it's highly unusual that our staff is not here tonight. I understand it's the holiday, but this committee needs to be supported the way that we've been asked. And I understand that holiday, and I understand that auditors and corrections, and if I could just say that I think that this committee is not being supported the way it should be.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think it's highly unusual, if not outright disrespectful, to tell you the truth.
Thoughts, comments, or should we move on?
Fully agree with it.
Yeah. And I think that just for me, and I know there's a lot going on, it was just one of those that I know that I brought up stuff the last time, and I totally respect the fact that it was things that I should have brought up ahead of time, but this just showed I was prepared to look things through, put out questions, and we didn't have the opportunity to do it. I'm hoping that in the future that we will have ample time to review.
Brenda, you on Zoom?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I don't know how much you heard. So we received the report, your email. We received it from Karen today, 2 hours before our meeting, and I understand that she received it from you a little bit earlier today. Yeah, I think we kind of already said, I don't know how much of the conversation you heard, but I would like to move on to the next point since you are here. Discussion on the progress of the bank statements, reconciliation, July, August, September, October, and November. Note from Karen Lockwood. Town manager informed our chair that additional temporary staff member was hired to help bring the bank statements current due to the volume of work that needs to be accomplished.
What would you like to know? What would you like for a response at this point?
I would like to know why you're not able to do them.
Well, my task is to get your general ledger in order at this point, and I answer to the town manager as far as how I conduct myself in my work. Currently, I have approximately 500 journal entries that I still have to complete per request by the auditor, because that's the volume of errors that I have to fix. And that was given to me as of today at 10 o'clock this morning. These are from last year, by the way.
Is that when you hired this additional staff person?
Pardon me?
Is that when this additional staff person was hired?
No, this staff person was hired, and she's no longer here either. It's not gonna work.
How long was she with us for?
Excuse me?
How long was she with us for?
8 hours.
Oh.
A day, I don't know.
Committee discussion? I would like to make a suggestion that instead of us trying to go through this tonight, I mean, I know we've got budget season coming up, but I'm not interested in going through this right now. We have your thoughts. You guys agree? We'll move on.
Yeah, I don't think we have enough information.
No, yeah, I agree.
To me, to receive the information this late is, you know, to say that you haven't got it. I mean, you have no time to analyze, to study it, I just don't understand what's happening here with the staff, but that's me.
All right, then let's move on to the update on the town audit. Can you give us an idea?
Guy, excuse me, if you don't mind, I would like to speak to you folks just for a moment, please.
You got the floor?
I feel as though I'm asked a question, but yet then I'm dismissed rather abruptly. If you'll recall, I've only been on board with you folks for about 3 months. And to be perfectly frank, I've inherited quite a tangle. And if you would like to, at some point, I would like to actually request, if I could, to the town manager at this point, if we could please hold an executive session to discuss this in more depth.
Discuss what in more depth?
It should be an executive session with the select board, not the budget finance.
Okay, I apologize.
No,
Yeah.
Brenda, you're fine. And actually, I'd like to speak to this because Brenda has mentioned and Sue has mentioned what has been going on, that she is back to June and July and the books are a mess because of the previous person. And we don't want to go into that. And all of a sudden, you guys want those reports now, and she's not even up to that and dealing with the audit.
We'd also
To
like
me,
just
I'm sorry,
communication.
Teresa?
Just
this-
communication.
Yeah, Brenda is our finance director. If you wouldn't mind.
Sean, you guys are degrading her, and it's really disrespectful to her. And you know what? We've told you guys this, and for Dawn to sit there and say, frankly, it's disrespectful to turn around and not have them here tonight. This is probably one of the reasons why they're not there tonight. And as far as reports
Teresa,
go, they have told
Teresa,
you, and they've told
Brenda
Karen.
wasn't here when we start the meeting. We didn't see her out in the audience. We start the meeting. That's when Don made the comments. I'm not interested in getting it with you, Teresa.
Of course.
No, we don't want to fight, and I feel like there's always something going on that gets brought up every single time it seems like it's a fight. And I think our big thing is just to communicate. Yeah, I understand that there's journal entries, there's things like that. I mean, I think it's one of those, hey, you know what? A week ahead, I'm not going to be able to get these reports to you in time for the meeting. That's all I wanted to hear. Okay, versus me checking every day to see if they're up to date. I
did apologize.
Oh yeah. No, and that's fine, Brenda.
So-
that's good. I was almost going to go by today just to say, hey, do you guys have that? Just so I could be look ahead. I know you're taking on a tremendous amount of work, and we respect that. And I know you're just it's overwhelming. You just started. You didn't realize you're going to be taking on everything from last year. I think it's just that we just want to be part of it. And I feel like we are sometimes not part of it. And a lot of it is executive sessions, things like that. That doesn't include us. And finance is what we're dealing with in the budget. And it seems like we're just here to discuss stuff, but we don't really have an impact on anything. I don't know how you feel, but that's sort of how I feel.
I think it's a fair statement. And that's why I'm saying, Teresa, if you
So,
don't mind for this
let
one,
me
let us
just-
have a discussion with our finance director.
Yeah.
And not open it to the public.
So if
Go
I
ahead,
could
Brenda, you've
just-
got the floor.
Can I just make one comment?
Okay.
Let me hear Brenda.
Okay,
real quick.
okay,
So
Brenda, go ahead.
what I wanted to talk about is, can I speak?
Oh,
Or
yeah.
is someone else speaking?
No.
I don't want to over
No,
talk.
no one's speaking. You've got the floor, Brenda.
Okay, so the expense and revenue summary report that I did send, I do apologize. I apologized in an email today that it was late, and that was not a good thing to do, and I probably should have communicated better. For that, I do apologize, because you did ask for it way in advance. But I guess my mindset was I'd rather put as much accurate information in the report and have you get an accurate one than to give you one that I'm gonna update the very next day. So that was the way I was thinking. It wasn't meant to be to slight you or to deliberately try to be secretive. I'm not a secretive type person. I'm pretty much very open about my thoughts and opinions. So what you see in front of you now is all the information that I have currently. Now, I'm going to tell you this. There's a big tangle when it comes to the number that you're going to see on the tax, where it says property tax revenues. Mm-hmm. There was some incorrect steps performed at the beginning of your year. And this is not pointing fingers, it's just, I'm going to just tell you the facts. And what it did is it created basically incorrect information on that line. I worked with an expert in Trio this morning, Brenda. She's part of your audit team. She's tremendously good at this program. And we have a way to work forward in this solution. I'm going to get assistance from the audit firm so that everything is correct and accurate. My goal is not to hurry up and provide you things and try to look like a superstar, because that's not what I'm all about. My job here is to make sure that your data is correct, and I don't want to give you junk. So that's where I am with regards to the revenue. The very first revenue line is wrong. And I inherited that, and I couldn't make sense of a lot of things. So it does take me a while, and I don't like to respond and say, I don't know, because that sounds like, stupid, especially if I've been in finance this many years. But in the case of your general ledger, there are some things I'm just going to be frank with you. If you ask me a question about it, I'll tell you what I know about it, as much as I know about it. So right now, the property tax, I'm looking to have that corrected probably after the first of the year, because she's still working on, I have 500 journal entries that I'm going to be working on over the next few days to correct another issue that occurred at the beginning of the year. Misinformation was given and the wrong entries were made. It was before I was hired, so I don't know really what happened or why, but I know I have to fix it. There was items that were posted to an expense holder control instead of, a revenue control instead of expense control. So what that does is it throws off the look of your reports. And they're all numbers that are in the backside, because municipal accounting is there's 4 entries for everything that happens. You have your debit, your credit, your liability, and your asset. So all those accounts need to be hit every time you do a movement. And what happened is, inadvertently, the backside of those accounts were hit in the opposite direction. So I literally have to go in and manually create new journal entries just for the backside, because the front side was correct. What that means is that if you look at the expense and revenues on the front side of this, it may look okay, but if you get to the bottom of this report, you're going to be like, if you sat down and did some calculations, you'd be like, this just doesn't add up. Mm-hmm. And that's what I've been going through. So it's just been kind of like a process, and I didn't want to get online and be bashing people and putting anyone down. I just want to get to the bottom of it, fix it with people that are knowledgeable, and move on, and so that you have, good reporting. That's all I'm trying to do. So if you look through down on auto excise and boat excise, those 3 top lines probably are going to be impacted by the backside of those entries.
Impacted for the positive, or
happened at the beginning of the year?
Would you say impacted for the positive or the negative?
So what happened is, when you start out your year, usually what you're supposed to do is you leave that 0, okay, at the beginning of the year, your property, until you have your commitment. There shouldn't be any numbers in there. So Kurt did his commitment on September 10th for you folks, once everything was in agreement. So when he went to load that, he loaded the correct property tax that you are anticipating receiving. But what happened is, someone had already put a number in there at the beginning of the year. Got it. So, and the way, the girl that I'm working with, her name is Brenda as well, so it might get confusing when I'm talking, but in speaking with Brenda, and I thought this myself, what happens is if you've already got something in a placeholder that needs, it's waiting for a number, it collides. So basically it causes an error. And that's why I can't be, those numbers are not true right now. They're close, but not true. And until I get through this after the first of the year, those numbers, I don't trust them until we fix it. That's all I can say. Now, all the other items through here, so as you look at this at your leisure, the rest of the revenues and the expenses should be fairly accurate. I've tried to go through everything. I created a new account. Actually, it's a new fund for the Recreation Department. It is now Fund 15, and that took some time. I moved the remaining balances out of the 41, 42, and 43 accounts that were being used for recreation, and the remaining balances only were moved over in November to begin Fund 15. They now have their own bank account. It's separate from the general fund, which is, it really should have been this way years ago when you took on Tasseltop. So now it's in a true separated fund. Tasseltop still has its own account. All the numbers beyond the 15 are the same as they were in the other accounts. But what I'm going to try to do, and I spoke to Sue about this earlier today, I know it will be confusing during budget season to try to just look at 15 and imagine what happened. So I'm going to make a report that will show you all of the activity from the prior location of those monies. And then you'll see the new Fund 15, which is where the new budget would go into, all those placeholders. But I didn't want to leave out data because you're going to need to see the activity in order to know whether something should have been increased or decreased or what have you. Let me see what else. There were some points I wanted to make sure you were aware of. Those were important for me, for you to know. The other thing I wanted to make sure you knew is that when you look at this, okay, if you're go home and you're looking at it, and I know you're angry you didn't get it earlier, but you have it now. If you have questions and you want me to answer you, you can email me. I'm telling you right now, if you want to know something, if you look at something on here and you're like, what the heck, just email me. I'm happy to respond. I'm not trying to live in a silo or work in a silo. So if you want, I'd rather answer your questions so you're not getting frustrated waiting till the next meeting. So I'm telling you now, to please do that. If you really want to know something, just ask me. Because I am here for you. I'm working for you, and I'm trying to make things as best I can, as fast as I can. When I first jumped in here, I had to right away start working with this audit team, and I didn't even learn your ledger yet. And now I know your ledger, and that's what led to all these uncovering of different things, because as I learned the ledger, I found where things were not quite right.
Sue,
That's pretty much, I appreciate you listening, and if you...
No.
No.
Yeah, thank you.
Sue, excuse me, I have one quick question. I look at the current month, and as I go down through it, it's the same as year to date. Is that because you're playing catch up? Shouldn't the current month show the expenditures for that calendar month?
That's part of where Brenda is saying that we have some problems in the accounts with the way it was set up initially.
Okay, that's fine.
That's why it's showing that way and why it's taken so long to get the reports.
Oh, okay, and that,
Yeah.
I understand
We're trying to
errors.
get them right for you.
Yeah, okay. And my,
The best way to look at the activity, like if you want to go, is to look across down into where it says balance.
yep,
If you look at the balance column and go through that piece by piece.
right,
But the unfortunate problem is what I had mentioned in the very beginning, because the revenue is what was credited and it shouldn't have been. So that's why it's throwing those bottom numbers off. And I need to do all those journal entries to make this look right. And it was one of those things where it's like something is just not right. And I sat with Sue. I've been working on this for hours. I bring it home. I have nightmares about it on the weekend. But at least now I feel like I have an ally, and that the audit firm that you folks are using, they're doing a fabulous job of trying to support me and get me through this. And they realize that there's a lot here to fix.
And
so Brenda is reaching out to the gal that, I guess they have a person on their team. All they do is bank reconciliations, and they're experts in Trio. So with that being said, it didn't make any sense to try to teach somebody else. She was a contractor, by the way, not really an employee of ours. The girl that we hired was through a contracted agency, not an employee. And it wasn't going to work because it was a little bit overstated what she was going to understand. And I figured it out rather quickly, and I didn't want to waste any more time. So Brenda with the audit firm is going to connect me after the first of the year with someone who is going to assist with the reconciliation process of the bank accounts while I'm trying to fix the ledger. So that's kind of why everything is the way it is right now.
And what's the projected, remember I said projected date of the audit being done? Any idea? Best guess?
Well, probably, if I was going to guess, I'd say the faster I can move my behind and get all of these adjustments made.
Well, and I understand, that's a huge load.
So probably, don't hold my feet to the fire on this, but I'm thinking, maybe January, towards the end of January.
Okay, well, I
A
say
rough draft, maybe.
it gives us something to look at anyway, say, okay,
Yeah.
we're a projection we can look at.
And what I also can do, what I can tell you is, once I work through this issue with the tax, because Brenda, with the audit firm, has downloaded, she sat with Sue and I, we had a Zoom today, and we literally went over all these errors. So she has all these reports, and she's personally working with us on this, and she's going to get back to me after the first of the year to tackle the tax piece. And I'm hoping by the time I get back with her, I'll have this other piece done. So I'm guessing it's around 400 journals, something along those lines, and they have to be each one individually keyed in. So it's not like I can even just reverse them, because we do have an option in the Trio program where you can hit reverse and it just backs it out. Well, I can't do that because, and I don't know if I'm saying too much and it makes it confusing, but the first part of the entry, remember I said everything has 4 sides. The first part is okay, which is the actual amounts that are hitting the accounts. It's just the backside. It's the assets and liability pieces that are kind of damaged right now. So when I go in and do the journals, I'm basically fixing the back of it, the backside. And that's why when you look down this column and you made a very good point by saying, why is it current month and the year the same? Well, these are all the things I've been saying to myself too since I came on board. Why are things not lining up? And this is why. So now I can at least tell you why, and not just say I don't know.
That's a start.
Right, exactly. And now I know, I have my marching orders, so I know now what needs to be done to correct it. It's just the time. And my timing coming on board with you, unfortunately, was I came on board right when audit started. And right from there, we're into budget season. So it's just an unfortunate timing issue. But I'm doing the best I can. I am also working on weekends. So when I'm not there, I'm still logged in, trying to get things fixed.
Well, it'll only look easier in the future for you, which is good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh
and,
my gosh.
I do apologize. I just, I'm saying I'm sorry, but I'm sorry that you have this condition too. It would have been a heck of a lot easier to come in and at least have the ledger work. But we'll get it. We'll get it fixed. I'm determined to help you and to get it done. So I'm not going to give up on it.
Well, I appreciate the in-depth
Yeah.
analysis. I do believe that you're on our team, and I want you to start thinking that way. I think the reason why we started the comments the way we did was because this is not the first time we have asked for stuff and not received it. And we didn't see you on the Zoom until after those comments were made. So I do believe that we'll be leaning on you heavily this budget season. And I hope that you realize that we're kind of really one and the same. And we're putting our trust in you.
I want to do a good job for you, and I'd like to see the budget season work out well for everybody. I mean, I've been talking, we had a meeting with all the, department heads. We've talked about the budget process, and I offered my assistance to each of them. I said they could reach out to me and make an appointment, and we could sit together one-on-one if they want help with putting records together or putting the book together. The goal is that each person involved, and that includes the budget committee and the select board, you'll each have a binder that's orderly and easy to go through. And then on the other piece of that, the directors, I've spoken with them, and what I'm used to seeing where I've been is that each director will have their information behind what it is they want to purchase, if it's something new. In other words, backup for whatever it is that they want to buy, or proof or some sort of data to go along with their requests. Because you just can't say, I want something and not say why, or to show a reason. Sometimes it's self-explanatory, but sometimes it's not. And not everybody understands everything that you buy. So I understanding. And Sue's been communicating with everyone, trying to make sure that even though I have this going on with the general ledger, I'm still trying to focus it. I had shared a spreadsheet with Sue that I've used in the past, and what it will do is it will enable her to get each of those departments on one workbook so that everything can roll to the front. And I don't know how familiar you folks are with Excel. I'm assuming most of you are very familiar. So it's one spreadsheet with several workbooks, and each department has a page. And she's the one that's been backfilling that because I've been working on the ledger. So hopefully that will be another good tool going forward, working through the budget process.
Discussion on that, or while we have Brenda, do you want to move on to a question about the town audit?
Just thank you for the in-depth that really shed a lot of light on it, Brenda.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad.
Good. Thoughts?
I guess we've gone a ways beyond my concern.
Okay.
But, maybe I'll say something in, budget committee comment, but.
Brenda, why don't you update us on the town audit? I know you touched on it a little bit, but any
The
other
town
insight on
what?
that?
Excuse me?
Town audit, do you have any updates? I know you touched on it a little bit, but do you have any updates on that for us? How's the town audit go?
The primary update was in the very beginning when we were talking about those entries. Those entries were discovered by the auditor from last year's end of year. So that's why I have to do all this back work. They can't complete it until I finish.
She did a good job explaining it.
Awesome.
Excellent
Good.
job.
Thank you, Brenda.
Oh,
Appreciate
you're very welcome.
Appreciate you very much. And then any other committee comments on update to the town audit, or should we move on to the next item?
Move on.
Good, let's move on. Number 6, discussion of the rec department facilities proposed rental at the Raymond Village Church and expenditure of CIP funds. Did this committee happen to watch the last week's selectmen meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
Thoughts? Now, I just want to remind everybody that was already voted on. We're not talking about anything that happened with the vote, but if I would like to hear your thoughts on the $15,000 that was allocated. It was going to be 35, if my number is correct. Is that right?
To me, it's another example of something that's come on very, very quickly without any input from the budget committee. And, I think that's what we're here to do, is to provide some, hopefully, support and insight into these sorts of projects. I don't understand the urgency for this church, and when you look at the manifold issues involved there, I know it's only a temporary lease. There are other options within the town that make more sense to me, and so I was really surprised by it, and I'm glad that Selectman Morse, who's here this evening, was able to, I guess, to put some gate posts on it so that we, can at least understand possibly what we're doing before we do it. And I just don't understand where it came from and how it came on this fast without anybody being aware of it.
Yeah, I had spoken in my, I used the wrong word, I had used nonprofit, but it's a house of worship. I'm on the Budget Finance Committee of my own church, board member, and we'll lose our tax exemption status if it's not being used as a house of worship. So that was my question, if that was taken into consideration. Kurt, the tax collector, was there, and he had mentioned that they don't really like to kick the church down, while they're already down, but and there's still that possibility. So that's why my questions were about, will the church still be used? So it's still being used as a house of worship, that's one thing, but my church doesn't allow the Boy Scouts to come in due to insurance purposes. The question about insurance had to do with exactly that. I was told that the town would be providing the insurance. But I was just a little confused because it sounded like the church wasn't going to be used at all. It sounded like that congregation was going to be condensing to another location. But then later on in the conversation, it sounded like it will be still used as a church.
It sounded like the second thing to me watching it, and it makes sense, I guess, from the church standpoint, even if they consolidate with the other church and have their worship there, to have 1 foot in the religious, door enables them to make a case for, I guess, that it still should be a tax-exempt property. And I think Kurt said that he tries to work with, situations like this. But, it sounded more like it was a tax concern than they needed the space for church activities. It seems like they need to get out of the building on account of their declining membership, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And so I understand that, and I've seen that happen many times over my career, and you never want to see that happen, but you always want to try to help with that. But I don't know that the town is the right entity to take over that church significantly, and then I guess they're still going to call it a church and try to keep it as a tax-exempt property. So it's very confusing to me, and I think, like a lot of things that seem to be happening lately, they come fast and there's no real explanation. There's no needs assessment. There's no planning that we can see. So you should make a case, I think, for these financial expenditures, whether they're short-term or long-term, and I don't see that on an ongoing basis, and that troubles me.
Well, your thoughts on it coming out of CIP? Anyone have an issue with that particularly?
Yeah, I don't think it belongs coming on a CIP.
It's inappropriate for CIP.
That's not what CIP is for. That's not to buy furniture, unless it was spelled out that way in the CIP, and I know it was.
I think there was a compromise that had taken place. It went from 35 or whatever that number was down to 15. It's already been voted on, but I think the 15 is much more appropriate. But still, I kind of agree with you, Cliff. Coming out of CIP, that's not what those funds are for.
And the other thing
15's high. You're going to run it 4 months, 5 months. No issue with, in my mind, paying for the heat, that the utilities. They came up with a number on that. That was around 10, I thought he said, and he said he could have absorbed it right out of his own budget. That's what I heard. Maybe I misconstrued.
I heard that too, and to me, that's a concern. If the budget has that much float in it, that's a super concern. I mean, that's something that just comes out of the sky and has that level of expense, and I can just absorb it in my budget. I don't understand that, and the idea of the capital improvement money, those monies were, voted for specific purposes that were outlined during the budget process, and so to me that doesn't make sense, and it, is to me not proper administration. So I don't know what to really make about that. and it's not that we don't, or I don't want them to have what the space they need. I was a big advocate when I was here for the recreation department, and I think, you know, Joe's done a good job in what he's done with it, and there are additional things that can and should be done. But I think there needs to be planning, and there needs to be, you know, some level of understanding and buy-in from the town before you run off in these directions. I mean, the school's coming. You know, we have the Boy Scout Messer Center. I mean, if you're going to rent space, I guess if it's urgent, then I'd probably look at those two facilities, one against the other, and, you know, they're both facilities I wouldn't want to own. But I would guess that the Messer Center, you know, might be less expensive to lease if that's what we need to do. But anyway, the whole thing is just that it came, and it seemed like we certainly had no idea about it, but the selectmen before the meeting started all seemed to know about it.
Well, I'm all for rec having what they need, but like you said, there was no needs assessment. So because of that, this question may come off incorrect or wrong, but have we looked at the school the way it currently is? Is there space in the school? Can you rent space out there?
Well, that's a good question, and I think that question should be asked of the superintendent and the principal. You know, this is closer, this use would be closer to their mission, and it's also a way for the town to baby step into the building, which we're going to eventually have. My understanding, you know, when I was here, was that they have a vacant wing, and now maybe that's not true anymore, but there was talk at the time of trying to move some of the town's operations in there, and there were concerns, of course, as there would be about, you know, safety and security, although many towns have done that, and there are ways to mitigate that. But they had that concern, which we respected, and so I don't know why you wouldn't have first outreach to the school, and they, in my view, they probably have a significant amount of space available. Whether it could work out, I don't know. That's a discussion, that's a planning, that's a process, that's the due diligence that I don't see in this one.
It almost seems like if the school was an option, and we put money into the school, which we're getting anyway, we're
Right.
now a step ahead. And I'll make a comment. I mean, I kind of feel that somebody is, you know, a certain somebody's on a deacon of that church. Isn't that a conflict of interest? A little bit? If a select member is a deacon of the church, and all this is going through, and does anybody have an issue with that?
Did they recluse themselves?
He said nothing.
Right, but
He didn't formally recuse himself, but he said absolutely nothing through.
Right. I think to answer your question, it is a concern and it is an issue, yeah, if that's the case.
You know, this committee asks a lot of questions, and a lot of times we might not get everything right, but I think we're always barking up the right tree, it seems. So, yeah, my thoughts on this are exactly what we talked about. I think that I want to see rec get out District 1, get off of Main Street, but let's set them up for success and not modify a building that's not ours to begin with on a short-term rental when there are other options. So, I'll end it with that. If anybody has any other comments, I'll listen to it, but Frank?
I think the problem we're looking into is this committee has begun doing things that the past committees have not done. We've looked at what our job is. We pretty well understand the job. I think we're all in agreement with the job. And we're trying to begin to do that. And part of the problem is we always have this conflict because it hasn't been done before. And I think select people look at it as we're trying to do their job, and we look at it as we're trying to do our job. And I think both committees need to have an understanding of what each committee does and what our responsibilities are. And maybe if we could do that, it would eliminate some of the problems we continually run into as we have our meetings. You know, this item is probably an item that could have been discussed through this committee if the selectmen had sent it to us and said, hey, what do you think? I think we could have come up with a solution. But
I think a better
we're just not
solution.
talking to each other. There's just not
Well, I think
enough
it's
communication.
squarely within the charge of the committee, to tell you the truth.
This one?
Yes. you know, it's a significant financial undertaking. I mean, it was truncated at the meeting, but the original proposal was very significant, and the utilization of funds that were previously appropriated for other purposes, the fact that there's money available within the budget enough to do it, you know, these are things that are all issues for discussion, concern. I agree with Frank 100%. You know, I don't want to fight with anybody, you know, either. That's the last thing in the world I want. And but you know, these meetings seem like they're much more adversarial than they need to be. And I'd like to see the staff members attend the meetings, as is the custom in every town that I'm aware of, and answer the questions of the committee, you know, and the committee should be respectful and of the staff. And I don't see where we've been disrespectful, but maybe we could look at that and say, you know, are there things that are of concern to them that make them fearful to come to the meetings? That's what I'm hearing. But I don't think there should be. We need to work together as a team. And I guess I'm going to call out our selectman, who comes to all these meetings, and as an individual, I don't know if she speaks on behalf of the Board of Selectmen or she acts alone, but the staff really needs to answer the questions and stand for, you know, the decisions that are made by the town. I don't think that having somebody who is, to me, sort of an adversarial advocate speaking on behalf of and in place of the staff is in any way appropriate or helpful to us or to the town.
So what I'll do is we can discuss that more in public comment, Budget Finance Committee comment. We'll stay on track for right now. I want to ask Sue, but I think Sue is no longer here. My question was going to be how. Oh, hi, Sue. There you are. You're the Raymond Town office. You're on mute there.
Yeah.
Do we know the lease? How far into lease has the lease been signed for that building, or is it still being worked on? Do we know how?
It's still being worked on. There are no capital improvements that are going to go into a building we're leasing. We need the space. And it came up suddenly, literally this week. So we are working on it. Or last week, I guess, actually, before the select board meeting. So it's very new, and we wanted direction from the select board to see if we could go in this direction for a short period of time. The capital expenditures are only for furniture potentially that we would keep and would be a useful capital expense that was discussed in budget season because it was a part of redoing the District 1 potentially so that Joe would have space. This is another option for him to have space.
Well, I understand the 15,000.
And there is staff sitting here in your meeting. You've got the town clerk, the finance director, and the town manager.
We will keep those.
So you do have staff attending your meeting.
Yes, thank you for that. We'll discuss that more in public comment. But no, Sue, I understand about the $15,000, but originally the $30,000, it was 30 or 35,000. That wasn't going to be for furniture. That was going to be for renovation. That was.
Yes, and we're not spending that.
Right.
We're only going to use capital to get capital type items that he would need anyway for his space.
Yeah, and I feel that the furniture, I understand everything, but the point about the money that wasn't going to be used for furniture, I was glad that got reined in a bit.
And to me, this is sort of a revisionist view of what was being proposed. I mean, that's what ended up happening, which I think is much more appropriate. But that was not the plan.
I know.
That was not the plan at all.
That's my point.
No, and I will disagree with that. What Joe presented was the full, this is what it would cost if we were going whole hog. The church hasn't even gotten there to say they want to sell the building or they want to give it to us or whatever they want to do. This was pie in the sky dreaming. If we were doing all of this, this is what it would cost. It wasn't. He didn't intend it to be, though it did. I know it did come across that way, but he did not intend it to be this is what I want right now. That wasn't Joe's intent.
Okay, thank you. Further comments, questions? Seeing none, let's move on. Thank you, Sue.
You're welcome.
Number 7, discussion on traffic calming. So selectmen did hear various comments. A couple of items were proposed. It seems to me the best use of our money is not those big trailers that you kind of lug around. According to Nathan, you can't deploy them during the wintertime, which makes total sense. They're going to hit by plows and everything. You've heard Peter Levitt talk many times about what he thinks would be a good solution would be the up high on the poles. If you ever drove through Yarmouth, they have them up there. A couple solutions were kind of presented, but I would like to look more into those as an option. I know we talked about this a little bit. Any other discussion that you guys want to have about traffic calming?
The only thing I would say, there's place for both the trailer mounts and the pole mounts, and the pole mounts aren't simply take it off this pole and set it on another pole. It is not that simple. And I'm a believer, if you're gonna put up a sign that flashes speed, you ought to be getting some data on it too. And that's more money. Just blinking because you're going over 25 miles an hour doesn't do a whole bunch of good, because it doesn't support when you want to make a change.
Yeah. I think it was last Tuesday. I forget what day it was. Last Tuesday or Monday, I was on a Zoom call, about an hour. I live on Main Street, and I think 3 people in that hour got pulled over right in front of my house on Main Street. So I don't know how the police got involved as far as, you know.
I noticed that as well in various areas of town. There was a very heavy police presence, state police presence, which you don't see. So I'm thinking that one of two things happened. Either there was a request of the town, or the state police somehow, you know, got a wind of the discussion and the concern in the community and did this organically on their own. So either way, I think it was a good thing, but there was a heavy police presence, state police presence there for at least one day, for sure.
Yeah, yeah. So I did appreciate seeing that. Not because the Zoom call was boring, but just to see that. Frank?
Well, I just hope we don't drop it.
Yeah.
The idea that we're going to put up a few signs, because I think the signs aren't really going to solve the problem. I noticed today there was another accident in the state where 2 cars did head-on a road very similar to Egypt Road, and 2 people were killed in that accident. And that's just going to continue until people know that they're being watched, and it isn't going to be being watched by a sign. I think it's a problem that we really need to spend some time and some effort and some money to solve.
Yeah, I agree. It's like we talked about. It's a combination of things, and not just one thing. But any other comments on that? All right, number 8. Review the tentative FY 2025-2026 budget schedule along with the budget meeting calendar. Did you all receive the schedule?
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't get the schedule.
You didn't
I
get it
think I
yet?
got it emailed, right?
Yeah.
We can share.
Okay,
If you would just take a look at that and let us know if you have any conflicts. Do you have any conflicts?
Not
We
at
can
this
always
point.
Zoom.
Hmm?
We can always Zoom, right?
You can always Zoom, but yeah, not at this point, I don't know.
I might have one.
By having this ahead of time, we can put them on the calendar, which will make it a lot easier
Yeah.
to work around.
Yeah, I may have one, but that's it.
Do we be able to attend by Zoom, or do you?
I think
Yeah,
I'm
this is the one.
gonna be in Baxter, so probably not.
With history as our guide, this is, what the staff does is take the previous year's schedule and just modify it to keep it as close as what they can to what it was the previous years,
Yeah.
taking into account the selectmen's schedules and maybe staff schedules possibly, but, and then it comes here and we get to say what works for us, and then all the best laid plans get put into the schedule, and then it gets changed anyhow somewhat as you move through it, because that's inevitable.
I don't personally have any issues with the schedule. How are you looking on that? Good for you?
No,
No issues? Okay. I don't think we need to vote on it, but just to let Sue know that the Karen Lockwood said that she is good with the way it is now, and it sounds like the committee is good. Good. All right.
That's good. We'll get it posted and sent out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, my only date is one that we're not included, so that works
There you go.
perfectly. Beautiful.
Awesome.
Yay.
Perfect.
Okay, I am going to open it to public comment. I am going to ask that you remain respectful. I will shut you down if you're not. Go ahead and speak your piece. Teresa.
I want to apologize, Sean. I shouldn't have lost my temper, and I do apologize for that. As a comment that was just made, I am not here speaking as a select board member. I am speaking as a citizen that does go to both meetings and does watch both of these. And I do agree with Frank McDermott that we do need to have those meetings, and that's one of the reasons why I suggested to Rolf that we do get together. And I mentioned at one of our other meetings, the selectmen meetings, that I was disappointed that you guys had to cancel out, but I know that things come up. I think that what happens is when we have a meeting, excuse me, I don't want to speak on a selectman. As the selectmen have a meeting and as the budget finance has a meeting, there's a lot of, I guess, I want to see you guys talk through things, and it's something that if you guys have questions, I think it would be good to send it to the chair of the select board or through Karen, so we can get the answers on both sides. And I was upset about the fact that the comments that were being made at the beginning of the meeting about it being disrespectful of staff were not appropriate. So I apologize for losing my cool on you, and that's all I want to say.
Well, Brenda held her own, as you can see. So, but as far as us canceling, I don't remember us canceling.
No, I don't recall cancel.
So, if you would like to have, we
love to.
repeatedly talked about we want to have the meeting. If you can continue to suggest that, I know that after election, new year and stuff like that was mentioned. If you can bring it up to your selectmen that we're still interested in having it, I think that would benefit us. And it sounds like you would like to have it, so let's make it happen.
I think it would be really good. Sue had to cancel it because several of your board members couldn't make it. And
Yeah,
she got that email from
Karen did ask me to cancel it at one point. So I think that it was only at one time that it did get canceled, that it was scheduled. It was scheduled for a select board meeting. It was a standalone meeting. That's right.
Yeah, we originally were going to do it as a joint, and then we realized it was going to take up too much time. I think that was
Yeah.
good. So. Other public comment?
Well, I'm just gonna say one thing in closing. It's Brenda again.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure that you guys are aware that I am working on completing this. If I do get a report, because I know you said you like to know things sooner than later. If I do get an updated report and I manage to complete these things, when I do that, I'll send you, I will just send it whether you're going to have a meeting or not. I can, to Karen or to whoever would like to see it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's wonderful.
Dennis?
Dennis Morse, 340 Cape Road. Couple things. One, I want to thank the Budget Committee for asking the questions, studying the data. You raise issues that I don't think about, and I'm sure other people don't think about, which I think was the purpose back in '78 when they started this. I think your perspective is quite different, or at least coming from different perspectives. I'd also like to say that with all the negativity we've seen over the last few months, I'd like to wish you a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and hopefully a healthy New Year. And I'll let it go at that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Budget Finance Committee comments.
I have one comment out of the selectmen's meeting the other night. I feel very strongly that we should go back to an open town meeting, and I listened to all the discussion. Back when we did it on Saturday, and the Girl Scouts or somebody else provided babysitting, and even though there aren't the auxiliaries around today, you can always get a food truck to come up. I think your turnout would get much bigger than it is now. When they moved it into 6 o'clock on a weeknight, absolutely stinks. Did a good job that time, Frank. For the guy who's working in Portland or any place else and is trying to get home. So Saturday mornings, that was tradition. There was a reason it was tradition. It was mud season. It was always during mud season in March when people couldn't do much else, and they got people to come to the meetings.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think if you make it a festive occasion, people would turn out.
It used to
And
be.
especially if you had a place for your kids. When we did that, and the scouts took care of the children during the meeting, we had big turnouts back then. And I think we could do it again, and if we could do it with a couple of food trucks and maybe some entertainment or whatever through the course of the day, I think we might turn out a big crowd. I think people want to become involved. And the way you become involved is you get together and you have a discussion.
Got it done.
I guess I just want to reiterate my concern, and my concern is that, you know, this committee, other elected and appointed committees of the town give their time on a voluntary basis. I would like to see the staff come to the meetings in person. You know, that is how it's done. It's, I understand you can do it via Zoom. It's sort of like the debate, you know, about the town meeting, and I mean, everybody's going to have an opinion about that, but, you know, I think, you know, you can do things in alternate ways, but I, for one, would like to see people come, and I think it's going to promote a much more harmonious atmosphere and discussion if the department heads come and explain what's going on and stand up and answer questions, and don't, you know, don't end up in this adversarial, as I call it, or apologist sort of attitude. And Frank, you know, pointed out the fact that this is different. I get it, it's different. I understand it's inconvenient to come to a night meeting, but if we're volunteering our time and other town committees are doing that, I think the Board of Selectmen has an obligation to see that the town staff supports the committees. And so I'm going to stand by that. And, you know, it's highly unusual, we'll say that. And, you know, maybe disrespectful is a bridge too far, but it's certainly highly unusual and not typical, and not what I'd like to see from our town, from my town.
And I'm willing to even see if if a time difference would be a little bit better, you know, maybe not 6:30, maybe 6. Maybe just finding out from the town if there's anything that could be helpful to make it a little bit better.
Again, if you're coming from outside of town.
It's hard.
6:30 is about as early as you're gonna be here and have time to do anything.
And the thing is that if our expectation is these people who work very hard doing their job have to come to extra meetings, they should be compensated for it. Their salary should be such that they're being paid for their time. I don't expect these people to come and sit through these meetings at night after working all day long and not be compensated for it. They need to be compensated for it. We want the best possible people doing that job, and we need to pay them the salary they need to be doing it.
I agree 100% with the idea of paying people for the jobs they do and paying competitively. I've always advocated for that. And so, but that's a separate question, and that's an advisory, I think, thing that you could convey to the selectmen, and I think it would be appropriate. But that said, the job descriptions as they are, the jobs as they are contingent upon providing the direct support that I'm asking for.
If 6:30 is not a good time, let's start with our budget finance. If there's another time you would like to recommend to Karen, go ahead and do that. Personally, I think 6:30, like you said, like 6 is, I like to see 6, but it's just too close to 5 o'clock, you know. So if anybody has a suggestion, feel free to reach out to Karen and say, hey, I have to look at changing the time. If you go with 6:30, don't do that. I've just got one comment going back again, and this is not to keep digging up the past week, but there's a vision committee being formed in January for the school. I had made some comments on a question, really just a question about like, hey, why do you need a soft committee? Why don't you go into the full thing? What I would have appreciated is, the reason why we're not doing that is because X, Y, and Z, but instead got shot down pretty hard as far as any explanation of why you can't do that. So I just want to bring that up, as, you know, if you have thoughts on that, if you think that a soft committee is fine, then, you know, I'm good with that. I never received an explanation about why that was. Sometimes I feel that, I'll just say, half of the selectmen don't like to be criticized, and that wasn't a criticism, it was a question. So that's my thoughts. Any other Budget Finance Committee thoughts, questions, anything? Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Merry Christmas, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
We're out.
I don't know if it was at the appeals board or the conservation, the planning for the, I'm sure, which, he was at one meeting, and Nathan said he was going to get one of those signs that says speed limit is X amount at this, point. You're exceeding the speed limit. It actually takes care of how fast you're going. And that definitely has been shown to help. So, and I don't know how long he's going to get that for, but he is going to get that and put it at least on Egypt Road to start with and put it around different places in the town. So maybe that'll help a little. But I think we really do have to have an ordinance, at least on the sound part of it.
I'll just chime in there and say I actually completely agree with it. I just don't know, and I guess this is a question for staff, is where does the process start? If it doesn't start here, does it start with the select board? How does this get initiated?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is it would start at the select board, and then they'd obviously ask the planning board to chime in, just like most of the other kind of things that have come through.
Because I don't even know how we would write such an ordinance. Kevin, I mean, you're going to pick roads, a section of roads?
Well, I would think if people have, complaints about noise levels, then we could go out and measure the noise levels and ask somebody to make that a quiet zone. I mean, how did they do that in Casco, and how do they do that in other places?
Just put up a sign.
I'd probably just put signs up.
The highway department,
Yeah.
Just put it up.
Well, why don't we just ask them?
Well, I think you can't put the sign up unless you have an ordinance, is what I found.
So Cumberland has an ordinance?
Casco.
Casco?
Yeah, they must have. I didn't look to see if they had an ordinance, but what the state regulations were saying, in order to put up the signs, which the town can do, they must have an ordinance to allow the signs to be placed on, because at least on the state highway, which we're on a state road.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you get us a copy of that ordinance?
I can try to get some of those, yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's on the list. Number 5. Anything else? All right, so I had just kind of like want to bounce something off you guys on our timeline things. And
were we going to talk about the solar, I thought you said?
Yeah, well, it's on. We're going to talk about all. I was just trying to get the list together of our proposed ordinance changes for the workshop, to start our workshop process.
Do you want the specifics of the things that I would like to see in the solar? Just a couple of those? You don't want to see those?
Just the topics, right. But I do have this question, and this has kind of bugged me for years. We do a series of workshops crafting our ordinance, and then we send it off to the legal lawyers, who then turn it into an official ordinance, right? And then we do our public hearing. And at that public hearing point, the only thing we can really do is send it to the selectmen recommending approval, just send it to the selectmen, or not sending it at all, or killing it. Because, and this has come up a number of times over the years, is that there's, from the public hearing, we get some good information, but we can't change anything. Can't change anything because we're already at that stage where nothing can change. So you either have to say, well, we have to ignore it, or we have to, delay the whole process again. So, I don't know the reasoning behind this, but why don't we have that public hearing a lot earlier in the process?
When we have the workshop.
Well, yeah, like our last workshop would be a public hearing, and then where we would then incorporate the community's comments.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and then have the vote. The final vote would be when that ordinance goes back with all the changes
that we gleaned from the public hearing. Doesn't that make more sense?
Yeah, there's a true opportunity to revise it. that
Right.
way. I mean, if it's we keep doing it the way we are now, it's just, it is what it is.
It is what it, right, you either like it or you don't like it.
Yeah, so what's the point of the public hearing? I mean, there's no point.
There's no point. And on top of that, sometimes we get, where the community really doesn't want something like changing in the commercial zone, right? Where we pack the house, and we put a lot of time into that. We put legal time into that. You guys put time into that, and then it just went away. If we knew that ahead of time, we wouldn't have
put that much time.
We wouldn't have put that much time into it.
Sure.
Right?
All right. Great thought.
That's my good thoughts for 2024. I was almost running out of time. I was getting nervous. Okay, so how do we proceed? Do we want, Sandy, what do we got on the agendas coming up? Sandy?
I'm here.
Do we have anything coming up next meeting?
We got in a sketch plan today from Brandon Chase for the property that he has off of Raymond Cape Road. It's only the sketch plan.
Okay.
So that shouldn't take you long if you want to do a workshop at that November 4th meeting. However, I would like to ask you all if we can keep that meeting as short as possible, because I will be at the polls all day the next day, and we are starting at 7 instead of 8.
Yeah, me too. Okay.
So if you can all talk fast, that meeting would be awesome.
Well, we just want, I also think we need to do, on those agendas, we need to decide, like tonight, what of those ordinances we're going to look at and make sure.
Right.
Right, because we don't only just put it out as a workshop, and I don't think people understand, really, they wouldn't know unless they called what we're actually working on, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So, back to you guys, what, low-hanging fruit for November 5th? Or tackle a biggie and start?
Well, I think the ones, just a little changes, the straightforward stuff, like the clarifying the wording, the number of plans, that's really.
All of that in there is pretty administrative in nature.
Yes.
All right.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, wait.
I was away and wasn't able to get in a proposed ordinance for the planning board. Is it too late to do that at this point? Do we need to wait till next year?
Yeah, for you, you'd need to wait 2 years. It's a 2-year waiting period for the fire department. No, you can get it in, Wayne.
Mass gathering?
Send it to me, Wayne.
Okay, yeah, it would be on
Thank you.
Addressing, E911 addressing.
Oh, okay. All right, so the ZBA requested changes in here too, right? In this packet? Did I see that right?
Yeah, those were the ones. Right.
Okay, so let's do ordinance change for all these. We'll knock that out on the 5th.
4th.
Yep.
4th. Okay, Sammy, so that packet that you sent out, we'll put that on for the workshop for next meeting to do the
Yeah,
ordinance.
like you said, we don't list them out anyway, so that'll be fine. And
What do you mean we don't-
when
what do
we
you mean
have
we don't
words
list
to
them?
work with, I'll send them to you.
What do you mean we don't list them out?
We don't list out each ordinance in the workshop agenda.
Yeah, I know, but I want to.
You want to?
Yeah,
Okay.
because
We
if
can
you
do
are,
that then.
if you are interested in a particular ordinance, you're not going to know it's being worked on. Right? If we just
Okay.
list it as a workshop. I mean, we don't list everything, but just by topic, I think would be okay. Is
We
that
can
okay?
do that.
That makes sense.
I agree.
Okay.
You are in charge, sir. You've got it.
Jeez. All right. What else?
Are we going to put Greg's items on that agenda for next month also? He has a couple more than the reduction in the lot size.
I think I had.
Yeah, let's do that, because we can knock those out. Let's put them on the agenda. I don't know if we want to put the lot size thing. I think we need to,
Well, that should take some discussion for sure.
that will.
Yeah.
Well, let's see, this is November, so we got December, January. Yeah, we got enough time. Let's wait, let's just get this out, done.
Okay.
See how it works. So Sammy, yeah, we're just gonna do this to the packet. The changes that are in the packet.
Okay.
Just bullets. As to what.
Yep, you got it.
Okay. All right. Anything else? You guys? How you doing? You passed your test yet?
I have lots of tests to pass.
You passed any of them yet?
I haven't taken any yet.
Oh.
Taking one next week. So.
Hey, Wayne.
Yeah.
A real quickie. What are you looking for the ordinance change?
So, basically, the size of the numbers, or at least that they're visible to emergency responders or anybody, but especially emergency responders. For example, when a house is not right on the street, the size of the number right now it's not visible. You can't read it. So we have 3-inch currently. We would recommend 4-inch, but also with some language about visible from the street.
Oh, okay. Can you get something, quick thing to Sandy? We can throw that on for the next meeting.
I can certainly do that.
Okay. All right. Fire department. Well,
All right.
anything else? You guys here just because you like this? I'm sorry, just a meeting?
Is it public time now?
Well, it's never public time. Well, I mean, what do you?
I have a question.
Sure, yeah.
Hello, Laurie Wallace, 36 Pulpit Rock
Oh,
Road.
all right, yep.
Thank you for bringing up solar. I know there's a lot to discuss there. Question for Greg for are we waiting for some actual language with the comprehensive plan recommendations? Because I know that Peter mentioned something about citing of certain kinds of properties. Are we going to be hearing what the comprehensive plan folks say?
There will be a public hearing. Everything's still in process.
And then that won't happen till January?
I think that's right, yes.
Which makes the time tight again.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. The question I have is that I've heard conversations about short-term rentals, that might be a topic. The state of Maine requires that you permit your short-term rental, and I can't imagine there's any kind of oversight at the local level, but if we had some sort of an ordinance there for that, it might be better for the shoreland homes that have a lot of rowdy guests.
Yeah, that came actually, Sue Look asked me about that. It obviously impacts lots of individuals. And my response to that was that it seemed to me that was more of a policy issue than a planning board issue, in that the planning board would get involved in writing that ordinance if we were directed to do so. But for us to say that these houses can be rented and these houses can't be rented, that, to me at any rate, you could get the feeling of the board at any rate, to me at any rate, that seemed like more of a policy issue than an ordinance issue.
Okay.
I mean, that's me speaking, though. I mean, you guys can chime in if you think it's the other way.
I don't know, would it need some kind of regulation to?
Well, right
yeah.
now, you're required to have a permit if you're doing any kind of short-term rental over 2 weeks of the year. And there's also a 9% occupancy tax or some sort of tax that the owner is supposed to give to the state. So without that kind of control locally, there's no way the state can stay on top of that. And it might be good revenue locally too, so.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I just don't, I'm just, I like the idea. It's just that I'm not sure that the planning board is the place to start that idea. That's, and
Any recommendations where we should go?
yeah, I would tell you, yeah, I would say, it's your favorite place, the selectmen.
No, you're our favorite place.
Would, if they were kind of, I would not necessarily ask them for a specific policy, but if you wanted to ask them for the planning board to start working on it, I think that might get it going and might not have them have to make a decision one way or the other.
It was really unclear today. I looked up the code enforcement's job description. It's the only job description I could find at our website. And it did not mention anything about writing the ordinances, and there was nothing specifying, like, who starts these things.
Yeah, that's it, right. Anybody, actually, you can start this thing.
did.
It's anybody, as you know, as anybody can start the ordinance process. It would be, and I guess from that aspect we could, it's just that without having some sort of direction, I would not even know which way to go with it.
Okay.
Because you've got all those camps, in the water, rent, they've been renting for years, you don't want to impact that, or.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So I just had some questions about the process. So you were talking about, because we all know that we came in at the latter end of the last ordinance.
Yep.
And partly I think some of that was due to COVID and some of it was misunderstanding of what the ordinance actually read, right? Like our misunderstanding of what it meant. So when you're talking about, so ordinances, they come from code enforcement, right? Recommendations to you.
Yes.
They come from you, or
Right.
they come from the select board, or as we all know, they can come from citizens initiatives,
Yep.
right? Okay, so those are the four places.
Well, fire department,
Or fire department, okay.
and the various committees.
Anywhere in the town that
Really?
sees a need.
Correct, we've got
that
ordinance from the
comes to you.
cemetery committee.
Gotcha,
It's
okay.
just anywhere.
So they propose ordinances to you.
Right.
And so similar to today, you have sort of a list.
Yep.
And you look at this every year. And then you do workshops.
Correct.
And then are those workshops open to the public? Because you were saying like have a public hearing at the last of the workshops before it gets sent to the attorney for wording. So are the initial workshops open to the public or
Yes.
is only the last one?
No.
So all of the workshops are open to the public for public
Well, they
comment?
will be, yes.
Okay, but there's going to be one, you're proposing one specifically at the end for a public hearing, so if people are passionate about the direction in which things are going, that's where they should come so that you hear it before you send it to the lawyer and do all the work and incur the money, and not at the vote when you can't change anything other than give the recommendation or reject the
Yeah,
recommendation.
we can change like 25 feet to 50
Okay.
feet, but we can't make.
Okay, so
Yes.
that was a question that I had.
Does that make sense to you?
It does, yeah,
Okay.
thank you. I appreciate the process. So then I'm going to go back to, I guess, so what are you covering on November 5th? Just the administrative ones that somehow you have a list, or all the ones that you read off earlier?
No. So what you'll see in the agenda is just some of the administrative changes, the 911 labeling, and some things that that our staff has found that needs to be clarified.
Okay.
And those will also be listed in the agenda for the November.
And I love that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Instead of just doing, I think,
Right.
where transparency, because then people can come out.
Yep.
I know that's a big thing where people say that, like, oh, nobody comes to anything. But when it's so vague, you're not going to come to everything. I mean, I'm going to come to everything, but not everybody's going to come to everything. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Rolf said the same thing at the last select board meeting. To my defense, I did not say a word. Just there to observe. So then the question that I have with respect to solar, why is that coming up? So you guys had a solar ordinance, we had a citizens initiative, we changed the solar ordinance, so you're looking at what? Changing it back, discussing it, making modifications? Like what?
Yes,
Okay.
all of those things. So, the citizen initiative put through and was voted on for a ordinance, which we've never looked at in terms of the impact onto the rest of the zones, the community, whether or not it has unintended consequences that were, that kind of, it never got reviewed. So what we will do in the solar ordinance is take the current ordinance, review that ordinance.
Our current ordinance.
Your current ordinance.
The law of the land, right now.
Law of the land,
Okay.
review the ordinance and say, this needs to be changed, this doesn't need to be changed. And there may be some things in there that we might even want to tighten up. That will be the reason why we're looking at it. And one of the reasons we're looking at it is because we told you guys we would look at it. And so that's why, the other reason why we're looking at it.
Yeah, I guess the reason that I'm asking is it was my understanding from attending all the comprehensive plan review meetings and the joint meetings and this meeting and that meeting, that some of these issues were being addressed as part of the comprehensive plan, and that as a town, we were going to wait to write ordinances until the comprehensive plan had more clearly clarified it. I believe it was you, Mike, that was at the one up at Jordan Small with us, and you had gotten up and specifically said, like, yeah, this is really great comprehensive plan, but like because legally, I guess, to write the ordinance, you guys are supposed to base it on the comprehensive plan. So, and what Mike had said is, could you give us more specifics, not just flowery language,
Right.
but could you be more specific? Because we obviously don't, when we're writing our laws, we don't want to be in violation of the comprehensive plan, because if we are, then citizens can sue the town.
It's never going to be that specific. It's more of a general guidelines that we use to kind of,
Okay, I think.
So what we would be working on is the current comprehensive plan.
Okay.
Not the one that is in the process, because it has not been approved yet.
Okay, so you would be changing the solar ordinance based on the current comprehensive plan?
I'm not saying we're changing it.
No, I know,
We're
but
going
it has
look
to
at
be, but we understand now that state law says that any ordinances that the town does is based upon the comprehensive plan.
Right.
So I'm asking, which comprehensive plan are you using? So we're using
The
2004.
approved comprehensive plan.
Okay,
The only one we can use.
Okay, so any ordinances can't be in conflict with the 2004 comprehensive
Correct.
plan because we don't have the new one out yet.
Correct.
So I guess what I would say, and maybe you want to review solar every single year, that's fine, that's certainly your prerogative, but I guess where we heard from Peter Levitt that they're specifically looking at that issue as part of the new comprehensive plan, do we want to go through this whole process and then do it again, or do you
Sure,
want to
if that's
wait?
what- If they're going to change, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just asking because Peter said that they were going to specifically address that in the new comprehensive plan as part of growth areas in this area and that area, and where would solar make sense, because, we want to have it in areas where it makes sense and not in areas where it doesn't, et cetera, et cetera. And then, then you won't get as much resistance from maybe the town. Okay, so those were, I think, the two questions that I had. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Linda Pankowitz, 9 Pulpit Rock Road. And I just want to, first, I want to say, the gentleman that talked about the noise, I like that thing about the signs that come out that say your speed is 38 and it's the 35 mile. I have had cars pass me on Main Street, and I'm doing, I'll admit, like 28, something like that. So then the speed limit's 25, and they just zoom past me. And if you've ever been at the community garden on a Saturday, the motorcycles going down Meadow Lane 121, I would love one of those signs to be somewhere right Main Street or Meadow Road or.
Call the town.
Yeah.
It's not us. We don't do that stuff.
And so.
We have no sign control.
Public Works would have to.
No, I'm
put in their
talking,
budget and
didn't
buy it.
somebody mention getting signs that have those?
He mentioned that Nathan was trying to get one of those signs. to put
Well,
up.
let's all encourage Nathan. Okay, go Nathan, go.
Yep.
Okay, now the only other thing I wanted to say, and I wanted to say this, and I will say it again and again and again, all the time. While you're busy ordinancing things, you have to keep in mind that we're not the only species on the planet, and we're not the only species in Raymond. And people need homes, but deer need homes, and coyotes, and porcupines, and squirrels, and the rest of it. And we have to take other things into consideration besides ourselves, our pleasure, our entertainment, our financial profits. The land doesn't owe us anything. We have a great responsibility to the land, and we can see what happens when we neglect that responsibility. You know, we're not the most important species on the planet, merely the most destructive. And we have to remember that when we go about deciding what we're going to do, where we're going to do it, how we're going to do it.
Okay, we will. Thank you.
Done?
We're done.
Move to adjourn.
A second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Done.
Excellent.
Good evening. This is the Town of Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting. I'd like to call a meeting to order. Do I have a motion for approval of the minutes from the meeting on July 24, 2024?
Make that motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. The motion carries. Next, we have the discussion of the expense and revenue reports for June and July. And I'd like to...
Updated July sheet.
Okay, we have some printed out here. Thank you, Kathy.
It's updated one, I guess.
Thank you for your diligence on working on these reports for us.
I want to see if they're any different.
Okay.
This one may be different.
Thanks.
Yeah. This one is definitely updated.
So that's the same. That's what we had around originally. Were you able to make any corrections to the June report, or is that still outstanding?
The June is still outstanding.
Okay. Are there any comments on the July report from the committee?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
The question would be, is there anything that we should be aware of? Anything, could we get a brief rundown? I know it's early in the fiscal year, but anything of note that we should be aware of?
Sure. What's in there, if you look at your back pages, I'm sorry, you'll see that some of the insurances, if you're looking at page 8, and you look down at the expenses, you'll see that there's 0 budgeted. Those have been moved to each of the departments. Although you'll still see the current month there. But those will stay as 0 because it's been moved to each department. As well as the employee benefits, the dental health, life, retirement, that's now under each individual department. At the request of the Board of Selectmen last year, we moved it. And your special revenue, page 8 at the top, your Parks and Rec is not yet in the system. So other than that, your budget is complete there.
This is probably not a question for you, but what's the rationale for moving that? I think it makes it much more confusing and difficult to see what you're expending in those areas. You have to go and add it up, of course. What's the rationale, do you know?
The rationale from the chair of the board at the time was he wanted to see each department, what it actually cost to run the department. So therefore, if you have your dental, your life insurance, all your taxes there, he thought we had a more complete picture.
Yeah, I'd like to have a discussion about that at some point, but I think it's, should be as it is in, most places in one cost center. That's my opinion.
Okay, and I think that we also, as a budget committee last year had discussed that we like to see the transparency of it within each department. So absolutely, I agree that we can discuss that again, but I think that we were behind that.
Yes.
But absolutely, we can discuss.
Yeah, I just think it's a non-standard way of doing it, so, but that's my opinion. If that's the, if it's something you're all agreeing to, then fine, but, okay.
At the time, the Budget Finance Committee agreed with it when that issue came up during the budget deliberations this past spring.
Yeah.
But we can discuss it.
Yeah, it's just not something that's usually done. Okay, thanks.
So Karen, you had asked about the June expenses.
Yes.
And it's what the budget numbers are wrong, but if you look back at your May reports, those numbers are correct.
Yes.
The expenses are in June, and the income and the expenses are in the June budget. It's just the budget number is what's incorrect. And we'll work on getting those fixed.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Kathy.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Thank you for this update report, because I was wondering why we were $8,000 over in insurance, and it just like it was a numerical mistake on this first one. Insurance, it was marked as $2,369 when it's...
Which one are you looking at? You in July?
Page 2, yeah.
Some of them have been updated, so look at the one I just gave you, Sean.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. Thank you for this update one, because I was going to ask why
Yep.
there was that much of a difference, but this makes much more sense.
Yeah, we had a few clerical issues in there that I apologize for, but
That's okay. No worries.
I think
You found them and you corrected them.
Sue found most of them, which was nice.
Oh, okay.
I'll give her credit for that.
All right. Well, thank you both for your due diligence.
At our last joint sessions with the selectmen, I had mentioned about getting more money for milfoil. And it looks like so far we're $4,000 over that budget. So just, this is a long ways off from next year, but I would still suggest that we increase that budget with milfoil. Was there a grant for milfoil? How was the milfoil handled? Was it just that item was going to specific?
We had a DEP grant, a 2-year grant. This is the second year that we've gotten the grant that goes directly for milfoil. We also bill 3 companies in town, and they contribute. Indian Point, what's the new? Indian Point, the condominiums, and then Good Hue. And Good Hue Marina. So we build them. The difference this year, Sean, is that the contractor who actually does the work, he went up on his prices. So when we did the budget, it was based on the numbers that we thought we had at the time.
Right.
So it's a 2-year grant. It's done this year. And then we'll apply for another one.
Okay.
Because there still is milfoil.
That's why I'm thinking that next season coming up, we should increase that, because I think that was one of my comments, was I thought it was a little bit low.
Yes.
And
Last year, they told us they did a great job, and it was going down, and they expected it to decrease the number of dives that they had to do, the number of weeks.
that was incorrect, though. It sounds like, right?
Well,
It's a good growing season.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm sure.
The weather was good for growing milfoil.
Yeah, that was the only thing it was good for so far, right? All right.
That's why.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may, I do want to thank Kathy. These aren't reports that she normally does. The finance director normally does them, and she put in a lot of work and did some really good work to get these for you. So once our new finance director starts next Tuesday, Brenda Fox Howard, then one of the things she'll be looking at first is to make sure that all the reporting and whatnot from last year are complete. And I hope, though I can't guarantee, that they'll be ready for September's meeting.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kathy.
Are there any other comments on the June and July reports? Okay, all right, then we'll move on to the next one. Okay, discussion of a joint meeting with the select board. We had discussed that, and the select board has discussed that at their meeting recently. So, How would you like to go forward with that, Teresa?
So one of the things, if you want to, is put together some dates that you have and send it to Rolf. That would be available. Do you know what I mean? It's like we have Wednesdays open, we have Thursdays or whatever. But the best part of this is you guys can ask all kinds of questions. And that helped me before, when I was on the selectmen for the first time. And there's all kinds of questions you can ask, how each department, how each thing is done, working together and stuff like that. So I would probably reach out to Rolf, like I said, and just say, hey, when you want to do it? I would highly encourage just the two boards talking. That way where it's just us. Do you know what I mean? It's going to be videotaped. But this way, where it's just a workshop that we're throwing things back and forth.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Well, I'm wondering, could we do like a regular budget finance meeting on the third Wednesday of the month, and then after that break into a meeting with the select board, or do that before or after a regular?
Because the meetings aren't that long, so
Right.
we can do that.
Okay, is the rest of the committee interested in doing something like that at our September meeting?
Yeah, I would rather, I would rather have as much time to discuss with them and not feel like we have to get to the next thing, so I would ask that we keep our business a little bit shorter maybe.
Yes.
Just because if we do spend a lot of time, we're actually gaining knowledge and want to continue doing that, then I don't think that we should be constrained to having to go talk business right after, but I think that having the same night would be fine, just not feeling like we have to end things.
Okay.
If we're on track.
Well, we could have a very short agenda, just go through, approval of the minutes, and then we could go adjourn our meeting and then go into the workshop with the select board. Does that seem reasonable to everybody?
Yeah, because that would help, right? Because then the finance director doesn't,
That would give her another month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can even approve the minutes the following month, too.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right. All right. Well, I'll approach Rolf about doing that.
And I've talked to him, too. And he just said, figure out what you guys want to do, because I told him I was on the agenda tonight.
Okay. Next on our agenda is discussion regarding options on how to spend the money received from the Sebago Lake settlement. Sean, would you like to go
Yeah.
first? Do you have some options that you?
I don't know all the options. I'm sure that
Right.
some of the things that some of my ideas may not be allowed. So I'm going to throw some out there with the caveat of understand that they might not actually work. But whatever it is, I don't think it should go towards taxes. I'm going to be really wrong about the numbers, but I think the numbers were like something like $500,000 to lower taxes. And when we think about the grand scheme of things, what does that lower? Like for me on Main Street, it might lower it by like $15, but somewhere in the Cape, maybe $5. And I think that this money should be used more towards the next offense. I think it should be used as protection. There's two things I think it could be used for, either protection or some kind of investment back into the community. Right now with our budget cycle ended, from earlier this year, I think most of those big ticket items either got pushed off or have been paid for, or is going to be paid for example, like the fiber optics, for example. So really think that should be used for protection against the potential next violation. I know this violation was a little bit unique because it happened during COVID where somebody thought they could do what they did and get away with it. So I don't see something happening to that scale, but I could be wrong. So I would like to see money held for protection specifically that doesn't get touched unless we have another violation for the same reason. I don't think it should be used for a different, attorney fees for something different. It should be very specific towards a violation.
Okay.
So what you're saying is, I think I raised this point last time, major non-recurring capital expenditures is what you're saying, right, basically?
I'm sorry,
Major non-recurring capital expenditures versus tax relief.
yeah,
So the thing is to remember about this money, I think I saw a meeting where people talked about it as a windfall. It's not a windfall, it's a reimbursement to fund balance. So this is money the town had for the most part, and so now you get the money back, because that's mostly what we saw back was the legal fees. So the question would be, should you use an overstandard amount of money to reduce the tax rate for 1 year? Normally the town uses a couple $100,000 thereabouts. I think that's prudent and reasonable. That's what what's been done. But to supercharge the tax rate and reduce it with that money, I think, as you point out, is a very small difference. And it creates a problem for the next fiscal year, because you don't have that money that year, so you're going to instantly create a significant gap. Now, it's a reval year, so everything's going to be kind of messed up and difficult to decipher, but it's still, to me, not wise to use that amount of money in the next fiscal year, and then to create that discrepancy between the 2 years with some artificial infusion of cash you can't repeat. I like your idea. I mean, environmental protection, you're saying, something like that, when you say protection, or protection in general?
protection against having to go into our funds again like we did this time. Protection in the sense of, so when we do have to hire an attorney, it doesn't come out of that money. Like, that money's set aside, and that if that's public knowledge that we have this money set aside to go after the next person, I think that will offer more protection for the town not to run to that, because there's kind of that fear of like, hey, the town has done this once, and we're ready to do it again. And it doesn't matter if it's on Big Sebago or if it's on on Panther Pond or any of the other lakes and ponds that we have.
Right.
But yeah, to answer your other questions, like, not so much environmental protection, but I mean, essentially that is environmental protection when you think about it. Yeah, that's, I don't have a very specific thing as far as what kind of other capital improvement we could use it in.
Well, typically, I mean, Raymond really hasn't done that, because I haven't had significant capital improvements for a long time here. But in my experience in other towns, my previous town, for instance, that's exactly what we did. We would segregate that money and use it for major non-recurring capital improvements, like a new public safety building, or a new town office, or a new town garage, a new library. All these things were things we did. So we do it that way. Then you get something meaningful, or some new program or something that would have some capital requirements.
I was thinking about, I see Chris's hand raised in a second, but I was thinking, I thought about that. Like, do we put it towards the school? Can we put it into a CD where it's gaining money for the next 3 years? That's a lot of interest. I know interest rates are going down, but that amount of money in a CD would be pretty significant. That we put towards the school, but even if is that enough? I know it's a small portion, obviously, if we're going to decide what we do with the school. It's $500,000 that we didn't have before, but those are two of the options. I know Chris has got his hand raised.
Yes, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, my feeling is we should use some of this, if you want to call it a windfall, but Dawn's right. The majority of this money, the $540 we already got, covers about $440 in legal fees that we expended through the 3-year process. There's some monies that are coming that are a fine, and it's roughly between $175,000 and $200,000 coming in again in October. I think October 25th. So my thoughts are, there's a couple things I want to make you aware of. One is the town worked with the Cape to do, and I've said this before, to introduce a bill in the legislature, 2101, and that legislation will allow us as a town to lien a property after 30 days of a notice of violation. After the appeals period, we can put a lien on the property, not issue permits, and possibly revoke them. The second part of that discussion with the state, and Senator Tim Nagel and I are working again this year closely to work out some fine-tuning of that bill that will allow towns to access a fund that the state is going to create that will be a pool of money that towns can, in any town, any lake in Raymond, can dip into to help cover those legal fees. That's going to take over a year, and then plus the 90 days it takes after it's enacted to take effect. So I would recommend that we use a portion of that money to either pad our legal expenses, because legal expenses in my experience in the last 3 or 4 years with all the activity we have on the lakes, with people that want to get away from the cities as a result of COVID, they are coming up, they're investing, building, tearing down buildings, and doing new construction. We are seeing some other violations. They're not going away. And as our building activity decreases, we will be able to do more enforcement. That costs money. We do usually get those funds back, but it's a burden on the town, and we saw that with the case at Fernwood and Whitetail. So I think that it would be very prudent for us to set aside some money. I don't know what our budget is exactly for legal, but we should pad that amount. And if it's not used, it'll carry over and go into the general fund for the next year. But until this legislation gets passed, we run the risk of the same thing happening again. We're in hopes that because we can lien the property and do more incentives for people to come to the table and work with us, that we won't incur a 3-year legal bill. It'll get done much more efficiently. But I got to tell you, legal fees, if you have a municipal rate, it's in the area of $265 to $285 for a municipal rate from the attorneys in Portland. But the good attorneys are also in conflict with many of these violators because they have those people as clients. So, it's a kind of a catch-22. So we have to reach out to other firms. We don't get that municipal rate. And I think I've mentioned this before, and I'm going to say it again. We spend up to $6.25 an hour. And when you're sitting down at an appeals board meeting or mediation, those hours add up very quickly. And then sometimes it's not just one attorney, it's several. And we're seeing more and more of that on Sebago in particular. So I think Dawn and Sean are both right that we shouldn't use it as tax relief. We should be prudent and do some planning for our future. Enforcement is expensive. We do have a new code enforcement officer that's doing very well, and I do have help, but that's going to result in more enforcement actions as time goes on. Thank you.
So a portion of enforcement, what are you feeling that would be a good, if we were to ask for a budget for enforcement? So we have, we'll call it just a straight $700,000. What would you think?
If we have 700 now, I would increase it by 100. Does that answer your question, Sean?
So if so you're asking for all that money to go towards enforcement plus another 100? Did I understand you correctly?
Well, no. Let me back up.
Okay.
I think I interpreted what you said is if we had a legal budget of 700,000. No, I'm saying if we get 700, we ought to take 100 of it and put it towards
take
legal.
100 of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's okay. I thought you said you add another 100 to it for. Okay, I understand. Yep. So
you get it?
Yep. If we're getting 700, you're asking for 100,000.
And it's I'm not asking for it. I just think it would be prudent that we plan ahead and have that in our budget somewhere. The contingency fund, Don probably can speak to that better than I can, but it isn't as healthy as it used to be because we've expended a lot of it in legal fees. Fortunately, we got it back, but in another case, we might not.
Yeah, I agree. How long? All right. So if we put, so you mentioned general fund too. If something's not spent, it goes to the general fund. But if we have something very specific, like sidewalks, for example, we're not using it; just kind of carries over in the same fund. Are you saying that if we don't, if we give it a certain line item and we don't use it, it will go to the general fund?
Maybe a question that the new finance director could answer better than I can. At this point, I'm not sure if that should go. I think it should go into the general fund if it's not expended. But Don, correct me if I'm wrong.
You're right.
So we would want to keep that from happening, right? If we would want to keep it from just going to the general fund, we would want to have a very specific name on it.
Right, but
If it
right
just goes to
now, it would
general
go just to
fund.
the general fund, it would require an action of the Board of Selectmen and to segregate it, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would make sense to segregate it so that it would be a continuing amount of money from year to year if it's not used.
Yeah.
Frank, that's a good point, and that's why I brought up the state's interpretation is they realize it's a problem, and they're going to set up a fund.
Right.
That fund isn't going to decrease every year. It's just going to be there and added to. So maybe we should look at, like the state of Maine, and have this fund some kind of a delegated environmental protection budget line item that doesn't go down. It's like a capital expense. It'll get moved forward instead of going into the general fund where it could get used to reduce taxes or anything else that the selectmen decide to do. I think our committee is charged with doing what's financially prudent for the town and giving that advice to the selectmen. So I think this is a great discussion, and I think I think the end result of this, I think we're going to talk about this more, could be very positive for the town to help us maintain our pristine environmental priorities in the town of Raymond. I'm also on the comprehensive plan committee with you, Sean and Don and Frank, and we're all trying to protect what we have. Change isn't bad, but these increases in shoreline development and the pressure on our town is getting tremendous, and it's getting national attention. There was an article in the Wall Street Journal last week, and I did an interview with a reporter that did an article on real estate, and the trend that Wall Street Journal is seeing is that many Americans are coming to Raymond to be on Sebago Lake and other towns surrounding Sebago. They're buying $2 to $4 million houses, they're ripping them down, and they're reconstructing compounds and extravagant luxury homes. And with that comes the potential for violations, and I think we're going to see increased pressure not only on Sebago. I see it on my lake. I live on Crescent. The pressure is unbelievable around the lakes. Everything that goes up for sale is sold, and somebody either remodels it completely or tears it down and rebuilds something new. So we've got to be prepared for that. We have to be resilient, in particular with our environment. Raymond, home of the landlocked salmon, and all our natural resources is why we're all here. And I can't express how much of a priority I feel that is. And hopefully this money, if it gets designated to some fund or an account that will help the town maintain its integrity with our shorelines and mountains and streams and lakes, then I'm all for that.
Okay, thank you. Frank?
Yep. Are there other areas in enforcement of environmental standards that we're trying to keep up where money might be needed on a short-term basis very quickly, money that may not be available unless we had an account with this type of money in it? Other than legal, I mean, there may become a time where you need to do something and do something quickly, and there's no money for it. But if we had a fund that you could draw from, it probably would make life a lot easier for you guys.
You know, Frank, that's a very good point. And what I'm going to say is a term that we don't hear very often, but unfortunately, we're hearing it more and more. I mean, I just experienced a 1-hour storm here at the house. We must have got 2.5 inches of rain in less than an hour. We're getting more and more storms that they're using the term 1,000-year storms. If you're paying attention to what happened in Connecticut, Danbury, they got 12 inches of rain, and that was a 1,000-year event. I've heard that many, many times in the past year. Global warming is happening, whether you want to believe it or not. the weather is changing and it's getting very severe. We saw it with Debbie. We've seen it with Ernesto. It just doesn't stop. And I think that Raymond is very unique. We're high ground, but if you look at our roads, you just drive down Webbs Mills Road, Meadow Road, our roads are being washed out constantly. Our public works can't keep up with it. And yes, we're going to have an event that's going to wash out a road. It's going to go into a lake, and we're going to have to do a cleanup. So yeah, Frank, you're right.
I would suggest that we come up with a definition of the things that would be needed, such as legal for the environmental piece, or where we may need money that wouldn't be immediately available, that we set aside a third of this money and put it in that fund that could be used when something like that comes in front of us. I had the same storm that you had. The Public Works crew worked for 2 hours on the intersection of Mountain Road and McDermott Road yesterday, and it washed out. What they did washed out in the last hour and a half. And that's only a short example of the kinds of things we're facing. So I wouldn't be opposed to setting aside a third of the money aside to be used when we run into issues of enforcing our environmental laws.
So Frank, the other thing is we used to have funds. The Raymond Waterways Association had got a 319 grant with the DEP, and I was one of the ones that I was living on Panther Pond at the time, and you could get a grant to help solve an erosion problem on your property, and it was a matching grant. The homeowner put in 50%, and the town kicked in the other. It was when Nora Lee Raymond was working with the town. She did that, and she also did the milfoil with Nathan and a bunch of other things, but there's no money left. So what I'm hearing from you is this fund, this pool that we got, or the monies we got from the violation on Sebago could go, maybe it is a third. That's a discussion for another night. But I think you're right. You're on the right track. And I think as this committee, moves forward, I think these are the kind of discussions that are very prudent that we look at.
I think if I were to make a recommendation, and this is along the line of what I've been hearing here, would it make sense to take the actual fine amount, which is much smaller than the reimbursement, set that aside, and then just let the money that had come from fund balance go back to fund balance, and then when it comes time to mitigate the taxes, use the usual amount of money from fund balance, assuming that the auditor's recommended guidelines are met, and that's important, but I believe that they will be, because the town's always had strong fund balance. So basically, business as usual on tax relief. The balance of the money that came from fund balance to pay for the legal effort would go back, and then the actual fine, which is much smaller, a small part of this whole thing, would be set aside, segregated, and that would require the selectmen to do that. Is that what you're all saying?
Oddly enough, that's probably about a third or less.
That's
maybe
20%. That's a small amount when you look at the violation. Yeah.
Right. Yep, you're right.
Anyhow, that's what I would do. So it's basically what you're saying, to set up that fund, protection fund. But I think the answer to how to spend the money is put the money back in fund balance, because that's where it came from. And then, it's up to the selectmen and the department heads to recommend, the selectmen to decide how they want to spend it, I guess, or not spend it. But, having a strong fund balance is very important. So I don't think spending it on tax relief is really a very good idea at all. But perhaps spending it some other way might be okay, assuming that you had, the capacity. And I would say major non-recurring capital expenditures, not something that's going to, come and go in 1 year. Like you said, maybe some other program or some other, capital facility like the school or something. But then the argument on that will be, well, you can borrow money cheaper than you can set aside money, and they used to have a thing called capital reserve budgeting, where towns would set aside money, year to year, and then save up for the Yankee sort of approach, 10, 15 years, and they'd say, well, now we have the money to buy a fire truck. And that worked, but you're also losing the capacity year to year because of the cost of inflation, and so you get basically a return on your investment, but you have inflation, so it's kind of a wash in some instances. And then the other thing is that the people who, this is an argument I used to hear, and it's true, would be the people who paid into the fund, let's say for 15 years towards the fire truck, may not necessarily be the people who benefit from it because they're moved from the town, dead and gone, whatever. And so the idea became many years ago to bond for improvements, and Raymond did that. And I think that makes sense, to bond for improvements. But maybe there's something special you want to do. Like when the school was built, I think there was money needed to build a special gym. Maybe there's something, extraordinary you want to do. So maybe that would make sense to use that money.
Are we able to put some kind of portion? So let's just say that, hey, listen, we want to use this for something special.
Yeah.
Can we does the town have a history of putting money into a CD? Is that something that we can kind of gain interest on for?
Yeah, the town's, restricted by law to certain, financial instruments, very conservative instruments. So yeah, sure. The town's monies are always invested in making interest, surplus monies.
Interesting.
But I think it's the selectmen's thing, really. It's not our thing, other than, to make a recommendation. But I think that tax relief, I think, is a bad idea. Setting up an environmental protection fund for a portion of it, that small portion that was actually the fine, that's a good idea. Putting the rest back where it came from would be my recommendation. And then if the selectmen want to do something, then they would propose it. Something like a capital reserve fund, like you're saying, for something.
Or we could still have input on that.
Or we could recommend something if you have an idea, but I don't really have an idea right this minute.
I don't, and that's why I was suggesting the CD was like, hey, listen, we don't have an idea.
You wouldn't segregate the money without an idea, without a plan.
Okay.
So it should go back to fund balance, my opinion.
To have an idea
have a
first
plan.
Would be, yeah, okay. And if we didn't, then it would.
So if we're making a recommendation, I think it's the actual fine monies put into a legal protection fund. The bulk of the money, which is actually just a reimbursement of the expended legal fees, would go back to fund balance. And as far as tax relief, you'd use the amount of tax relief that you normally do, assuming that you have that under the auditor's guidelines. So that's what I would say.
Any other ideas or any other comments?
Is Dina still there? Does Dina have any suggestions?
Well, I was going thinking of how we can but it's going to be so hard to be proactive regarding, like Chris was mentioning, the flooding that's happening far more frequently. And I feel like it would be less expensive to be proactive about some of these things versus reactive about it. But I don't think what we would have for funding would even touch it. But it's something to look for and look at, because we live here and we know the areas that are starting to flood, even with just a few inches of rain, and just seeing if there's things that we can do to potentially mitigate that. I think that's something we really need to look for and look towards.
Cliff, you got anything?
No, I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm very, very much in favor of putting at least the fine into a fund that's readily available to combat anything else that comes along, and perhaps to use it for emergency abatement if, again, you wash outs or something like that, so we aren't spending all kinds of time going through a long funding cycle. I also agree with Dawn that the money that was spent on lawyers' fees was taken out of everybody else's hide, and it probably ought to go back where it came from. So that's kind of my thoughts on it. It's kind of middle of the road, but it's a lot to digest in a short period of time. But I definitely believe in setting if you will, an emergency fund, something that rolls from year to year, and that's the biggest thing. So it doesn't get lost back into the general fund if it's not spent. That it's still there on July 1st, even though it wasn't spent on the end of June.
Yeah.
If you needed it on the 1st of July, you had it.
Interesting what Chris said. So 10 years ago, actually now over 10 years ago, if anybody remembers, it wasn't in this area, but Hurricane Sandy, which was classified as a superstorm because they classified as a superstorm, the insurance companies didn't have to pay out the same way. Wrecked the entire East Coast. I was living in Long Island, New York at the time. My hometown, Long Beach Island, got devastated. And I was watching some things that happened in Long Island yesterday or the day before, a lot of washouts around where I had lived. And we're talking about seeing those same things happening here. Yeah, I think that protection, however we want to say protection, environmental protection or whatever, I think that's very proactive, like Deanna was saying. I like to be proactive rather than reactive.
So is that something that we're recommending, or is that just a discussion item for tonight?
Should we bring that up in our joint?
I think that's probably a smart idea.
The joint wouldn't be about any of this. It would just be about procedures and protocols. I took a bunch of notes on this, and I'm gonna give it back to the board so they know.
Teresa, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, Chris. Sorry about that. The joint meeting is pretty much going to be not for this type of thing. It's going to be for like protocols, how each department works, and different questions on how to do things and stuff like that. This is something that would be like taken up like in a board meeting. So I took a bunch of notes of what you guys had said, and what I'm hearing is like a majority of it would be putting it in for an emergency, like a third of it for that emergency fund, in case roads get washed out or whatever. But I'm going to relay all this stuff back to Rolf, and then we can either bring it up the meeting or whatever, or you could even send in that email to him if you want to summarize everything up. Karen, what's easier for you?
Well,
I think if it's a recommendation, we should make a motion and take a vote.
I agree.
That's what we should do.
I think that's what we should do.
And if it's not, then, we should carry it over to another meeting to discuss, further.
Okay, does the committee feel ready to make a motion and move forward with that? Or would you prefer to wait and make the motion at another meeting?
I think that I'm ready to make the motion, and I think it's important because there's going to be a decision made to set the tax rate. And so I think you need to send that, I guess, recommendation before they set the tax rate. I think there was some discussion that to use the money as some kind of windfall to reduce taxes for 1 year. And I don't think that's.
Can I just add something?
Sure.
At that meeting, you had talked about opening the meeting and approving the minutes. I'm sorry, I totally slipped my mind on that. Let's have that joint meeting at the workshop and before the workshop, and then switch into a workshop if that's what you want to do. Do you know what I mean? So where we can discuss this at, a public meeting, the two of us together.
Vote it tonight.
And then that way where you guys will know more about, what you can do, what you can't do, because I'm not positive, you know what I mean, on that. So this way where we can have that, and Rolf's the one that's got it for both sides. Do you know what I mean? He knows the budget finance inside and out, and he knows the select board inside and out. So, 1 second, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is if we have that meeting in the beginning, we can talk this out publicly in a live meeting, and then we can go into a workshop if you want to do that. Don's not even listening.
Karen?
Okay.
I'm in agreement with Don.
There's nothing that prohibits, what we're recommending, and I think if you make the motion and it's approved tonight, then it can go to that meeting and have that discussion. But I don't think there's, anything gained by pushing it off and talking to Rolf about it. It's perfectly appropriate.
Okay. I feel that we should move forward with a motion, and the committee will make a statement by how they feel about it, and then we can, once the motion goes through or doesn't go through, then the select board will understand where we're coming from, and then we can have that discussion at the joint meeting.
Right.
I think that would work. Chris?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Don. I'm ready to make recommendation tonight to the select board that I'm not making the motion. I think, Don, you'd be better at making the motion, but I would be willing to vote on this tonight. I think we have enough information and it's that important that we don't use those funds to go into tax relief, that we just make the recommendation and then we'll have the discussion.
Okay. All right. Cliff, did you have something to say?
The only thing I'd have to add is I don't think there's any question that we take the fine part and put that into a slush fund, whatever you want, an emergency fund, and I think it should be stated as such in the motion and then the rest of it goes as Dawn said. Do you agree with that, Dawn?
Yeah.
So we specify where that piece is going anyway as a strong, firm recommendation.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, because I really don't want to see that go back into general. I don't want to lose that.
That's my only concern, that we get that piece, and then the rest of it, then we go the other way, and it's open for a lot more discussion.
Okay, so Don, do you want to make the motion?
I guess so. I thought you were going to do this, but
Oh, and real
basically-
quick, can I just, I'm so sorry. I know we were talking about exactly what you guys were talking about, and I know we had mentioned something about increasing from that fine, part of it to go to legal. Do we want to break it down in this, or are we just doing like an overall, it's not going to taxes?
I'm going to break it down.
Okay, all right, thank you.
That's what my thoughts are, break it down.
So I would move that with respect to the Sebago settlement monies, that the town set up a legal and environmental protection fund, recommend to the Board of Selectmen that be set up with the actual fine money, which is a much smaller amount of money than the actual monies that were returned from the violation. So basically, set up a legal and environmental protection fund with the fines themselves. The money that came from fund balance to pay the legal fees should go back to fund balance. And I would add another angle on this, and that is that we would recommend that the Board of Selectmen use the reasonable and appropriate funds that they have used in the past to reduce the taxes for this year, in keeping with, practices far back as I can remember. So assuming fund balance has the capacity, that's the amount of money we would use to reduce taxes. And that's not a very good motion, but I'm just saying that's what I would recommend.
Well, that's why I asked you to do it, because it was better than mine.
It's too complicated, but basically, I guess, so the motion would be to set the fine money aside into an environmental and legal protection fund. The balance would go to fund balance to reimburse the legal fees expended. And then the recommendation for taxes would be to use something in keeping with past practice.
And Chris, do you want to have a dollar amount specific on it? Did you want?
We need to move on the motion.
Okay.
We need to move on the motion. You've made the
Fine amount,
motion,
yeah.
so we need to have a second to the motion.
Do we need a second?
We need a second to the motion.
I'll second.
All right, Cliff will second it. Okay, now we can have further discussion on the motion on the floor.
Sorry about that. So it's been answered. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Trying to stick to the parliamentary procedure.
Yeah, don't let me derail it. So I don't have any further discussion on it.
Anyone else have any
Fine.
further discussion? Okay.
Well, yes. Weren't we talking about, Sean, did you want a dollar amount tonight? Or just, what I would recommend, and I don't know that we need to amend the motion, because we're going to have numbers that we can use that are our legal fees that were expended, and then what we got in the fine. I don't know, I don't want to quote those numbers tonight, but those are easy to get. And the way, Dawn, you presented that, I'm comfortable with that, because you broke it down into legal and fine. So that's pretty easy to come up with those numbers.
Okay. I would agree.
I'm good.
All right. Any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to have the town set the legal and environmental protection fund with the fine money and the fund balance to pay the legal fees back to the fund balance, and the town to use the usual procedures for the taxes to continue with that process. Okay, all those in favor? Okay. Any opposed? None opposed. It was unanimous, so the motion carries. Okay. Is there any public comment for this evening? Okay. Budget Finance Committee comment?
One comment.
Okay.
Just a reminder, next Wednesday, August 28th at 6:30 p.m. will be a workshop to discuss the Comprehensive Plan 2025 update. That's going to be held at Jordan Small Middle School gym Workshop is open for all town committees and boards, and I know Peter would mention that, but he's not here tonight, so please join us next Wednesday to hear the updated comprehensive plan.
Anyone on Zoom have any comments? No?
I'm all good.
All right, anyone else here? Any comments? All right, we have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We stand adjourned. Thank you.
Welcome to the August 27th, 2024 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting for the town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I am now going to do a roll call. David Murch.
Tom Hennessy.
Greg Dean.
Pete Lockwood.
Fred Miller.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all of the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or to hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Excuse me. Call to order. Number 2, approval of minutes from September 26, 2023. Items 3, new business. Election of chair and vice chair for fiscal year 2025. Administrative appeal, re 36 Merch Landing Road. Then code enforcement officer communications. Finally, adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeal rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual right to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, to sign the speaker's sheet, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application, being either for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chair. This meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside the meeting room. Next up is approval of minutes for September 26, 2023. If there are no corrections, the minutes are approved as distributed. Next, election of chair, our new business chair and vice chair for fiscal year 2025. Do I have any nominations for chair?
I'd like to nominate David Murch.
I'd like the second.
Any other nominations? Okay, I will accept that nomination. Thank you. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved. I gotta have it clear on that one. David Murch as chair for that.
Okay, so move to elect David Murch as chair.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Pass unanimously. Next up, nominations for our vice chair for fiscal year 2025. Do you have any nominations?
Nominate Greg Dean.
Any other nominations? Greg, you willing?
Yep, I'll accept it.
All right, I will make a motion that we move forward with Greg Dean as vice chair for fiscal year 2025. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
All those in favor?
I guess I'll vote for myself.
It's legit. So approved unanimously. Excuse me. Next up is our administrative appeal for 36 Merch Landing Road. Applicant Karen and Bill Burke, location 36 Birch Landing Road, owners O'Connor. Description, administrative appeal of a permit for a second dock, permit number 202-4146. Assisting tonight for the ZBA is Attorney Hamer. Attorney Hamer, we have been through several administrative appeals, but it's always helpful to have guidance for properly move forward with next steps. So if you want to outline for us what that will look like tonight, we have obviously our code enforcement officer here with us. We have the appellants and their legal representation. We also have the owners in attendance of the property with legal representation for them as well. So it would be good for us as a board to know when it's appropriate for each of these parties to speak, and again, guiding us through the proper steps forward with this appeal.
Good evening. My name is John Hamer. I'm an attorney from Rubin Winchell, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have as they come up. Just wave to me, and I'll jump in. In terms of the procedure to go forward tonight, generally the procedure is that you'll hear from the person who has filed the appeal first. They present their case, followed by any adverse parties who might want to speak in rebuttal, and then hear from the code enforcement officer. Usually that's last, but it's up to you on how you want to proceed. Some boards have the code enforcement officer present the issue up front and then turn it over to the parties. But for the most part, you want to hear from the applicant first, and you open it up to parties who are opposed to the appeal, and then get this code enforcement officer's viewpoint. And you can go back and forth as necessary until you get the whole story out.
So I appreciate that, thank you. One of the things that's a little different for us is obviously this is a public hearing, so we'll be open to public comment in regards to the owner of the property. How do they need to wait for the public comment period, or are they allowed to speak in conjunction, or as you laid out in sequence with the other parties here tonight for the appellant as well as code enforcement?
The owner of the property, I would say, am I unmuted? Yeah, okay. The owner of the property is a party and is separate from the members of the public. So they're not required to wait for the public hearing. A lot of times you'll have a lot of back and forth between the two parties before you open it up to any other members of the public who wish to speak. But they do have the right to speak. They are a party as opposed to a member of the public.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Gentlemen, do you have any initial questions for our attorney?
Nope.
Okay, very good. So I'm going to start out, I want to ensure that it's okay for us to be reviewing this this application, this appeal request. Part of that is, do we have proper jurisdiction? Having reviewed the ordinances, I don't see any question that we have jurisdiction over seeing this. Does anyone on this board find otherwise? Okay. Is there anyone on this board who may have a conflict of interest or personal bias with regards to this case?
Yes, David. I would just like to mention that my parents have worked with Murray, Plum, and Murray in the past. In particular, Peter Plum was their attorney for their will and testament, and I was executor of their estate. That business is complete and has been for a couple of years, but I just wanted to disclose that.
Okay. The appellant parties, do you have any concerns with this?
We do not, thank you.
Okay.
And nothing from us either. We trust there won't be an issue.
Okay. Chris, you okay? Okay. I'm okay with this. Rest of the board, you okay?
Yep.
If there's any need to vote then. Standing, let's see. The standing, if the board decide have the authority to review the application, it must decide whether the applicant has standing to apply or to make the appeal. Again, having read the appeal, I believe they have standing. They are abutters. They have made a case for us to review this. Does anybody feel contrary?
No.
And Sandy is not here, but my assumption would be, Chris, that if appropriate fees hadn't been paid and this hadn't been filed properly, we would not be meeting on it tonight. Correct. Would that be correct? Okay, very good. Application was complete in its submission, at least as far as I can see. Do we have any disagreement with that?
Nope.
Okay, so I believe that moving forward, we have the right and responsibility to be reviewing this case. So, if I understand correctly, Attorney Hamer, we should be hearing first from our appellants with regards to this case.
Yes, there is. And the threshold issue, which you'll be hearing from the appellants, is a question of whether the appeal was timely filed.
You're right. I missed that. You know what? I knew that was a big one, and I jumped right over it and not even thinking. So, how best do we do this? It's almost like it's like two little mini cases. How do we properly move forward with this without? Obviously, we don't want to trial this. We don't want to go through this case in too greater detail if we're not going to really be hearing it in full. So what is your recommendation how we move forward with this?
I suggest that you have the applicant address the question of timeliness first and allow the opposing party to respond and just deal with that issue first. And if there's a decision that the appeal may proceed, then you can go on to the merits.
Very good. Thank you. So, our party for Karen and Bill Burke, or Mr. McDonald, Attorney McDonald, correct?
Yes, thank you so much. I do see a pad here. Do you want me to?
Yeah, I'll have to have you fill it out. And if you can just state your name and your residence and your affiliation for opposed or neutral with regards to this.
Absolutely. My name is Kelly McDonald. I am an attorney at Murray, Plum & Murray. I'm here tonight representing Karen and Bill Burke, who are here with me, who are the appellants in this action. Perhaps I can finish filling this out in a minute, and I will do so.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yep. First of all, thanks for taking your evening to consider this. We appreciate it. So going by the instructions from the chair, I'll first address the question of the timeliness of the appeal. So just by way of background, the ordinance, no question, provides for a 30-day appeal window from the date that the permit was expired. I don't think that there is any quarrel that our appeal was in fact sent in 3 days after that appeal period expired and received on the 4th day after the appeal period expired. Raymond's ordinance does provide a good cause exception. This board has the discretion to conclude that good cause exists to permit an untimely appeal to go forward. And I'd like to explain to you why I think that is entirely appropriate in this circumstance here tonight. So, by way of background, Karen and Bill Burke do own the land next to the O'Connor's property, and this is an appeal of a permit that was granted, erroneously we believe, to the O'Connors to install a second dock on their property. This precise question had been of concern to the Burkes for several years. In fact, they had gone to the town of Raymond's code enforcement officer several years ago and asked, is it possible to put a second dock on this property? And they received the answer that it was not, because it did not have enough shore frontage. And then they went to the next code enforcement officer, the immediate predecessor to Mr. Hansen, and they asked him the same question. Is it possible to put a dock on this property? And the reason they were asking this question, the dock, that piece of property was for sale. They were considering purchasing part of it in order to ensure that a dock was not placed close to their house. Based on those answers that they got, that a second dock could not be placed on the property, they decided, of course, they decided not to do so. When the O'Connors purchased the property, the Burkes met them for the first time in May of this year of 2024, and the O'Connors indicated to them that they were investigating putting a second dock on their property. And I believe it was Ms. Burke who met with them that first time, who met with Ms. O'Connor. and immediately said, well, I don't think that's actually allowed under the ordinance because you don't have enough shoreland frontage. And we've checked in with the CEO, and that's what we've been told. Concerned about that conversation and that expressing that potential that they might install the second dock, Bill Burke called the town office shortly thereafter on May 29th and left a detailed voicemail for Mr. Hansen expressing concern that the O'Connors might file an application to put in a second dock, and stating that it was Mr. Burke's belief that that was not possible due to the amount of shore frontage that was available, and also repeating the fact that he had received that assurance from 2 prior CEOs for the town of Raymond. He didn't get a response to that voicemail. So he called again in the middle of June and left another detailed voicemail expressing a concern about that an application might be forthcoming. And he didn't get a response to that. And so then he went in person to the town office on July 1st to meet with Mr. Hansen to again express his concern to try to ward off any permit being erroneously issued. He was told that Mr. Hansen was on vacation, would return, and would be available for a meeting. The first available date he would be available for a meeting was July 9th. So they scheduled a meeting with him for July 9th, and in fact met with Mr. Hansen on the afternoon of July 9th. And it was at that point that they learned for a first time that an application had in fact been made for a second dock, and that a permit had in fact been issued. At that conversation, Mr. Hansen was not sure what the date of that permit was, when it had been issued, and when that 30-day window was going to expire, and so they asked for a copy of the permit. Mr. Hansen, it's my understanding that Mr. Hansen also pulled up the GIS system for the town and measured the shore frontage distance and said to the Burkes, yes, you are correct, there's not enough shore frontage there. There may have been a mistake. So it is July 9th in the afternoon. That evening, they received a copy of the permit. They then reached out to me, immediately engaged me. It did, I'm afraid, take me 36 hours to get fully up to speed and draft the notice of appeal and send it by overnight mail to the town. So on the afternoon of July 11th, 2 days after they found out, and 3 days after the appeal period had in fact expired, we sent that notice of appeal off to the town office. And it was received the following day, Friday, the 12th. And so why does that constitute good cause? Well, in order to answer the question of what is good cause, we have a lot of case law to rely on. The most recent important case is the Viles case. And in the Viles case, which was a case decided by the Maine Law Court, the Maine Supreme Court, in 2006, the law court was considering, this is Viles versus Town of Emden. And in that case, the law court concluded that in circumstances very similar to those here, a delay of 5 months after the permit was issued was acceptable and was justified good cause for the board to extend the deadline because, for a couple of different things. First of all, the abutter hadn't received any notice that the permit had been issued. When the abutter came back to their property and saw the construction occurring, they immediately took action and raised their concerns. And in fact, the permit was issued in error. And for those, in those factual circumstances, the law court said, yes, good cause exists there, even though you're 5 months after the appeal period expired to allow that appeal to take place. In that decision, the law court set forth a bit of a test. It's not a binary test. It's not an easy test. It is really a factually based test. And what the law court said is that boards should consider a variety of factors. Some may apply to a specific case, some may not apply. And so some of those factors that they listed was notice received by the abutter, how long did the appellant wait after getting actual knowledge that the permit had been issued? Did the municipality violate its own ordinance? And did the abutter violate the permit they were issued? But it made clear that not all of those prongs are necessarily to be considered. You don't have to meet all of those tests in order to find good cause. So in this case, it's our view that the facts here support all of those prongs in terms of finding good cause. It's hard to imagine abutters being more on top of the issue than the Burks were. They were proactively calling the CEO in the years before the O'Connors even purchased the property. They immediately let the O'Connors know that it would be a violation of ordinance to install a second dock. They made repeated phone calls and visits to the town office. They met with Mr. Hansen as soon as he was available, and that date was after that appeal period had expired. So it is hard to imagine what good cause is if it is not these kinds of circumstances. The law court said in Viles, the good cause exception was designed because the lack of a notice requirement, and of course there's no requirement that the town notify the Burks of this permit, the lack of a notice requirement may mean that an abutting landowner does not learn of a permit until the time period for appeal has expired. So we have a good cause exception, there's a purpose for it, and we suggest that it should apply here. Now, the O'Connors, through counsel, submitted a response to our application, arguing that this board should conclude that we're out of luck, we're untimely, we waited too long and dragged our feet in filing our appeal. Let's talk first about the law that they cite to. They rely heavily on a case called Brackett versus Town of Rangeley. That's a Maine law court, a Maine Supreme Court case too, but the key thing about that case is it's from 2003. Viles is from 2006. So Brackett is old law. And they cite to a case called Tebow versus Town of Newfield, in which this trial court, not the Supreme Court, decides that an abutter had not shown good cause. That case was decided under the Brackett standard, the 2003 standard. At that point in time, Viles had not yet been decided. Now, once the Tebow case made it up to the law court, Viles had just been decided. It was decided in between the lower court's decision and when the law court reviewed it. The law court affirmed the lower court's ruling in what's called a memorandum of decision, a MEMDEC. A MEMDEC is not law that you can cite to. It does not create precedent. The law court issues two different kinds of decisions. Normal decisions are cases you can cite to as precedent. MEMDECs are not. And in that MEMDEC, the law court said, yeah, the Superior Court weighed the factors that we laid out in Viles in this new test, even though they were citing to the Brackett test. So even after applying this new test, we're going to affirm the lower court's decision. But that's not the situation here. The new law is Viles, the new test is Viles, and I think it's notable that in the opposition that was filed, you're not going to find the word Viles anywhere in there. They don't address the current state of the law in their opposition. And I think the key difference, why does that matter? The key difference is that under Brackett, it uses the word and. You have to meet all three of these prongs, including that the permit holder violated their permit. Viles does away with that. Viles says you consider all of the factors, including whether the abutter violated the permit. But you don't have to consider that factor. So they're citing to old law. We cite to the new law. I do want to just follow up. There are two statements that are made that I think are just mistakes that were made in that opposition. In the O'Connor's opposition, they write, once they were put on notice in early June that the application had been filed. You'll find that line somewhere in there. And that's just wrong. That's not the case. They weren't put on notice in early June. They in fact hadn't gotten a response from the town. They weren't told by the O'Connors that an application had been filed, even though the O'Connors knew, as you'll see from their council submission, the O'Connors knew that the Burkes had expressed this concern by left voicemails for the town. The O'Connors didn't tell the Burkes that the application had been filed or the permit had been granted. And the town didn't tell the Burkes that the application had been filed or the permit had been granted. They didn't learn any of that until the meeting with Mr. Hanson on July 9th. And then they state the appellant still delayed another 3 days before taking the simple step of filing the notice of their appeal. First, it was actually 2 days. It was less than 48 hours. I was on vacation. I still got it done in 48 hours. And even if it had been 3 days, we're going to suggest to you that it's completely reasonable to file a notice of appeal within 3 days and only 4 days after the appeal period had expired, especially in light of the Viles decision in which the applicant was 5 months after the appeal deadline had expired. So that's what I have to say about the timeliness issue. I'll have more to say on the merits of the appeal, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have for me at this time.
All good, gentlemen. Do you have anything at this point regarding timeliness?
Mr. McDonald, I just had one quick question, and it's just a minor, I think it's just a typo. On one of the letters that was submitted on June 11th, it's page 2 in the last paragraph. It talks about, it's actually in, I think, the second or third to last sentence. It actually, he told the applicants that he had made a mistake in issuing the permit and that he could call the O'Connors on June 10th. Was that supposed to be July 10th?
It sure is. It sure is. That is absolutely a typo. It's my understanding that Mr. Hanson, this is during the meeting on July 9th, and he said that he would call O'Connors the following day, which would be July 10th. So thanks for pointing that out.
Sure, that's what it sounded like. I just wanted to make sure.
Appreciate that.
Yep.
I think we're all set from that one.
Thank you.
The O'Connors or their representative would like to speak.
All right, good evening. Good evening, everybody. Jason Howe with Preddy Flaherty. I'm here on behalf of our clients, Dan and Kathleen O'Connor, not O'Connell, to be clear. I appreciate Kelly's take on the facts. I think we come down in a slightly different place. I think as you see laid out in the memo that we submitted, the feeling is that our clients did everything they could to play by the rules here, everything that they could to play by the book. After that initial conversation with the Burkes, they reached out to the town code enforcement officer and said, what do we need to do? Is this something that we can do? Can we build a dock here over on this portion of the point of land? And after a meeting and a conversation, the response was, yes, this qualifies. Our folks, of course, went forward with planning for the installation after hearing from code.
No, please go ahead.
Sorry, it's really distracting to hear you guys talking, so.
Could you? Sorry.
Okay. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
In any event, notwithstanding the attempted recording, our clients reached out to the code enforcement officer and got word from code that no, in fact, they were entitled to install the dock on that portion of the land. No one was trying to hide the application from anybody else. Our clients, as you'll see from the memo, repeatedly offered to have the Burkes come over and see where they were planning to install the dock at one point in the process. In fact, they did come over and see where our clients had said they were planning to install the dock based on approval from the town. We take a little bit of an issue with the notion that somehow, as Kelly insinuated, our clients were trying to hide this application from the Burkes. Very much not the case. They had sought input and asked them to come over, had asked to be neighborly, wanted to show them where they were going to install the dock, wanted to make sure it wasn't going to be too close to theirs, even though the Burkes dock is right on the property line. Our clients were willing to move it further away. The reality is that you can't, there's a little cove there if you're familiar with the property, and you really can't get boats inside that cove because of the rocks and things. So the dock that they had the permit to install is located out further on the point, which of course is closer to the Burkes. in terms of the timeline, it's clear that, yes, the Burkes reached out several times to the town and talked with the O'Connors several times about the dock. It's apparent to me that if there was that level of concern, that the request should have been made to town and to code, because a request calls to planning and calls to code certainly could have asked for a copy of the permit, if that were the case. And that didn't happen. We're led to believe that the first time they're aware of this is on July 9th, which is a few days after the permit the deadline had expired. But there was a continuum here. And we should also pay really close attention to the equities. What's fair here? We're not trying to pull one over on anybody. We built based on a permit that was at the time properly issued. The construction of the dock, which is a very expensive dock intended to be able to support our clients' parents who are elderly, didn't happen until after the expiration of the appeal period. The clients, as you should, waited until the appeal period had run before they started construction. And it wasn't until after completion and after a visit a few days prior by the Burkes that there was an appeal. This is not my client's position, but it seems evident to me that the issue here is not the second dock. It is the location of the second dock. If the second dock were on the other side of the property, completely out of sight, I tend to suspect that we wouldn't have the appeal today. That's just me. That is not my client's. In terms of talking about current case law, I think it's a bit disingenuous to cite that the MEMDEC decision came after the Emden case or the Viles case and then say, but that doesn't count, right? In terms of sequence for time, what the what the law court in Viles said was they recognized the test from the prior cases. They looked at bracket and they said, this is one of the tests that is used. All of these tests that have been used in the past revolve around weighing the relative equities. When you think about the case in bracket versus in Viles, in the Viles case, and I'm sure Kelly omitted this, benefits his clients, but we should be clear, the town of Emden did not have an appeal deadline. The town of Emden did not have an appeal deadline. The court imposes a reasonable deadline, usually construed to be 60 days based on some of the case law out there. But in the Emden case, there was no 30-day appeal period under ordinance. Also in the Emden case with Viles, there was no construction yet. One of the things that the Viles court talks about is the relative equities and whether or not construction had been commenced, because in that line of cases where you have a construction permit that's issued, the old tests revolved around what was fair. In fact, if you go back to the bracket and then to the Tybalt case, again, affirmed most recently by the law court, you will see the Tybalt case say, given the exception that they're seeking in Tybalt to allow for an appeal after the fact, after the deadline has run, would be to create an exception that swallows the rule. This is a case that is very much in line with Tybalt. And what Viles doesn't do, Viles does not overturn bracket. It says there are various tests that apply, all of them centering around what's reasonable and fair. The other thing that's worth noting that's different between the Viles case and the bracket case is that in the bracket case, there was a denial of the hearing, basically that it was untimely. The board at the time said, untimely, you don't get to have a hearing, go to the court, try it at court. In Viles, it was flipped. In Viles, the challenge was coming as a result of the board having said, no, thou shalt issue a stop work order. That's not our situation here. There's no stop work order. The work's completed. Commenced after the deadline had run and completed as proposed by the permit. Meaning that our clients reasonably relied on the permit from the town to construct this thing after having gone through the proper channels. And if you look at the case law, when you talk about weighing the equities, a lot of the construction case law, again, bracket and Tybalt, talk about what is fair. And a lot of those construction cases tie back to whether or not construction has been commenced. Because, as you'll see again in bracket, which again is still good law, you'll see that the court says it's unfair to penalize somebody who has reasonably relied on a town permit for something that wasn't their fault, to then have to try and rip it out after the fact. And of course, if you follow that down to its logical conclusion, effectively what you're saying, if you buy the argument, is that, yeah, we'll allow the appeal. If the appeal goes against the person who built the dock, all that's going to happen is you're going to be back before the court with an equitable estoppel argument. And I think the law court recognized that that's not an appropriate result, because then the town is stopped from removing it, or the town ends up paying for all of the costs and damages of the installation or the rip out. So it's a bit unfair to say that you're comparing apples to apples. This is really apples to potatoes. In this case, we're much more analogous to Tybalt. We follow the bracket test, yes, but I think even if you were to weigh the equities here, if we want to lean on equities, the equities here, given the case law, suggest that you don't require somebody to pull out a dock. And that ties to timeliness, because what's fair? If the dock has already been completed or the structure's already been completed, and there's an appeal after the fact, after the deadline, unlike Viles, where there was no deadline and no completion, then the parties who followed the permit shouldn't be required to go through the process of a hearing. I think it's safe to say that we feel that the board tonight should, with respect to everybody, say this is untimely. The appropriate venue would be for Kelly to file a Rule 80B appeal, and for this board to say that based on the equities here, the application is time barred, and let the Superior Court sort it out. That's, I think, procedurally what makes the most sense to us. But this is not a case of anyone trying to hide information from the other. If anything, it was quite the opposite with our clients, trying to make sure that everything was above board, everything was done to the letter, in a fashion that was timely. No one was rushing the construction through. Everything was done as permitted. And it's only now after the fact that our clients, who have been above board all along, are stuck defending an appeal that was untimely. Happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I've got one.
Greg?
I think I may have just answered it, but I was going to ask you, it seems like a central point to your argument is this is a Viles versus bracket test discrepancy. And am I right in understanding that as you've written, that the bracket test is the enumerated in
page
3?
Page 3 of our...
Page 3, okay.
Yep. Page 3, second from bottom, is the test.
Yeah.
And I think that if you look at, I don't have the Viles case, Kelly may, but if you look at the conclusion to Viles, it calls out the bracket case as one of the lines of analysis. It doesn't overturn it. It just says this is one of the lines of analysis that has been used in the past. The touch point in all of this is to look at the equities of the situation. And if you look at the case law that they rely on, not addressed in Viles because it wasn't the fact set, is that in instances where the parties have built in compliance with the permit, which is what bracket's getting at, by the way, but in instances where parties have built in compliance with the permit in reasonable reliance on the permit that was validly issued in the appropriate time frame, having done nothing wrong, you apply a test that favors the party who's being challenged, because they followed the rules and are now after the fact being penalized. And in those cases, the courts typically find that it's not timely. In cases like Viles, where there isn't a deadline and where the construction has not been completed, and by the way, in Viles, it was truly a vile fight between the two neighbors. It had been going on for years and years and years and years, really ugly stuff. But very distinct situation than for here. So the court doesn't overturn the test. It just says, look, we use different tests. They all sort of weigh the equities. And I think the distinction is more along the lines of what's fair here in terms of timing, certainly given the completion of the project.
Sure, I agree.
Yeah, again, not being an expert on the case law, could you just summarize the what was the dispute of the bracket case in terms of property? What was the permit for?
Building a house.
A house?
Yeah, it was building a house.
Okay.
In the bracket test, the question was whether or not you could build a house. And in the bracket case, there was the person who was building the house built it in the wrong place, at the wrong size, the wrong time, hadn't followed a bunch of shoreline setbacks and wastewater treatment procedures, which is where I think you get the compliance with the permit language that comes out of bracket. But again, very different circumstance in allowing that rule. And the other point in bracket too is, the notices had required hearings, and they didn't in bracket give them. So here we're in compliance with the letter of the law.
I got a question.
You're good.
Was there no possibility of replacing the floating dock with the fixed dock at the floating dock location?
I'm so glad you asked that.
That's what
Yeah, we're not at the merits, so I don't want to be premature. But the other thing here is that, as you'll see in our argument, if you read our memo, we touch on that point, and that is that there is nothing which precludes the board from simply saying that CEO has to add a condition to the permit which says you shall not dock boats at the, I've been calling it the weird boxy structure. It's probably the wrong technical term, but it's basically like a railroad tie construction in the water from which a jumping dock comes off.
Follow-up. So has the floating dock been removed now? And
it's in the process of being removed.
And then it's never coming back?
It could never come back.
Okay. We can get into this if we.
But that's the merits. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's really
Okay.
Yeah.
I heard you say big boulders and rock. Native.
Yeah. Well,
had to move.
If Kelly has a chance to hold up his diagram later on, you'll see that there are rocks that prevent access to the interior of the cove, and that the dock that's there now, as permitted, comes off of the point where you can actually get a boat up to the dock. Yep. So, but Tom, that's a great question.
Yep. Any other questions? Okay. Very good. Thank you. Chris?
I'm going to reserve most of my comments if you go forward with the appeal. But I would like to say a couple things. And they're in general about the Burks, the O'Connors, and the communication with me about the dock permit and what I issued. And I'm not going to get into extreme detail because if you go forward, I'll provide more. But what I would like to say is both parties have been a pleasure to deal with their projects. I dealt with the Burks for a number of years while they built 2 cottages, tore down existing buildings, and their passion for preserving the environment in the lake was extraordinary. And I appreciate that. The O'Connors have bought a property abutting the Burks, which I would say the exact same thing. The Poulins, prior to the O'Connors, tore down a home, built a new $4 or $5 million home. I'm not sure what the price was, but it was extraordinary in that they took extreme care to protect the environment. Both parties are very conscious about Sebago Lake and preserving the lake. They both have the right to have peaceful enjoyment of their properties. They both have large properties. This dock, I think there's some miscommunication on all sides. I met with the Burks about a permit that I issued. Their concerns were at a time when I was absolutely underwater with permits and inspections and trying to keep the office afloat. I was caught by surprise that they were concerned that I issued a permit for a second dock. I didn't. If you look at the permit, it says for a new dock. In the conversations with the O'Connors and Lois O'Connor, the real estate agent that represented them in their purchase applied for the permit with Mr. Burke and I believe your son. Am I right? Yes. And during that discussion about getting the permit, it was discussed that the dock that they had was not functioning because the water was too shallow. There were too many boulders, there was too much wind, and they were getting complaints from the neighbors about the clanging of the dock. And it was my understanding that when I issued this permit, that dock would be removed. and that the permanent dock that has been discussed as a permanent dock by previous code officers, I would say that's their interpretation. My interpretation is that there was a landing. A landing isn't a dock. A landing is a place where a dock anchors and goes into the lake. This railroad tie structure that Mr. Howe described has been there for hundreds of years. Thus, Murch Landing Road. There used to be a dock attached to that went all the way out past those boulders, and steamships used to land there to bring supplies into that section of town. We have landings that used to be off from Wharf Road. Same thing. There was rock structures built with piers and wharfs, and the steamships would stop there at Wharf Road, right by Raymond Beach, and brought supplies in. So there's a lot to this. And I can tell you right now, this permit, I spent about 10 minutes issuing this permit. I don't have time to read all these law cases about whether I should or I shouldn't. And in my mind, this is a simple dock permit to move it to a location on their property that works. I mean, they could have put a dock from where it is now all the way over there, 500 feet. They could do that, and they would have no argument, because you can have a dock for whatever length you get to water where you can anchor your boat and use it. It's very shallow there. It's very rocky there. So I just think there's a lot of miscommunication, and I'm very sad that these two people that are sitting here tonight with attorneys paying all this money over something so simple that they could have worked out together. And I just am having a hard time that, you know, like I said, we have a big lake. We have big landowners here, two abutters that I wish should just get along and make the dock work for both parties. That's all I'm going to say.
As part of the information that you provided to the ZBA, you set out a timeline. In that timeline, we have July 9th, meeting with Bill and Karen Burke and inform them that the permit had been issued. That was on July 9th. Can you confirm then that that is the first time that they were aware that a permit had been issued?
I can't confirm when they knew. That would be my knowledge of when they knew.
So the first time of being informed by the code enforcement officer?
Correct. Okay. The messages that maybe they left, I didn't receive, whether I was on vacation, whether they went to Alex's old email. We've had a lot of movement in the office, and things have changed around. I'm a one-man band instead of two people, so things got lost in the shuffle, and then I was on vacation, and then I was out with COVID, so there's a lot of different things here that come into play. So whether the permit is timely or not is your decision. And then we can talk about whether they should have got their permit or not at a later part of this.
I have a quick question for Chris.
Sure.
I know certain permits require notification of abutters, but I take it a dock permit doesn't.
Even a single-family home doesn't require that.
Doesn't? Okay.
Anything that goes to the planning board, appeals board, abutter notices go out, but not a simple code enforcement permit. Typically they're issued, and once they're issued, people rely on that, and they have a 30-day period where there's the appeal period, and if it goes beyond that, they have every expectation to think that that permit is valid.
Got a question? Just for the record, I think in the attorney for the Burks, he explained several different dates for the voicemails occurred, and then 2 in-person meetings. One, I think you're on vacation. The second one, you met in person, kind of reviewed things. Is that generally your recollection, kind of late May, voicemails, and then?
I can't confirm any of the voicemails.
Okay.
I tried to do a search. I didn't find any voicemails that came to me. Whether they did or they didn't, they got lost. Whether they went to the wrong person or the wrong email, I don't know. but I can tell you that the first time I met with the Burks, we did talk about having 2 dock permits. I did do measurements on, and I said, oh, they can't have 2. But the question wasn't whether they could have 1, it was 2. I didn't issue a permit for 2, I issued a permit for a new dock.
So the first interaction then with the Burks was that July 9th in person?
Correct.
Meeting? Okay. Thanks.
Any other questions for Chris?
This is a removable dock, right? I mean, this is not a permanent dock put in.
Both are temporary docks. They have to come out December 1st of every year.
Attorney McDonald, a bunch of information has been gone around. I give you just an opportunity to respond to any of it quickly.
Yeah, thank you so much. Kelly McDonald here for the Burks. Just a couple of quick notes in response to Attorney Howe's comments. So as your question just acknowledged, Mr. Miller, these are in fact temporary docks. And so when we're talking about equities, we're not talking about digging a hole and pouring a foundation, right? We're talking about docks that are designed to be taken out. I also want to point out that construction did not start until the 10th. And actually that's why I suggested to my clients on the 9th, call your neighbors right away to let them know that you are going to be filing this challenge of the permit. So they were put on notice of that prior to that. I'm not even going to say construction, the installation of the docks going in the water. The only other legal point I want to make on vials, the suggestion was made that there was not a deadline to file an appeal. It's true that there is not a deadline in that town's ordinances, but what the court does when that deadline is missing, it automatically imposes a 60-day deadline. So there was in fact a deadline. It was one that is imposed by the courts instead of written into the ordinance. And when I talk about them being 5 months past the deadline, they were 5 months past that 60-day appeal window. So that's all I have. Happy to answer any additional questions that you might have.
You go real quick. What was the permit for in vials?
For a house and an attached garage.
Okay.
Mr. Burke just corrected me, and I want to pass that correction along. When he spoke with the O'Connors on the night of the 9th, he did not say that they were planning on filing an appeal. You mentioned that you were considering it the following morning, the 10th, which would have been the day that the docks were installed. So thank you for that correction. I apologize to the board for my misunderstanding.
Okay. Good. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So gentlemen, it comes upon us to make a decision as to whether or not this was a time. Oh,
Could I just make one point?
that would be fine. Yep, sorry.
To be clear, to follow Kelly's point through to fruition, our clients didn't know there was an appeal being filed until after the dock was being constructed, just to make that clear. I think that, I've got some other things, but I think that's all that's relevant right here.
Perfect, thank you. And I apologize for not seeing you there. So gentlemen, it falls on us to make a decision as to whether or not there's a good cause to accept this. Our ordinances do allow for it. I did take the time to print out the decision for Viles versus Town of Ebden, cited August 31st, 2006. Of note, paragraph 11 states, in discussing the factors to be utilized by courts in determining whether there is good cause to allow a late appeal, it is useful to recall the rationale in Keating for the good cause exception. The need for a good cause exception primarily stems from the lack of notice of the issuance of a building permit to abutting landowners or persons who may be aggrieved by its issuance. Reference to Keating. Maine statutes do not require municipalities or permit holders to provide notice to abutting landowners of the issuance of a building permit. Some municipalities may have enacted notice requirements in their ordinances, see bracket. In Keating, we acknowledge the difficulty of a notice requirement. The good cause exception was designed because the lack of a notice requirement may mean that an abutting landowner does not learn of a permit until the time period for appeal has expired. Paragraph 13 goes on to state, therefore, when a court examines whether the good cause exception is applicable to a situation, it starts with determining whether the appellant received notice of the issuance of the permit. Given the rationale in Keating, lack of notice is a key factor, but it is not the determinative factor. Reference to Gagne versus Lewiston crushed stone. Another factor is the amount of time the appellant waited to file the appeal after obtaining actual knowledge of the permit, citing brackets in Gagne versus Chimbrow. Still, other factors that may be appropriate involve whether the municipality violated its own ordinance and whether the permit holder violated the terms of the permits. So that I got out of Vining. In terms of the timeline, I do have too many pieces of paper. So Attorney Howe has provided an outline. He is showing a July 8th appeal deadline. The July 6th actually fell on a Saturday. So the first Monday would be July 8th. If I'm reading this correctly, I would potentially argue that the appeal deadline could have even been July 9th due to the fact that the town hall is not open on a Monday. For Chris, first that the code enforcement officer office had informed the appellants was on July 9th. The appeal was received by the town of Raymond on July 12th, which was within 3 days. Normally an appeal would need to be filed within 30, so I would say they met a timely filing, because again, these are just my opinions. And what was filed by the appellants, while we haven't discussed whether or not the town actually did make a mistake, they did lay out compelling arguments with regards to that. So it is of my opinion anyways that there is good cause to waive the 30-day appeal requirement and move forward with listening to this appeal. But again, I put that out there for you guys to
Right,
discuss.
and Dave, I think I would just add to that. I mean, it sounds to me, in reading through the information provided, that the Burkes have a long history of being conscious of what might happen next door, and that they've been trying to follow it for quite a few years. That too, I think, adds to the discussion or the argument that you're making.
So with that said, I will make a motion that there is good cause to waive the 30-day requirements and allow for the hearing of this appeal. Make that motion. Do I have a second on that?
I'll second.
What further discussion should we have on this before voting?
So just, if you could re-articulate what's it's based off from the vials, your conclusions based off from the vials results that you read and the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then kind of this paradoxical situation where part of the suggested standard is whether or not there was an error made, which would require us to figure out if there's an error. We don't know that yet.
Right.
Okay.
So the timeline in, of course I set it aside, I don't. So, yeah, lack of notice. They didn't know about it until July 9th.
Right.
Correct. And the timeline of waiting to file the appeal, they in my opinion, they filed it very rapidly in
As fast as they could.
response to that.
Okay.
And then also in conjunction with vials, it says, so other factors that indicates here may be appropriate include whether the municipality violated its own ordinance. We have suggestion, I believe, that we need to review to consider that that could actually be a part of this, and whether the permit holder violated the terms of the permit, for which we don't have.
We don't know.
Right.
Yeah. Or whether the municipality had made an error.
Correct.
Yeah. One thing that, sorry, but just, yeah, finish. One thing that I think we should consider is the standard itself that we're supposed to evaluate it on. I believe it's, it may be worded as a grave miscarriage of justice, I think. And so I sort of fairly moved by Chris's perspective. I don't know if this is a grave miscarriage of justice. Both Vials and Brackett are houses with garages, substantial stakes. I'm not suggesting that this is my conclusion, but I'm pointing it out that it may be something we want to consider. Does it meet that standard for us?
The only question I might have is maybe we should just ask our attorney if there's anything that he thinks that he's got for an input.
Mr. Hamer?
Good evening again. And yes, I do have some comments that I think might help. A lot of the case law that you've been discussing provides very good guidance, but it's not necessarily controlling, in my opinion, because none of those ordinances had an express provision saying that the board could grant an extension for good cause. Those situations, the court was imposing a judicially created exception. And so that was a little bit different. So when you have it expressly written into your ordinance that you can, for good cause, extend the filing deadline, it lessens your burden a little bit. You probably still want to take a look at the same kind of considerations that you've been looking at, such as notice and how long it took the person to take up the matter once they were aware of it, and any other factors that you can also consider. The fact that the installation has already occurred. All those things you can consider, but I don't think you need to actually go to the same extent that the courts do in creating a judicially imposed exception, because it's in your ordinance. So if you find it's good cause, you don't have to find that higher threshold of extreme injustice or whatever the language was.
Very good, thank you. Does that help, Greg?
Not really. I actually, that's more confusing than I think anything, because I think our ordinances, I'm referencing, I believe, the language from our ordinances, which I believe says there must be and if I'm mistaken, I'd happily, revise my point, but.
Yeah, so our ordinances, Greg, 350, 7.7C1, making an appeal A. Administrative or variance appeal may be taken by the Board of Appeals by an aggrieved party from any decision of the code enforcement officer. Such appeal shall be taken within 30 days of the date of the decision appealed from, and not otherwise, except that the board, upon showing of good cause, may waive the 30-day requirement.
Okay, so there's no, so I made that up.
You read it somewhere.
I read it somewhere.
But
yeah,
That's fair.
It's buried in here somewhere.
That's fair.
But it's not in.
I appreciate the correction.
So.
That does help.
Are we back to your motion?
As long as we don't have any more discussion. We all good? So all those in favor of waiving the 30-day requirements? In favor, yes. David?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. See anybody? Know anyone in disfavor?
Nope,
Unanimous.
no.
Okay,
Unanimous.
so unanimous. So we shall move forward with this case. Okay.
Can I say something before we?
Oh, yeah, of course
go to
you
the
can,
next?
Greg.
There is an issue that perhaps we should address in between this, which was the site walk. And I think we wanted to get this threshold issue taken care of. I don't know if it's appropriate to make a motion right now, but I think it's something that we should not take lightly, that we haven't seen. It seems like there are some subjective things that need to be seen. And, you know, I would encourage us to consider a site walk before we move into great detail on the actual appeal.
I wouldn't disagree. However, I do believe there's some additional information that's going to be provided in terms of photos. I wouldn't be opposed to moving forward with this case, listening to what Wade has to say, and then if we as a board decide that it would be appropriate based on what we have heard and what we have not seen to move forward with the site walk, then doing that as opposed to conditioning this appeal on a site walk prior to listening. But I put that out there as just my thoughts.
I just have a quick question for Chris, I guess. Do any of these dock installations require a post-installation check-off, sign-off, inspection?
Yes. So, there is a condition on the permit that I do a final inspection.
Okay.
I have not done that yet. I did do a site visit myself last week and saw the landing, the temporary dock that was installed back in 2022 for the pool-ins. That is still there, and I saw the new dock installation. So I would encourage you to do a site walk. It is something that should be done. Whether the photos can replicate that or not would be up to you.
Can we see what our attorney says on this too?
Yeah, of course we can. Attorney Hamer, is a site walk required?
It's completely up to the board. If the board thinks that having a site walk would provide additional information which would be helpful in resolving the case, then I would suggest that it be scheduled first so you can take a look at the grounds and then come back and discuss it afterwards. I'm afraid that if you wait and save the site walk till after you've had a discussion about it, then you might end up changing your minds and it might be confusing. So if you're going to do a site walk, that's great. I think that's perfectly appropriate. I'm sure it's required, but it's completely up to you. If you decide to do it, though, I think it should be done first.
Okay. Question for Sandy.
Yeah.
Sandy, when could the next site walk be scheduled?
The earliest you could do it is September the 14th because of having to get the notice in the paper twice.
Notices and.
But that would still make us make our meeting for September though, right?
Yes, it would.
And then I'm not sure I should ask this question, but do we know when the dock is going to be removed for winter or whatever?
Doesn't need to be removed until December.
Yep.
I would wait until this all resolved before we do anything, frankly. I just
Okay.
I don't know which room coming or going right now, honestly.
Yeah.
It wasn't a de minimis dock, we spent $36,000.
Could you go to the podium, please?
Sure. Yes.
Good evening, Dan O'Connor, 36 Merch Lane Road. I'm sorry we're here this evening. I would have loved to have worked this out in a much different way. I invited my neighbor to do that. I just moved in. All I wanted to do is get a dock so I can get my boat into our property that we did spend a significant amount of money that it basically worked my whole life to accumulate. That was what I wanted to do. If Bill wanted, if they thought we were going to build a dock, they could have asked me. I've been there the whole time. I would have said, I'm putting in a permit. Come on over, which is exactly what I said when he told me the first time we were putting in a dock. All I need to do is try to get a boat in there. I can't do that safely. I put a mooring in anticipation of when Chris gave us the dock permit. We didn't wait 30 days because I knew there was a waiting period. I waited 30 days because it took 30 days to build the dock. And it was, again, a dock that I was trying to do that was in keeping with the property and my neighbor's hopeful expectations. I invited Bill to come over and look at the property before we put it in, and it wasn't, it ended up not being acceptable to what he wanted to say. It's hard for me to understand what to do with the dock right now, honestly. I feel like just chucking the whole thing to the water. That's how frustrated I am with this. I don't want to wait until September 2nd you're all welcome in my property anytime you want to come over, as is my neighbors, all my neighbors. But I don't want to wait until September 2nd to get a resolution on this issue. I just moved into the community. It couldn't have been off to a worse start for us, honestly. And I don't know what we did wrong, other than following all the rules and trying to keep my neighbor happy. Thank you.
Chair Murch.
Yeah.
We're going a little out of order here.
Yeah.
And so,
I'm sorry, you need to use the podium.
Yeah.
thank you, Kelly McDonald, here on behalf of the Burks. So I didn't want to cut Mr. O'Connor off because I hear that he wants to speak, but we are out of order.
Correct. And
This is
let
not-
me just try and rein this in a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's just speak right now to the fact on the regards to the site walk, and then we'll move from there. Are you willing to, how,
Yeah.
for the Burks, how are they feeling with regards to the need for a site walk?
I'm sorry, would you ask your question again, Chair?
Yeah, with regards to your clients.
Sure.
The Burks, how are they feeling in regards to the need for a site walk?
So obviously, we're going to defer to the board. Well, we don't have a choice on deferring to the board. You guys get to make the call. But it's my view that we don't need a site walk. This is a mathematical question. How much distance is there between the two spaces? And it sounds like the real issue is this a second dock? And I'm looking forward to talking about that when we reach the merits. I'm not sure what the sidewalk does, except gives you an opportunity to see the docks. Now, just to be clear, I don't have up close pictures of the docks in case you're hoping to rely on that. I've got like a Google map picture, an overhead showing the permanent dock that is there with the temporary dock off of it. And that picture was taken before the second dock was installed. From our perspective, the permit was filed while a first dock was in the water. Therefore, it is for a second dock. The permit did not include we've taken this dock out and we would like to put a new dock in this location. So the remedy that Attorney Howe has suggested, that this board say, oh, you're fine, just make sure you don't dock a boat on the other dock or you take the other dock out. That's not, I don't believe, before this board. Before this board is the permit that was actually submitted, and the facts in existence when that permit was submitted was there was already another dock in the water. So I'm not sure that a site walk changes the equation very much here. That's our position on the site walk. But of course, if the board prefers to, would like to do that, we'll happily arrange that and schedule it and go along.
Okay, so if I'm hearing things correctly, hold on one moment for, in regards to the appellants, they are okay with essentially, I don't want to call it waiving a sidewalk because no sidewalk is required, but your parties are agreeable to moving forward with this case without having us do a sidewalk.
Appellants are fine moving forward tonight and would prefer to move forward tonight without a sidewalk.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Can I make a point of order?
Sure.
In our letter to you is a motion and request that there be a site walk planned and conducted because we think it's material, obviously, to seeing the property and seeing how this is set up in making your decisions about first or second dock and in making your decision about whether or not, what the facts of the surroundings look like. It's not a mathematical equation. It's a $30,000-$40,000 equation here, where we think that our clients, after having relied reasonably on the board, are entitled to have you folks come and take a look at the property and see what's there before you ask them to rip out a $40,000 dock, having done no wrong. So our request in the motion was to, or in the letter was to do a site walk.
Okay, but I would also say that Mr. O'Connor came up and indicated that he wanted the appeal to move forward tonight. So how do you reconcile the two?
Out of frustration.
Okay.
Out of frustration.
Okay, very
Because
good.
we've been living here for a month and a half
Okay.
now.
Yep.
With this hanging over our head.
Yep.
So, but I don't want to because.
Yeah, okay.
I
Mr.
want to
O'Connor,
see
Mr.
what we
O'Connor.
try to do.
Any comments are going to have to be at the podium, and I'm going to say, sir, you need to stay seated because we are right. There is a point of order to all of this, and I recognize your frustrations, and I understand that, definitely. But we have to follow through in a correct order here.
Sure.
Chris?
So, the only reason I'm recommending a site walk is because you're being asked to determine whether there's two docks. There are 2 temporary docks. There's no question. There's 2 temporary docks. One was my understanding was going to come out. So the question that arose by the Burks with the 2 previous code officers were that the landing, which I'm calling a landing, is not a dock. The purpose of a site walk would be to determine whether that landing, let's just say the O'Connors remove what's there and keep their dock. They have 1 temporary dock. To have 2 docks, you would have to determine that the landing, or the 12 by 16, whatever the dimensions are of that landing, is a dock or a landing. It's simple. But that you can't visualize unless you're there. It's not attached to land. You have to go across a dock to get to the landing. Then the landing is the base for a dock that extends into the lake like it did 100 years ago. So a site walk would be very helpful unless we have pictures looking down on the site to show a landing. To me, that's not a permanent dock. A permanent dock would be something that originates at land and can be used to moor and dock boats. This isn't the case. It's not deep enough. There's too many boulders there. Just saying, a site walk would be extremely helpful.
I'll put a motion that we schedule a site walk as soon as possible.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Do you want to do discussion?
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, our discussion will be great.
No, just.
Just being annoying.
Since you corrected me earlier, I will.
Robert's rules.
Yeah, well, we're a whole year out from doing this, so yeah, it's all good. So any further discussion? All those in favor of scheduling a site walk? Unanimous. So, Mr. Hamer, how do we procedurally move forward with this? Is this considered a tabled item until a site walk is done?
That would be my recommendation, is that it be tabled to a date certain, at which point, following the site walk, that the matter would be reconvened.
Okay. So Sandy, you're saying that we can have a site walk on September 14th?
Yes.
And the following meeting would be when? September
24th. That's what I just pulled my calendar out for.
So you're saying September 14th, correct?
Yeah.
All right, looks like we're gonna need a motion to table this issue.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of tabling this case until our next meeting, September 24th, following a site walk? Unanimous. So we'll meet again on September 14th.
Thank you.
Of course. And
What was the date of the?
Yeah, 9 o'clock.
Somebody.
Right, yeah.
And Dave?
Yeah,
Somebody
Mr.
had a question.
Attorney Hamer?
What was the date of the next meeting?
The meeting itself, yeah, September 24, Tuesday. Site walk, September 14, Saturday. 9 a.m., correct.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
I just did. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, what's that?
What are the board's wishes as to interactions with the parties during that sidewalk? I just want to kind of set the expectations appropriately. How do you all usually, do you not want to hear from anybody? Do you want us making observations? Do you want to call us? What's your preference?
We are not there to essentially evolve the case any more than for us to just simply look at the property. So if there are any questions, the board members will ask me, and then I will in turn ask anybody who may be there representing the property. Outside of that, we are not looking for anybody to provide us with any information other than what we asked for.
So don't offer input until we are asked for input.
Correct.
Thank you. I just wanted to.
But note that it's a public meeting announcement, so anybody can attend.
This is correct, yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the expectations were clear on all sides.
And I guess with regards to this, we should ask the O'Connors, this is an appeal, but it's on your property. I need to make sure that you're okay with us coming to your property. You're not considering trespassing or anything like that?
Yes.
Okay. And again, it is, as Tom mentioned, it's open to the public, so anyone will be able to come on property. Okay.
Maybe juice? Maybe juice.
Okay. I appreciate your time tonight, and we will meet again on 14th for the site walk, 24th for the meeting. Next on our agenda, Code Enforcement Officer Communications. Chris.
Well, we have another application for an appeal that was,
Thank you.
Sandy does, yeah, have a good day.
Oh, I do know, because I gave it.
Okay, so we have another appeal that came in today, very similar. It's appeal of a violation that I issued for installing a dock without a permit and a shed without a permit on Thomas Pond on the Casco side on Shore Road. So we'll be looking to you for that in September.
Does that mean we have 2 site visits? Sandy?
Is there a potential for timeliness on this one? Or is it?
No, it was a timely appeal.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
it's got plenty of.
Plenty of time.
Okay.
The only thing that isn't necessarily timely, Chris, is our filing for this meeting was on Friday, but we're gonna meet anyway.
Okay, I'm going to pause this just for 1 second. Mr. Hamer, I believe we are all set. Board, do you have any questions for Attorney Hamer? Before I apologize for letting you, forcing you to hang on here.
That's all right. Thank you.
I appreciate your insight tonight and your help.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, we still have quite a few people logged on too, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we didn't have to open it to public comment, so.
And Jason is the new code enforcement officer that was watching, and he'll be starting to attend these meetings in the next month or so, and hopefully taking over some of my duties at some point.
So the structure, is it similar to how you and Alex perform, but now essentially you're in Alex's role, sort of doing more of the?
Yeah, with Alex's departure in March, we were left with no code officer. I was the assistant. So I agreed to jump up from semi-retirement to full-time to do the code enforcement job until we found somebody. We haven't found anybody that was certified, all ready to go. So I'm in the process of training Jason Williamson, the guy we hired 7 weeks ago. He's a very quick learner, has a lot of building experience, and I believe at the end of the year he'll be able to take over as the code officer, and I'll go back to what I was doing with Alex part-time, hopefully.
Nice.
See how that works.
That's the plan, right?
That's the plan. But it's I can tell you that it's already a relief having just somebody else to help.
Yep.
It's a lot. As you know, we've been extremely busy with many issues. Some that you dealt with and some that are just normal business. But this is not what I had planned on, but it's all good.
Yep.
I do enjoy this. It's just I was trying to ease out.
Well,
So much for
back.
so much for retirement.
Yeah.
But like I said, I live right a mile from here, so it's all good.
Okay. Anything else? Anything, Sandy?
Other than, did you guys do the minutes and chair and vice chair? Okay.
Yeah,
I'll see that when I watch it.
It's a real shocker in the beginning.
It's all the same, nothing changed.
Same-o, same-o.
Didn't I look like I was surprised by
Yeah.
that? So my issue was I got a new router for my internet, and it's telling me that I need to put in this 4 to 8 digit code that's on the thing. It's nowhere on there. I have a picture of it. There's no numbers. So I'll be having fun with Spectrum when I go home from work tomorrow.
Good luck.
Wish me luck, folks.
I've had that issue in the past. It's not fun.
No, dealing with them is not fun to start with.
So Sandy, we'll do the first site walk over on Merch Lane.
And the other one I'll
The other
make
one,
for
like,
10.
2 hours later or something? Is that?
Well, I usually schedule them an hour apart.
Or, yeah.
How far away apart, do you know, distance-wise?
Sounds close, yeah.
You could do it in
5 minutes.
Have we adjourned?
5 minutes between.
No, we have not.
No, we're still doing our communications.
But there's no issue doing it an hour apart.
Right,
So-
I mean, the properties are not, they're not even 5 minutes apart from each other.
I mean, the
off
only
of
other
Birch Landing
thing,
right over to
you don't
Red
want
Road
to not give yourselves enough
to,
time at the first
Point
one.
Shores, correct?
We don't know who's going to show up on the second one because we know nothing about it yet. So it's a matter of,
I don't think a site walk's as imperative on that one, but if you want to schedule.
no, but we normally do them.
Yeah.
the
Yeah, let's
Saturday.
let's do them an hour apart.
Yeah.
Unless you're looking and you see that it's like a 30-minute drive, which it shouldn't be, but
No,
if you're
it
seeing
isn't.
it's ridiculous, I
Right.
don't imagine. We've done 3 site walks in one day.
Yeah.
Yes, you have.
So, okay, and the other thing, I don't know,
So I'll
with this,
schedule the other one for 10.
with this second appeal that's coming up, multiple lawyers for this first one, I don't know how to, I don't know if it's worth advising the second appeal party that there's a potential it could be later in the evening. Yes, we'll start at 7, but we may not get to them until, we can't even take up anything new after 10 o'clock.
Right.
So,
You're welcome.
yeah,
Thank you for that.
This one could go a while.
yeah, that's what I'm concerned of. I guess just voice the concern maybe to that applicant, just to let them know that,
Yeah.
show them our bylaws, nothing new after 10. We have no idea how long this one will take.
Right.
So, I don't know if they have their own attorneys at all, so it's just, I don't want them to,
It would be nice to be able to do this without 9,000 lawyers, wouldn't it, guys?
it's okay,
Well,
sharpens our
They
skills.
make it interesting.
Yeah, they do.
All right, all set, Chris, then? All set, Sandy?
Just need a motion and a vote to adjourn.
Yeah, motion that we adjourn. to our-
No objections.
All in favor? Woo-hoo, we are adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the Select Board Workshop. Tonight we have all kinds of committees, members here tonight and employees, and what we're going to go through is the comprehensive plan outline. The first thing on the agenda is introduction, comprehensive plan committee activity summary.
Okay, thank you, Teresa. My name is Kayla Gonzalez and I'm a co-chair of the Comprehensive Plan Committee. On behalf of our committee, I would like to thank the Select Board and town employees for taking time and agreeing to organize this workshop, as well as members of our other town committees and the public for attending. As you know, we have been working over the course of the last 2 years on this effort of updating the comprehensive plan from its previous 2004 version. The plan serves as a long-range guiding document that the Select Board and other town boards and committees, such as the Planning Board and Budget Finance Committee, and also town employees will use in future decision-making. Since the document compiles and utilizes current data on where we stand as a community and also collects and organizes feedback from the community on where they would like to see investments made and where we see ourselves in the future. Since you'll be the ones to put this plan into action, we want to make sure that you are familiar with the draft as it stands now and provide an opportunity to receive feedback on the plan elements as they stand. Tonight, we will provide you with an overview on what we have been doing over these past 2 years since our first meeting in August of 2022, after being appointed by the Select Board in their June 2022 meeting. Peter, do you have anything you'd like to add for an introduction?
Thanks, Kayla. Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, and I'm co-chair, along with Kayla, on the Comprehensive Plan Update Committee. I just add that the presentation is scheduled for 2 hours. Kayla and I are going to alternate on the 7 presentations that are in your outline. We're going to keep it to at least 10 minutes or less per presentation, which should leave us approximately an hour at the end for questions and comments from the individuals from town leadership and department heads and committee members and board members. We're hopefully going to get a lot of feedback there. What I'd ask the chair, since this is a workshop, that she allow there to be public comment at the very end of this workshop. because that would also be important information to have. And so I guess I would just ask very quickly of the members up here or in the public, if I could just, to help Kayla and I as far as looking at how much detail we should get into, can I just have a show of hands of how many here tonight are familiar with the Comprehensive Plan website? Good, thank you. All right, so that gives us some idea of the audience. And like I say, we can tailor our detail to that. So I'd turn it over to Kayla for the first presentation.
The first thing in your packet here is just our activity over the past 2 years. So fortunately, we have not been poring over state checklists for 2 hours each month. As you can see in the provided timeline, we've had varied meetings, presentations, and even field trips. There have been 2 guided bus tours, first in October of 2022, and a second tour in April of 23. With the onset of fairer weather, a boat tour of the Raymond Cape. In between that, we welcomed North Star Planning to help us compile the plan and make sure that we meet all of the state requirements. Taking advantage of elections, we organized successful pom-pom surveys. With the help of North Star, there was also a community survey. We had the pleasure of several guest speakers, including Matt Marcotte with Loon Eco Trust, a state comprehensive plan reviewer, the Wyndham Economic Development Director, Tom Bartel, Sebago Lakes Chamber of Commerce, and lastly, a presentation on technology and fiber optic broadband. To help collect feedback from the community and also required by the state, we held 2 public workshops, the first in January of this year and the second in March. We also conducted department head interviews and spoke with town committees and organizations to best understand the inner workings of the town and get a better understanding of any challenges. We have also drafted inventory chapters, a vision statement, goals, policies, and strategies, which we will highlight tonight. Anything else to add, Peter?
And after each one of these presentations, certainly what we would be looking for would be feedback from Comprehensive Plan members if you have anything to add or anything that we have not covered in the brief summary. We would ask we'd ask everyone up here at the table to hold your questions and comments to the end of the presentations. That way we'll be sure to be in a timely fashion and get all of the presentations done. Thank you. So I'm going to go over the different engagements that we've had with the community over the last 24 months. And I'm just going to summarize these. If you look in your handout there, there's a summary of the summer survey, and that was conducted from June 8th to September 20th, 2023. It was an online survey. Basically, the demographics of the survey respondents were collected, and this was a formal survey that was put together by the committee and our consultants, North Star Planning. It was there were demographics, and the demographics of the survey respondents were that a majority of the respondents were 35 or older, and they were year-round residents. And approximately 40% had children, school-age children in the community, and most were college-educated with a household income in excess of $100,000 a year. The top responses, and these are what I will encourage you to do is, if you haven't had an opportunity to look at any of these reports or surveys, they are all online, and they have nice color graphics, pie charts, and well organized. And so if you want to see your tax dollar and actually working, just go to the website. It's very professional and well done. So the top responses that I selected were, what are the best things about Raymond? And the top 3 responses were small town, rural community, rural beauty. What I'll tell you is that if you went back and looked, and it's posted on the website, the 2004 comprehensive plan, These are identical. They have not changed in 20-some-odd years since the 2004. They're still the major issues that the town is engaged with. What's your favorite outdoor space? Lakes, and it was followed by, and I love this one, my backyard. So that's what the residents feel are their favorite places in the town. What's the biggest threat to Raymond's quality of life? Too much development followed by traffic or unsafe roads. You're going to see as we go through these surveys and communications with the town, those are going to be current themes that inform the committee, which is also incorporated into our vision statement that we'll be covering shortly. What is the one thing, what one thing would make Raymond a better place? And it was, the number one response was community center, followed by more local businesses, improved traffic control. And if you just go to the next page, I just photoed a couple of, from the report, a couple of the graphics. And so one of the things I'd say under number 4, which is what is one thing that would make Raymond a better place, it's not lost on the committee that the last line of that was the closure of the middle school in the RSU 14 district continues to be a concern, and improving education was among the top issues. So that was clear, at least in the individuals that responded to this survey. I say that only because it's something that might not have been well emphasized in the original draft of the plan, that certainly we were involved and are involved in asking the community about their satisfaction with the educational system as it stands today. I would tell you that being said, we are kind of at a loss as to how you would go forward with necessarily changing that, other than continuing to survey the community, poll the community as to the aspects of the public education and the RSU. So that was something that I felt needed to be highlighted here. What is Raymond known for? Landlocked salmon, I guess. Okay, we kind of advertised that, so that's what we're known for. And the next graphic was one that when we were reviewing the draft of the plan and we were reviewing this, there was some concerns on the part of the committee with exactly how this was presented. And I would tell you that one of the edits that was presented was particularly mine. And it was because I had gotten feedback from people in the public that had actually responded to the survey. And as we discussed it the beginning of this month, as far as our first review of the draft plan, this is what came up as a discussion with this graphic and these numbers. The actual survey question from which this information was derived was twofold. Keep taxes as low as possible, even if it means cutting services. And the second option, or the option of that, was invest more in services like recreation, libraries, and infrastructure, even if taxes go up. And in review of this question, the survey question, and the feedback that I was getting from the public, some of the public, was the fact that actually there needed to be 4 questions here. So it should have been, the first one should have been keep taxes as low as possible, period. Keep taxes as low as possible, even if it means cutting services. That'd be the second question. The third question would be invest more in services, period. Or invest more in services, even if taxes go up. So we really didn't capture all of those opinions in those questions. And I'm sure everyone in this room is aware of the fact that as far as surveys are concerned, it is challenging to get the wording correct. It can be challenging to get the wording on a warrant correct. So certainly that has to be taken into consideration. What the committee agreed on was this, along with discussing it with the consultants, that in the first review of the plan, is that maybe this graphic may be a little misleading because of the lack of all the questions being asked. But that in general, in all of our surveys, and in all of our questions with the citizens of this town, in general, there seemed to be a sense that we are willing to pay more in taxes if, in fact, we get the necessary services and that we allow the town to grow along those lines. So that was the general sense that we got. What I would tell you is that it was by no means without objection from the public. So there were some in the public that clearly were saying, yes, what we want is lower taxes. And so I guess it begs the question as, yes, I don't think that there's anyone that would be opposed to saying our goal should be to have lower taxes. I believe what the committee's sense was is that, as an example, in the 2024-25 FY budget, the number one goal was maintaining or lowering the tax rate. And that has been the goal as long as I can remember, and I've been in the community for 40 years. So that's always been a goal. And I don't necessarily disagree with that. I don't think the committee disagrees with that. I think that what we are hearing and what the data that we collected on this graphic in this survey was correct is that the people that responded demographically to this, that 58% of the residents without children were in favor of investing in the town, and that 72% of the residents that had school-aged children were interested in an investment in the town. So that's our take on that. As far as any of the other sessions that we had, as far as the survey is concerned, or surveys are concerned, if you look at I believe it's the next page, is the community listening sessions, and I can just tell you what we conducted in general for community listening sessions. We listened to local businesses and summer camp owners. And what I highlighted from that is that one of those camps noted that taxes and land value for the waterfront camp property are quite high. And both of the camps that were interviewed said that they are family businesses and may not continue to be profitable for future generations. I don't think that that was revealing anything that most of us haven't already thought, especially if we're associated with lakes. And that's that the basic economics say that when the value of the property rises well above the value of the business, that there's going to be increased pressures to sell that property, and that they are lakefront properties. So I guess we could extrapolate from that there'll be more lakefront development unless there are more protections, or ways, as the committee was talking about, to incentivize the camp owners to continue the business and not sell it for its development value. Some of the things we talked about were tax incentives, other programs that the town could possibly develop to support the owners of those camps such that they would be able to sustain the business and not turn them into developments. We also listened to road associations. Their comment was maintenance and plowing costs continue to rise and can be an issue. Beyond their local road issues, concerns of these community members include increased traffic and crowding for the seasonal population, development along the waterfront, and the need to balance support for young and old residents and seasonal and year-round residents together. So once again, another common theme that we found in all of our surveys, in all of our polls, and in all of our interviews was the fact that as far as the roads are concerned, whether they be local roads or association roads, need to be maintained, and is there some way that the municipality can help out in any way? We interviewed lake associations. Their comments were, concerns include maintaining high water quality, beauty, and a small-town atmosphere as Raymond continues to grow, including through better zoning ordinances and enforcement of shoreland regulations. I think this town has just recently gone through a rather protracted period where we were successful in enforcing our shoreland ordinances. The sense that I get from the community is that they want that to continue. And what that is going to mean going forward is that there's going to have to be, I would believe, increased support for our code enforcement to be able to handle these issues as development continues along the shorefront. As far as the rest of the community listening sessions, it was community organizations, and they see opportunities for Raymond to continue working on regional partnerships for broadband, economic development, and community programs. School issue, I mentioned this before as far as the school issue is concerned. And I'd add the last one we had as far as a listening session was at Jordan Bay Place. I'd ask Frank McDermott from the Comprehensive Plan Committee to just discuss this briefly because in fact, he's the comprehensive plan member that actually conducted the interview with the residents. Frank?
Thank you, Peter. I met with the people down at the place. I think their biggest concern was isolation. They felt isolated in the community. As an example, at one time there was a walking trail between the building and 302, went out through the market. And over time, it was not kept up and they were not able to get out there. So they felt very isolated. There was no way they could get on 302 to walk anywhere. It would be like living inside a roundabout without a bridge to the other side of the road. And that was very frustrating for them. Another example is that at the library there are card games on Tuesday, but most of them felt they had no way of getting there. So they felt transportation for the elderly was something that they really needed to have considered. It was a good meeting. They were very sincere in what they wanted, and they weren't looking for handouts. They were just looking for chances to socialize. One of the biggest problems that seniors have is lack of socialization. If you live by yourself and you aren't getting out on a regular basis, that is a real issue for people. It really brings on all kinds of problems like depression and other ailments that the elderly have, and it just rises higher and higher with them. And so those are some of the things we were looking to get into the plan. I also conducted some interviews while we were doing the pom-pom survey. Had a chance to talk to some of the older people who were coming through to vote, and as you're probably aware, it's probably a majority of the people that come through to vote. And they had the same issues. They felt the isolation problem was one of the worst problems they had, the lack of sociability, the lack of getting together with people of all ages just to have a conversation. And I think we need to keep that in mind, and I think the comprehensive plan has done some good work in that area, and we'll be recommending some things.
Thanks, Frank. I guess as far as the overall interviews and the listening sessions are concerned, there were many other opportunities to listen to the community, but these are just some of the highlights. And I'd turn it over to Kayla to go over the vision statement.
Do you want me to also discuss the pom-pom surveys in more detail?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, cover those.
Thank you. So in an effort to engage the community, we conducted some unofficial polls or surveys. This was done independently of North Star Planning and not required by the state. We did this once on Election Day, November 2022, and again on Election Day of June 2024. As voters exited the polls, they were asked if they would like to participate in a quick poll by taking 3 pom-pom votes and place each in one of the jars. This was not a scientific exercise by any means. It was just meant to take the temperature of our citizens. In the November 22 Pom-Pom survey, we asked, what is the most important issue for you involving the future of Raymond? We got a total of what we estimate to be 981 participants based on a total Pom-Pom count of 2,943 votes. I did have my children count those. I did not do them on my own. Natural resources was the most important issue, I think, as we all can imagine. That got 755 votes, followed by economy, municipal services, infrastructure, land use, and housing. In June 24, we asked the question, what would you like to see the Jordan Small Middle School be used as when the facility is returned to the town? In that survey, we had what we estimate to be 339 participants, and that was a total pom-pom count of 1,000. The largest response was the Community Senior Center, followed by a library, daycare, recreations, and town offices. We also had a few other votes. The others were not pom-poms, but actual Post-it notes. And some of the other things that were responded to for the other was sell it, swimming pool, or remain as school or senior housing. The next page that you have in your packet is the vision statement. In October of 23, a small work group was formed by our two Johns, John Clark and John Rand, and Donnell, who began crafting the first draft of the plan's vision statement. The work group began by reviewing the vision statement from the 2004 plan and worked from there. The first iteration was presented to the public for input at the January 20th workshop held at the Jordan Small Middle School cafeteria, and then again at the second public workshop in March that was held at the Public Safety Building. So you have the revised vision statement in front of you right now that was adopted by the committee in May of this year. The two major changes to the original draft was to either name all of the water bodies or just say all water bodies. That's in the first paragraph. We also made a second change with the inclusion of when appropriate in regards to integrating climate resilient efforts, and that can be found in the second paragraph. Overall, this statement focuses on a major driving force behind our collective deep love for Raymond, with the idea of protecting the natural environment and the pride that we take in our forested land and abundant water resources. This statement also addresses some of the changes that we are seeing as a community, such as a continued increased traffic and congestion on our roads, as well as the desire for a strong, healthy community. There is an included statement regarding the need to continue supporting local businesses, improving our village areas, and making Raymond a better place to live for all ages.
And any other input from the comprehensive plan members? Regarding that? No? Okay. What I'd just say is that I just add to what Kayla said about the vision statement. We spent quite a time on this, primarily because it is really the summation of all of the listening, polling, and surveying we did to try and crystallize it into a few paragraphs. What the citizens of the town of Raymond feel is important and where they feel we should be investing and directing our efforts in the future. I'll tell you some of the public feedback from the two workshops that we had were things like acknowledging, and this was to include in the mission, were things like acknowledging road safety issues. I believe we did get that in there. Expanding the town's identity to be more than just lakes and natural resources. I think we kind of got that in there, but you know, I think some individuals in the public, the pushback was the fact that we're more than just landlocked salmon, we're more than just lakes, and we're more than just forests and mountains. We're all those things, and we cherish them, and we want the town to go forward with every effort to protect those. But just to have an identity more than just our natural environment or quality of place, as I've heard it described. There was several that felt we should get promoting regional partnerships in there. I don't know that we actually accomplished that completely, but we do state in the mission statement about collaboration, cooperation. Could it have been a little stronger? Possibly. And then lastly, and I think this went to the first line of the last paragraph, which was, everyone who lives here, works here, grew up here, or wants to come here should have a reasonable opportunity to make Raymond their home. And the response we got from some individuals was, don't encourage people to move here. So just to be aware, and that has to be acknowledged. There are individuals in the community that like it just the way it is, and that's it. But we felt as a committee that what we needed to do was acknowledge that we are welcoming, and we're welcoming of all, as long as they subscribe to the elements in this vision statement. So that's how we did it. So that's the vision statement. What I'm going to talk a little bit about is the summary of the what we've learned workshop on 2024, and also the summary of the future land use workshop, which was held in April of 2024. Both of these workshops were really the major workshops that were organized through North Star Planning, that were meant to try and get more public feedback in order to inform the committee on where Raymond should be going over the next 20 years. What I'll tell you is that I avoid as much as possible the term consensus. It actually can be a contested type of a question. Exactly what do you mean by consensus? If you look it up in the dictionary, what it says is that all parties work through to an agreement. That's really not possible in at polling a community about what the direction of the town should be. So we use terms more like majority or general, or even put adjectives on it, slight majority, large majority, because there was no situation other than, I believe, the fact that we didn't hear anyone that said that we should be less attentive to our natural environment. I don't think we heard that anywhere. So the summary of the February 2024, there were 64 participants and 57 online residents that responded. I guess at this point I'd just say that the caveat is that all of this information, as far as polling and listening sessions and the like, as you all know, because you're here, it comes from an interest in the town. It would be naive to think that we were going to fill this gym tonight with people that were interested in the town. What we do acknowledge is that we all have busy lives, and I emphasize the all. We all have busy lives. But basically the votes, the polls, the discussions that are incorporated into this plan obviously only reflect those individuals that chose to be involved. So, you know, as far as consensus is concerned, I don't know that that's the correct term. Anyway, included were 2 map activities, 1 or 3 open-ended questions, and 2 multiple choice questions. And we also posted the draft of the vision statement in order to get public comments and suggestions. The map activities, number 1 was places in Raymond to protect. And what we did is just put it together in the summary as far as percent of votes that were cast. So as far as places in Raymond to protect, number 1 was all lakes and shorelines, 57%. Established conservation areas got 28% of the vote. Undeveloped land got 13% of the vote, and 2% was other. Places in Raymond for growth, the top 4 locations were Main Street in the Village with 43%, Route 302 with 13%, Raymond Cape Road with Mill Street with 12% and Webb's Mills with 10%. So those are the places that basically the people who weighed in on that workshop said we should be seeing growth. A word about growth. And we've spent a lot of time talking about that on the committee. As far as growth is concerned, it's a situation where when the state talks about growth or identifying growth areas, which is in statute, the town, if they have a comprehensive plan, has to identify growth areas by statute. What the state also says is that if towns don't have a comprehensive plan, or in that plan they do not establish growth areas, that the state of Maine is perfectly happy to do it for us. So understand that that's statute, and there's no way to avoid it as far as saying we're designating this area to be a growth area. What I will tell you is that as far as the state is concerned, I mean, there can be arguments back and forth about home rule and all that sort of stuff. But recently, and we spent some time on the committee talking about this, was the legislation that went into effect July 1st of this year, which the state basically says any approved house lot that has a structure on it can also build an accessory dwelling unit. For the longest time personally, I had issues with the amount of affordable housing that we have in town, what we've put in place as far as requirements for new construction and how much in a development needs to be dedicated to affordable. We on the committee that are not realtors, and I will tell you this, there's 3 realtors on the committee, so we had a vast pool of information there. I got schooled myself on what affordable means, and the best description I got was there's big A affordable and there's little a affordable. And big A affordable is basically a federal state system whereby if you meet a certain income level, then you are eligible for low interest loans or mortgages, voucher systems and the like. And so when people hear affordable, you got to distinguish that. That is big A. Little a, and I've heard this stated on a number of occasions at the planning board meetings that I listen to, that affordable housing in 2024 is an oxymoron. So that's small a. And what that basically tells me is that it's no one can afford housing, or very few people can afford a housing today at the market values. I believe when we go through our exercise over the next year or two in looking at values of the town, a lot of people are going to have their eyes open quite a bit. That's personal, that's my own thoughts. What I'll tell you is that if we look at the next page, which is the Raymond Comprehensive Plan fact sheet, this was put together by North Star, and it was presented at the February 24 workshop on what we've learned. I just made a couple of interesting notes as far as this handout is concerned. I found it very informative. We handed it out to citizens, and it's information that we've gotten. And so it gave us population, median age, median income. What I would tell you is that in 2022, the area median household income to afford a house in Cumberland County is $106,225. So that's the area median household income, and the median income in Raymond is $80,982. So to say that most of us could afford to buy a house comparable to the one we're in right now, the chances are slim that we can do that. That's just the reality of the market. But that's small A affordability, and it shouldn't be confused with the large A affordability. I also highlighted that we have one senior housing complex in town, and that senior housing complex was actually one of our, I guess, bright notes in the 2004 comprehensive plan, because they had just constructed that. So we at least had something to say like, well, we just constructed 20 units of senior housing in Raymond. I don't know that there's been a unit since constructed in Raymond. Just an observation. As far as the seasonal population, that last line, we had some discussion, and the realtors were very good about opening our eyes to that as well. North Star estimated that 6% of Raymond homes are used for short-term rentals. There is no mechanism, because there is no mechanism to count short-term rentals in the town of Raymond. So it's an estimate. And the estimates came, I believe they said, based on looking at websites and advertising, houses, and they came to that conclusion, that 6%. And all I'm saying here is, we don't know. And until we have a mechanism to track it, we won't know. So I think that's all I had for the handout for the February. The summary for the land use workshop in April, and this was also a crucial one, of which the picture is in the front of the handouts you have, was well attended, and it had to do with future land use, and it's one of the hallmarks or the keystones of a comprehensive plan, because obviously the town wants to be able to say where they believe the use of the land is going to be in 10 or 20 years. Approximately 80 participants viewed 3 proposed future land use scenarios. Participants provided input on future preservation, growth, and investment. Here's a caveat. Anyone that attended that, a week prior to the workshop on future land use, a public meeting regarding a proposed zoning change in the Route 302 area was held. And many of the citizens who attended the workshop on future land use were residents of the 302 area and had concerns about development. I insert that only because it had to be that some of the data was skewed a little bit towards one particular group. That happens. There's nothing wrong with that happening. And individual neighborhood groups, groups that are in a particular zone or a village or whatever, have every right and should organize to advocate for their position. All I'm doing is pointing it out. By state statute, the future land use map has to show 3 basic areas: growth areas, rural areas, and transitional areas. And so when the state, I said previously, the state actually will designate for the town, if the town doesn't do it, what their growth areas are. It's based on roadways, accessibility, sewer, and water. So that's what the state uses to basically determine for a town, if the town doesn't do it itself, where the growth areas should be. So what I'll tell you is that by definition, the 302 corridor is a growth area. It has been a growth area since well before the 2004 comprehensive plan. And in fact, that plan directed growth to the 302 corridor. That's what it did. Now, what I've learned is that, unfortunately, when most people hear growth, it's kind of like affordable. It's, I don't want more super development along my community. I don't want it. I can appreciate that. I believe the committee appreciates that. But that's really not what the definition of a growth area is. It has more to do with investment. So what's going to be invested in road safety in a growth area? Are we going to have more traffic lights? Are we going to have some sort of increased police protection or surveillance? Are we going to collect more data on what's happening in the roadway in order to lobby MDOT? That all requires investment, time, money, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a 3-story high-rise. And yet, unfortunately, what we deal with a lot of times with the public is that right away, when they hear growth, what they're thinking about is just that, rather than investment. And quite honestly, the town has already invested significantly into 302. As far as growth areas that were identified, was along with Route 302, is Raymond Village and East Raymond as being designated as growth areas. And the question was asked, what type of development would you like to see in this area? The top three were neighborhood stores and small businesses, single-family homes, and a community center. And I think that probably goes to the status of this building in another few years. So one of the things that was proposed is to expand or create village areas where they traditionally have been village areas and designate them growth areas, meaning we can invest in that. So when we talk about Raymond Village, the general feeling was that, yeah, that needs investment. And in order to get investment, the best thing to do would be to designate it as a growth area. East Raymond, where we sit right now, would be considered as a growth area. That was the proposal, the scenario that was offered in the workshop. There was a traditional village here at one time. And the idea being creating these villages, there was even talk about some residents saying at the intersection of 302 and Raymond Cape Road, that a small village area designated there. The idea being these creating more village schemes, the idea is to take the pressure off of our major thoroughfares and give that by doing that, address some of the traffic issues. And so in theory, I live on Raymond Hill Road. If I can run down to here and get a gallon of gas or a gallon of milk or a loaf of bread, in July, I'm probably going to avoid Route 302. And so the idea is by that type of development, you actually reduce in part or address in part the traffic issues we've been hearing a lot about. What kind of traffic improvements would you like in these growth areas? Sidewalks, bike lanes, paths, trails, maybe a bus or a shuttle. In the rural areas where North Raymond was primarily where it was designated. What type of land uses should the town encourage here? The top three were single-family homes, agriculture and forestry, and duplexes. I'm surprised to that one. And that would be in the rural area in North Raymond. What kind of transportation improvements would you like to see in that area? Improved roads, address speeding, and safer biking and walking. The transition area is a little hard to conceptualize, but it would be Route 121 and the western end of Route 302, which are basically where our industrial zones are. So as a transition area, what type of development would you like to see here? The top three were single-family homes, small businesses, small industries. Understanding that in these transitional zones, what has to be addressed, and I believe is going to be addressed, is the fact that ordinances governing such things as commercial type or industrial type operations that are in residential zones or abut residential zones have to be addressed as far as appropriate buffers, increased surveillance of light and noise and smell, attenuating any smell associated with them, and to keep them just that, small scale. What kind of transportation improvements you'd like to see in the transition areas? Improved roads, sidewalks, shoulders for walking, biking, traffic calming methods to improve safety and reduce speeds. I think we can all agree that there's definitely some theme in all of these responses from the community. So what I did include in this is a map in your handout, and what it shows is future land use, and it shows the Route 302 growth area, which is in red, which is a little hard to see because it's buried in the orange. The village growth areas, the rural areas, which I would tell you is no surprise, comprises all of the land mass in Raymond. And there's also a telecommunications growth area. That's actually our TIF area. That's where we have some electronics, industrial electronics firms. It's kind of where the Portland pipeline runs and that sort of stuff. So that's kind of a transitional area. Understanding, and I believe the committee does in our commitment to saying we're going to do everything we can to encourage the safeguarding of water qualities in town, that you can see it's pretty hard to locate anything in this town that isn't in close proximity to a lake, a pond, or a stream. And it's kind of, that's the nature of who we are. We have to have safeguards in there, but at the same time, I believe the committee is committed to the fact that we can't control growth. We can only manage it. So with that, let me turn it over to Kayla.
Thank you, Peter. Next, I'm just going to go over the plan chapters, which is inventory and analysis of existing conditions. The state requires the comprehensive plan to include chapters regarding the current state of Raymond. These cover history, demographics, natural resources, recreation, and local economy, and current maps. These are not available yet for your viewing, so I will pull out a few of the highlights. They are still in draft form, and I'm going to start with the population and demographics of Raymond. So Raymond experienced a boom in population between 1960 and the year 2000. While still on the rise, growth now is occurring at a much slower pace. Our population growth is much like the smaller towns in our surrounding area, but does not keep pace with the growth seen in Windham. As most of you know already, Raymond is aging as fewer people and families are moving to Raymond, and we are also well aware that during summer months, our population swells. This chapter also covers things like educational attainment, income and property levels, race, and population projection. This data for the chapter was heavily provided by U.S. Census. The historic chapter covers community history, starting with Raymond's first inhabitants and moving to European settlement and its incorporation in 1803 with an early economy based in timber. In the late 19th century, Raymond began developing as a summer tourist destination with ample opportunity for hunting and fishing and the development of summer camps. If you don't already have it or have read The History of Raymond written by Ernest Knight, I recommend you find a copy. This is where most of the information of this chapter was found. The natural resource chapter covers our mountaintops such as Raymond Hill, Ledge, and Tunney Hill, as well as our wetlands and watersheds. We have a diverse plant and wildlife habitat and vernal pools. Our most common invasive species is milfoil, with several of our community lake and pond associations working diligently to control. The transportation chapter talks about our major roads, which are routes 302, 85, and 121, as well as Egypt Road. This chapter also inventories our bridges, major culverts, lists our road design standards, and our commuting patterns. It is no surprise that 83% of our workforce commutes to work in a vehicle alone. Raymond's economy was originally based around natural resources, as I previously mentioned. With the introduction of tourism in the late 20th century, Raymond was able to support small businesses in the village on Main Street, as well as some industrial companies. Raymond's unemployment rate is 2.4% and is slightly lower than Cumberland County's at 3.5%. Note again, this was obtained by U.S. Census data. We have a small local economy based mostly along Route 302. Most of the 1,000 jobs that are available in Raymond are based on manufacturing, with construction, retail, and education coming up second. Raymond workers mostly commute to Windham, South Portland, and Portland, with only 20% of Raymond's employees living in Raymond. Raymond used to be a town rich in farming and agriculture. We still do have some small farms. According to the Maine Office of GIS, we have a total of 2,165 conserved acres in Raymond. This is either conserved land by state or privately by organizations such as Loon Echo Trust. We have 76 acres enrolled in farmland, 9 in open space, and 1,300 in tree growth. Raymond relies on wells for our drinking water, and there is limited public supply. We do have a few transient non-community systems that provide water to campgrounds, and only a couple of non-transient, non-community water supplies for our schools and larger facilities such as Sabre Yachts. We do have an expanding recreation department and several sites of recreation such as Tasseltop Beach, Sherry Gagnon Park, Raymond Beach, and Crescent Beach. And as you know, we've received a lot of feedback from the community that they would like to see expanded options for all ages, especially for our aging population. In the public facilities section, town facilities not covered in recreation are cited. This would include our town office, fire stations, fire department, public works, cemeteries, library, and schools. One of the chapter covers our fiscal capacity. This includes municipal debt, revenue, valuation, and expenses with current capital expenditures. Also reviewed is the current housing stock. We have about 3,000 housing units in total, of which the vast majority are single-family homes with 3 bedrooms. Our housing stock is largely owned with 9.5 of our units being rentals, so 9.5% of our units are rentals. We also have a large amount of seasonal housing. Our median home price in 2020 stood at $395,000. That was up from 75% in 2010, and as you can see, provided in the fact sheet by Peter, in 2023, that is now up to $418,000. Lastly, there's a chapter covering land use patterns, recent land use ordinance updated in 2022, lot dimensions, and land use regulations. Included in these chapters are several maps, which are can be sites of recreational facilities, ecological features, flood and slope hazards, undeveloped blocks and conserved lands, public facilities, water resources, and an existing zoning map.
Thanks, Kayla. Any comments from committee members?
A lot of words. That was a lot of words.
All right, as far as the summary of goals, policies, and strategies, the disclaimer is that basically that document is still in draft form. Understand that we've been advised not to be releasing specifics from a draft because, as you're aware, a draft is just that. We haven't finished our work as a committee. You're going to have input. All the individuals up here are going to have input. And I guess lastly, I would say that sometime between December and January, the state of Maine is going to have some input as well. So rather than confuse issues by releasing draft information that may change, it's better to stay general. So I'll give you a general review of the summary of goals, policies, and strategies. So the goals. There was four general goals and subcategories. So goal 1 would be to build a resilient Raymond, prepare for impacts of climate change, construct weather-resistant infrastructure, and increase town capacity to serve the community. Pretty broad in general terms, but when we did a previous survey, I think it was a summer survey, and we asked residents if they had been impacted, they felt they had been impacted by the changes in the climate. At least 50% of the respondents said yes. What's that have to do with planning? Obviously, everything from preventing our roads from washing out to preventing wildfires to destroy timberland, being the most forested state in the Union. So it's those type of strategies. It's also basically employing ordinances that, as far as building is concerned, that embrace the idea of building weather-resistant structures, and increasing the town capacity to serve the community. I think that goes without saying that with the right amount of judgment and physical responsibility, we're going to need additional individuals to be able to address these resiliency issues down the road. The second goal was to protect Raymond's natural and water resources, a common theme, right? Conserve Raymond's most important natural resources, maintain the high quality of Raymond's lakes, ponds, and waterways, and increase public access to Raymond's water bodies. That came up from the public as something that, in general, the public would like to see. How we go about doing that and exploring that is going to be something that'll require input, as all of this implementation of any of these goals and strategies is going to require input. It's going to require input from the population of Raymond at large, input from the town leadership, input from department heads, and hopefully input from both private and municipal ad hoc committees that are developed to address these challenges. We have some in the town. I believe what the plan is going to say is we need much more. And third goal, invest in safe and accessible transportation for all, make it easier to walk and bike around Raymond, improve road safety, increase off-road trails for recreation and bike pedestrian access, and provide alternatives to driving. And then the last goal was to strengthen Raymond's sense of community. That is something that came through loud and clear in all of our activities with the public. I guess the question wasn't directly asked as to compare your sense of where community was in Raymond 20 years ago compared to where it is today. That would have been an interesting question to ask. What is brought up consistently is that there seems to be a lack of a sense of community, which I believe is why the response has been so strong for community centers, senior centers, recreation, meeting places, developing small village scenarios where people can congregate in a green space or a park or sidewalks to allow them to get there. So this was a current theme that we had across the board right from the beginning, right up to date, as far as establishing a stronger sense of community in the town. As far as the recommended policy and associated strategies, the other areas that we're looking at are natural resources, transportation, housing, economy, community, fiscal responsibility, town capacity, and infrastructure. And as I said, the efforts at developing these policies requires the commitment and input from the community at large, town leadership, municipal committees and boards, as well as ad hoc community and private action groups. One of the primary attempts tonight to get this word out to the community, to those involved in the town.
Sure, so I'm just going to talk a little bit now about next steps and the implementation of the plan. So we are winding down. We will be reviewing the second draft of the plan at our upcoming September meeting. This part of the entire plan covers Raymond today, Raymond tomorrow, and the future land use plan. We will also be reviewing the first draft of the goals, policies, and action matrix. This matrix lists a goal with corresponding policies and action items, just as Peter was just describing. An example to go a little bit further into that would be if we're talking about prioritizing walking and biking around Raymond, the policy could be make it easier to walk. The action item would be build a sidewalk that spans the length of Raymond Cape Road. The responsible party would be the select board, town manager, public works, and the budget finance committee. In October, we will plan for a public comment period regarding the draft plans with a public hearing in November. If all goes smoothly, we'll be submitting the plan to the state for review in December, as Peter mentioned earlier, and we will make any changes based on the state feedback necessary. Finally, the plan will be placed on the town warrant for vote and hopeful adoption in June of 2025. After the plan is approved and adopted, this is the whole reason why we asked everybody here today, our work becomes your work. You now get to take over for us. In 2004, when the comprehensive plan was adopted, a comprehensive plan implementation committee was formed by the select board. They again will have the option to choose to do that. They'll also have to look at this when they're setting goals or directing town employees to pursue initiatives, for an example. The Budget Finance Committee and the Planning Board can also utilize this document when looking at department budgets and ordinances. So we would really like you to be familiar with it, provide your feedback, because ultimately you're the ones that are going to be doing the hard work with it. Any other?
Thank you.
Other that?
So that kind of concludes our presentation, and boy, 65 minutes, that's what we planned. So I would then, at this point, open it up to questions from anyone up here, department heads or leadership or committee members as
Peter,
questions.
there's one thing I do want to ask. I'm noticing that we are the only ones that have copies of this. Can we send copies to all board members? Is that okay to do? Because I guess the people that couldn't be here tonight, I would love for them to get this. Or is this on the website?
No, that's my creation. I've got extra copies here, and certainly you're free to make as many copies as you want.
Okay. No, I'd send a text to Sue to say, is there any, to have Mel, can we send it to other board members? I know of other people that could not be here tonight.
Sure. I guess one comment I would make, and this shouldn't be taken the wrong way, but I'd say 80% of the information that's in the handout that you have is on the website.
Okay. It's just, you put it together very well.
Thanks.
Yeah, organized, both of you guys. Thank you. All right. Any questions for these guys?
I have a question. No surprise. Under top response, in one sentence it says too much development. That's a concern, a threat. In the very next line, it says they want to a community center followed by more local businesses. So I'm kind of curious what the difference is with how you interpreted too much development. They talking homes, or, you know, as far as, it's kind of ironic, it follows, one goes to the next.
Yeah, all data collection is kind of ironic in some senses. So we want it all, but we don't want to pay for it all. Or we want to be a welcoming community, but we don't want to build more homes. I think that's sort of the key to all data. And I would say that when we talk about growth, people do not, in general, we get a sense from our community, do not want more homes. They don't want more people. They don't want more cars on the road. But they want us to grow our community. I would say that would be the gist of what we've collected from data.
So we wouldn't have to drive to Wyndham?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the idea that if we had a little bit more to offer in our village areas or along our small stretch of 302, we wouldn't have to drive into Wyndham or go to Gray.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, Dennis, just to build on that a little bit, the bottom line is that we got loud and clear the message from the community, from our efforts, a phrase that seemed to echo again and again, which is, we don't want to become Wyndham. I mean, that came through loud and clear. Interestingly enough, almost as many respondents and people would say, one of the things I like about Raymond is it's a rural community in close access to shopping and to the coast and to the mountains and all that sort of stuff. So once again, it's kind of like the survey question of a community and asking, do you want higher taxes? No, I don't. Okay, ask the next question. Do you want increased and improved services? Yes, we do. And I got to tell you, it's kind of, okay, that's a challenge.
I think no matter where you go, if you ask that question, do you want your town to be further developed? The answer is no to begin with. It's a knee-jerk reaction. What you need to do then is to sit down and discuss what we mean by growth and get them to buy into a growth plan. But I think the reactions of the vast majority of people when you ask them what would you like to have happen in your town is nothing. We don't want to grow. We don't want any more houses. We don't want any more people.
Well, my suggestion would be then, I understand if someone wants another restaurant or another small deli or something, you know, maybe a bowling alley for the kids, but when you get around to finalizing, I think that would be nice to clarify the difference when I was wondering what one group was saying followed by the next. And by the way, I know how much time you put in. I followed a lot of the meetings, and I want to thank you had a great committee, some really dedicated people involved. So from my perspective, one of the best committees I've seen. So thank you for all your time.
Thanks.
One of the things that is an issue in town is, I guess, that last mile for the elderly. And it's something that they could not get down to the bus when they went to go, but if we were to hire a driver possibly in town to drive around to pick people up to bring them to certain nights, they can call in and say, yes, I want to go to this event, or like at the library or the rec or whatever, that we can get them there. So it may be worth checking into hiring a driver to get people to where they need to be, or a supermarket run, or that type of thing.
I think what I'd say is, in kind of dovetailing off of what Dennis was asking and what Kayla said, which is kind of what is the perception of growth versus development. I believe what we heard from the community as far as endorsing the small villages in 2 or 3 other locations in town, that obviously there would have to be very clear ordinances, direction from the town as far as what we want. What this is a village. We want the flavor to be that of a New England village. We want it to be something that we're really not talking about development, meaning those areas would have chain stores or big box stores, or I mean, we're close enough to that. We can get to that if we want to. So I think that was the sense as far as the looking at the future land use and developing villages. I guess I'd also say that as far as where the community seems to be wanting us to go in this whole scheme of things, is to say, well, you know, all of these things you propose cost money. And so what was coming through from the consultants and from the interviews was that the town really needs to explore other ways of creating revenue. And I know the town has done that, and recently they've done a lot of it, especially through recreation and the like. But what I'm hearing is more in the way of pursuing grants. And I'll tell you, it's wasn't a unanimous feeling on the committee that that's something we should be doing. And it certainly is not lost on all of us that federal, state grants, well, you know, where does that money come from? Well, it comes from us. That's where the money comes from. But the fact that developing other revenue streams, we had a significant discussion about the pros and cons of, I guess for lack of a better term, user fees. And that was raised to the selectmen, but at that time they chose not to want to look at those things. Our experience has been that user fees, the approach is one where it's you approach it with a scalpel and not a meat cleaver. So you have very specific earmarked funds that are going to be funded by development at a fee, and the argument being that that's going to drive up the cost of affordable housing. Well, yes, it will. Housing is more expensive, and my sense is that housing will come down and won't be as expensive in another few years. But is it ever going to come down to where it was before? No, it's not. You know, we pay $30,000 for a car now. I get a heck of a lot more of a car for $30,000 than I got 20 years ago. But that's one of the reasons why it costs $30,000. But the argument being that it's a situation where user fees are somehow a penalty on the home buyer ultimately needs to be explored, because the attitude is pro and con. I wouldn't say it's really split anywhere, but really right up the middle. I would also say that we've talked about our open space fund, and should we be purchasing more open space land in order to go in line with the community forest and Morgan Meadows and the like. Maybe what it would be suggested is that the town looks at several consulting services And I'm not endorsing any one North Star or whatever, but I'd say possibly with the growth and the way we're going, what we need is more professional input as far as planning is concerned. And that, you know, we have great representation at the planning board and in consultation with Sebago Technics. But I believe Sebago Technics would be the first to admit, but we're not really municipal planners. And I'm not saying we have to go out and hire all of these people, but I'm saying that a professional grant writing firm or a professional consultant on municipal planning might be something to explore to address some of these issues. Once again, all of it takes money. And I believe that before you can even start talking about that, you have to be fiscally responsible, and you have to have the committees and boards in town all on the same page and working towards the same goal. Other questions? Yeah.
For the June 2024 election, Frank and I were surveying people with the Pom-Pom survey about what this school should go back to or what it should be used for. And we talked about community service, senior center, recreation, library, town office, daycare, and then, of course, other. This building's big enough to do all those things. And that's one of the beautiful things about Raymond is that this town is big enough to do a lot of things. So to kind of box us into just having one option, I think this comprehensive plan has kind of opened our eyes that we can do many different things in this town and still have a rural feel, but still provide the services that our growing town needs. The other thing that we talked about, not so much, well, a little bit in here, but also at our comprehensive plan meetings, is safety. The speeding on these roads is atrocious. Main Street is a drag strip. Egypt Road is terrible. And so is Webb's Mills. And I'm sure we could put whatever road you live on and talk about that. But one of the things we said was, hey, maybe we lower the speed limit, but of course that's not, and it's being ignored now. We talked about actually having a police presence that we could possibly hire that will help us with the speeding, number one, and the safety issues. Main Street has a sidewalk, and I still get a little nervous walking down it when somebody's flying down there. For someone to jump that curb and hit me is not out of the question. So we talk about safety, maybe a little bit of income with a police presence, and that will actually help slow the traffic down on these roads.
Right. It's funny, when we were doing that survey, a number of people, a lot of people said to us, well, where's the bucket for all of these?
Yeah, a lot of people didn't know that the school was, the school was even going to be lost.
That was
shock.
interesting.
Yeah.
How many people came through and didn't know they were losing the middle school?
They said, what school? I said, the one you're standing in right now.
Are there any other further questions or comments?
I mean, we're here, so I'll talk about the library. We've been talking a lot about like community development and building a community center. And I would like to say the library serves a lot of that. And with good funding and good space, we can do even more of that, so thanks.
That was an interesting response we got, because there were a number of people who would say, well, I don't want to lose our quaint library. My answer to them is, you ought to get on there on Tuesday morning when people are playing cards, or call to make a reservation to go to one of the programs and be told, well, we're 20 over already and we aren't taking any more reservations for these things.
Yes, on Tuesday mornings, you'll regularly see people walk in and just walk out because you can't find a spot to stay. Same with story times.
I'd ask the chair if there's no more questions from the panel up here, if she would entertain letting the public make comment.
Oh, gosh, yeah, this is just an open workshop, so anybody wants to talk, go ahead. Anybody? Go, Jim.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So I just had some questions or comments or all of the above. So you were talking about how people didn't even know that the school was doing it, and I would say, I think our communication in Raymond needs to be improved in terms of, like, we used to have the Raymond Roadrunner, and I know people are gonna say, oh, we have the Wyndham Eagle and there's the Raymond page, but there's barely anything on it. And you were saying that nobody's here. It's August, it's back to school, it's last school vacation. I think there are a lot of people who care about things, but as you said, they're busy and they don't have the time, and they may not be aware of, like, what's happening or the importance of it at the time. And I think part of that, for one thing, we went from caucusing to being primaried, right? And then we also went from town meeting to just showing up and voting in the voting booths. So, like, now that's isolating because we're not talking to each other. So I just want to throw that out about, as we move forward with anything, I think the communication of getting the word out to people, like, this is what's happening in Raymond, this is what's going on, the school is this, and we have options to do that. And because even voting, I mean, you saw me, I was here with my flyers, and people just blow past you. They don't want to stop, they don't want to be involved, they don't want to ask to be signing petitions, they don't want to do that. But they do care about their town, and they do care about what's going on. I'm a scout mom, so I have 3 Eagle Scouts, 2 boys and a girl. When they let the girls in, she became an Eagle Scout. And we stayed involved in Scouts, supporting them. And we're even seeing that, you know, Raymond lost its Cub Scout, you know, troop in this past year. We still have our Boy Scout troop. We lost our girl Boy Scout troop. The 2 girls that were in it went on to be Eagles, and nobody joined after that. And the fact that we have Camp Hines here, you know, and, like, it's the heart of Boy Scouts, that's kind of sad. So I don't know what that's about, and I don't know if that's busy families, there's too many activities to juggle, if communication isn't, recruitment isn't. These are just things that I'm aware of, that I'm just bringing up, these little things in terms of communication. Just because I really care about Raymond too, but again, with those 3 kids, now they're teenagers, I have more free time. I had less free time when they were littles, so I couldn't be as involved. I was involved in the PTA, but maybe not involved in town. And I've said this before at various meetings that y'all have seen me too. Our town does a really great job. I love all of you. I'm grateful to all of you. Even if I disagree with you, you're here, you're doing it, you care about it. We just may disagree on things. So I think that too, that when you have a town that sort of has really committed, passionate people who are there doing it and things are running smoothly, and you're busy, you tend to go on autopilot until something comes up that you really care about, and then you're, like, in it. And like I said, something brought me back into it, and I'm at a place in my life now that I can do it, and now that I'm sort of engaged, it's like, yeah, it's time to get back involved in Raymond. So you will see me at the polls in November, not handing out flowers. I volunteered to man the polls for Mel, so I'll be there to help out. I had a question in terms of, I don't know what user fees are. Are we talking about residents in the town of Raymond, or are we talking about, you know, somehow monetizing our tourism in terms of, you know, right now anybody can put a boat in on Raymond Beach, you know, on 302. There was a time when I thought when you redid the parking lot, you were going to try and charge people, but then there wasn't enough room in the parking lot and people were parking on 302, and then they were just like, well, I'm not paying, so I'll drive to the other end of Sebago and put in there. So I'm not sure what we're talking about in terms of user fees, in terms of who's paying the user fees. Is it the residents of Raymond? Is it the tourist people? Is it the Airbnb people? Is it, you know, who's, if they're coming to utilize our resources and enjoying them? Yeah.
The user fees I was talking about are commonly referred to as impact fees, and they would be paid by the developer. The argument is that down the road, that all the developer's going to do is pass it down to the consumer.
Sure, I could see that too. Yeah, as an accountant, I can see how that goes. I'm a small business consultant myself. And then the other thing is, in terms of, so are we leaning towards the villages models? You gave us 3 models, is that, or are you not wanting to say that? Like, what was the winning model sort of from, because I was at those comprehensive plan meetings and we did the little circles and stickers and there were the 3 different models and I thought we were choosing one. Are you leaning towards one at this point, or is the town or the people leaning towards one?
We took the input from the workshops and we sort of compiled that into one right now, but it is still in draft form. So it's really hard to kind of comment on that.
I do want to point out, though, too, that those 3 different models were meant to be sort of extremes in that one type of a mentality, so that, you know, you can see if it went very much in this direction, this is what it would look like. If we wanted to conserve it all, this is what it would look like. And the idea was that we would probably be, there would be components of each model that would strike a chord with some and would rub people the wrong way with others. So the idea is that we're going to take the input on all of these things and kind of make a hybrid type model that might take components from one, components from another, and really make it our own map, our community map that has the input of all the towns. So it's not just a villages style future land use map. It's, okay, what are the features of the village that we like and we would like to see, and how can we incorporate that into our map? So the other thing of thinking as well that we talked about with the consultant was that some of the growth areas don't, you know, just calling it a growth area doesn't mean the same thing along 302 as it might mean in the village or in East Raymond. That we can really cater and fine-tune what that particular growth area might look like. What are the things that we would want to see in that particular growth area? So whether it's improvements to traffic and street and safety, or is it we want to see more community centers, we want to see more small businesses, more sidewalks. You know, it will differ depending on what part of town you're looking at.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my other question is, so in implementing this plan, I definitely, I am hearing, Peter, that this is state law, and obviously we would rather have control of our own destiny here in Raymond than have the state come in and tell us what to do. So thank you all for, you know, being so thorough and recognizing the character of our community. I guess my question with respect to implementation is that you can designate these things as growth areas, but if this is privately owned land, how are you changing the character? Are we talking eminent domain now to say, like, okay, well, so-and-so owns 20 acres on, you know, Main Street or behind Main Street, there's all this, and we want to do a village format, so we need those 20 acres to build this stuff in there. So I guess that would be my question, is how does this get implemented if it's all privately owned? Or are we looking at things that are, you know, publicly owned by Raymond, or how is that working?
I think this goes back to the definition of growth areas and what we mean by that. So if we're talking about growth in the village area, we might just mean better sidewalks or a sidewalk that continues all the way through. There was recent sidewalk done on Main Street, and I think some of that was not taken by eminent domain, but we bought portions of people's yards to construct that. But that was done obviously with their consent and
Sure.
as a consensus. So I think we're not talking about eminent domain here. We're just talking about growth in a way that makes sense and that is feasible to do. And it would be mostly town property.
Okay.
Or donated land, or working with other conservation organizations to obtain land that we can conserve and grow our conserved land. That could also be considered growing.
Sure. So I guess what I was sort of thinking as we were talking in the villages, right? Peter made the example of like, I live out here and it'd be really great to have a grocery store here instead of going there. I totally agree. I think that too, but how do we get that grocery store here? And we did have a grocery store in Raymond, right? And it went under. So like, how do we bring these small businesses back to grow our community in a way, as we said, that helps the rural feel of the town, but provides the community and the character that we all moved here for, 26, 30 years ago. I've been here now, I guess. And, preserve it for the aging populations as well as the young families coming in. Like we said, we want it to be all things to all people, which I think in some respects we can if we stay true to who we are, and in other respects we can't. And I guess I would use the example that I got from Jeff and Alyssa Messer when we were doing the whole commercial solar in the rural residential and shoreland zones, and it was like, yeah, everybody wants solar, everybody wants da-da-da-da-da, but sometimes you have to look at your community and see what your community is about, right? Like, we wouldn't put the Oxford Speedway here in Raymond because we're not set up to do that, right? Like, we don't have that kind of land because we have all the lakes. So like, that works for them because they have that kind of space. It doesn't work for us. Similarly, like, we couldn't be the Cumberland County Fair because we don't have that. So we sort of look at who is Raymond, what do we have, what are our resources, and how do we grow within that to maintain the character of Raymond without turning into Wyndham or turning into Gray or New Gloucester or whatever, because I think a lot of us did come to Raymond I commuted to Portland, which was easy for me. I was a Jersey girl and commuted to New York City, so I was willing to live out here and commute. And I did like the rural feel because I could go to the big box stores in Wyndham, but I don't want them here in Raymond because I can drive 15 minutes to them. And then also the aesthetic, right? Like, we all love Wyndham because it has everything, but it's really ugly. So whereas I see my brother who's in Connecticut, so he's Avon, Connecticut, which is outside of Hartford, Simsbury, and they have these beautiful malls of character. So it would be like our Wyndham, but everything would look the same, like uniform. It'd be really cute, and you might have a grocery store in there along with a Dick's Sporting Goods, but the building is the same, so it looks really cute and quaint and has that feel to it. So I think as we're looking at growing is...
As far as your question about funding, I think it goes back to what the community was informing the committee, which is that basically the town needs to look at other sources of revenue.
Sure.
And that we do not pursue enough in the way of state and federal grants. If I'm not mistaken, half of the sidewalk that was installed on Main Street was through a state grant monies. So the bottom line is are there opportunities out there other than mill rates that are necessary to finance growth? And as Kayla said, it's with growth, what we hope the community understands is we're talking about improvements and investment, not necessarily big development.
Right, like those apartment buildings in Wyndham right there, and that are like, now there's 3 more next to Domino's, right? And then I guess to speak to that, I will say my husband works in the field of mental health and substance abuse, and the state of Maine has a huge grant from the opioid settlement money. Now, it's not specific, but if you're talking about doing a community center, I wonder if there's some leeway to get funding for that, because a community center, right, keeps kids off the street, keeps them off drugs, creates community. There might be some creativity there to access some of that money. I won't say that there is,
I would tell you that the consultants provided 2 pages at the end of the goals and strategies
of options
of different agencies, federal and state, that provide grants to communities.
That's great.
I would like to just, I'm sorry, real quickly, just speak to your question regarding how do we go about this and how does this happen? That's done usually through zoning and ordinances. So if you want to create more of an inviting environment for businesses or small businesses, you do that through zoning and through ordinances. If you want your businesses to look a certain way, you create an ordinance that says you can open a business here, but it has to look this way. It has to fit in with our standards.
Okay,
Thank you, Kayla. I was going to address that, but I couldn't get anybody's attention, and I wasn't sure how to address your question.
Sure.
But she's right. The comprehensive plan is a plan that is used as a tool for our planning board, if they're creating ordinances, to, as a guide as to what the town is looking to do. To keep the integrity of the town, we will look to the comprehensive plan for addressing ordinances for growth, like in the village residential area. If we want to add a use like a grocery store or something that fits that comprehensive plan by the goals and by the surveys that we've done, that information will be looked at when we go to the planning board. Or if it's a selectman, another ordinance that goes through the select board, same thing. We're supposed to use the comprehensive plan as a guide. So it would be for zoning changes, for ordinance changes, maybe even design guidelines that you were talking about in Connecticut or some towns like Cape Cod, every house looks the same. I don't think that's what Raymond is looking for, but if we have design guidelines that say we want a colonial look in the village residential district, we build houses with gables and clapboard siding and signs that look appropriate. We have some design guidelines now that are guidelines, but they're not mandated. Some towns have those design guidelines as required when they go to the planning board. So I think, Kayla, you did respond to the question. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit.
Thank you. Yeah, and I was talking more commercial zones, so that you don't
even
get
commercial,
this
industrial, they're
yeah.
all part of the comprehensive plan, and it's a different type of growth. So if we were looking at the industrial zone and we have a communication place like Dielectric or somebody that makes towers or diodes or whatever, we may decide that's a good appropriate use for Raymond. Maybe growing commercial marijuana grow that's 10,000 square feet, maybe something that we don't want. But these guidelines will guide us. So that's what I wanted to add.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was speaking more commercial in
Oh,
terms of the look, so that we don't look hodgepodgey like Wyndham, that this looks
Well,
like this.
that would
and
be
this-
design guidelines.
Yeah, okay.
And if I was to just build on what Chris was saying, absolutely, a comprehensive plan is a guide to the next 10 to 20 years, directed by the citizens. What needs to be said, however, is this. Although the comprehensive plan approved by the state for a municipality has no statutory power, we can't make people or agencies conform to the comprehensive plan. However, if you have a comprehensive plan, it's in the eyes of the state, it forms the legal underpinning of every ordinance and land use that we write. So as an example, the state and Superior Court's very clear. You're going to lose in court if what the town does or allows to have happen is contrary to your comprehensive plan. They cannot be in conflict. Otherwise, when you go to court, the town loses. The state's going to say, no, you have a comprehensive plan. That's what you've said, set as the vision going forward. And no town authority can change that without being in violation of that. And that makes the town more exposed legally.
And I do remember you saying that at one of the meetings, and that was some of the issues that we were running up against with our own ordinance, was there was a lot of conflicting ordinances with respect to not only to each other, but with respect to the comprehensive plan. So
it's why it's imperative that
our
at
boards
this point
follow
going
the
forward, all
plan.
committees and all boards are on the same page, are communicating with each other, so that in fact they're basically limiting our liabilities and basically moving towards one point.
And then the last comment that I'll make, because there are other people that may want to talk, but if I'm the only one, then that's fine too, was you were talking about the summer camps and, you know, wanting to keep those businesses and wanting to support them. And I would agree that from the standpoint that we have certain lakefront that is protected like that, to have that then turn over and become, you know, like the next McMansion on the lake would be heartsick to see these traditional places go under. But that being said, I wonder if there are also, in the spirit of wanting to grow small business and keep Maine caring about our water and keep the character of the natural beauty, are there other businesses that we could support on the lakeside, whether it's canoe rentals or, you know, this kind of rental or that, you know, to capitalize on the fact that we are touristy, and whether we like it or not, they come, you know, in the summer, and, you know, utilizing, you know, helping businesses support that also care about the character of the town and the natural resources and would help protect it. So I like that you want to explore that, and I certainly don't have the answers. I hope you all do. You're all pretty smart, and I'll continue to be involved and help wherever I can. And again, just want to thank everybody, and thanks for letting me listen. But the biggest takeaway that I could say as a citizen is just really the communication piece. It's just so important to engage and keep people aware of what's going on, because they will show up if they're aware and it's something that they care about. And I miss the Raymond Roadrunner terribly, because I remember that I could learn everything about Raymond, and every board said this is going on and that's going on and this is happening at the library and that's happening, and people aren't going to take the time to look at the website. We're just too busy. But if you got that, even if you got an emailed newsletter, maybe you'd read it, you know, instead of having to seek it out. Because that's a lovely character of Raymond and how we all communicated. And I'm a big library person. All three of my kids went to Story Hour. So whether it's there or somewhere else, we still love the library. We're going to support you, whether it's cute and quaint or whether it's in this building. So thank you so much to all of you. Appreciate it.
I do just want to share too that one of the goals and strategies that we had discussed that you will probably see in the next draft of the plan was to, you know, part of this effort to create a more involved community and more opportunities to connect was, you know, the idea of having like a volunteer network in town that could bring people together for different opportunities to volunteer. So that's just one idea, but how to get involved. We did certainly have a lot of outreach efforts to try and get people involved in this process. And the initial survey that we conducted, you know, we had to work really hard to get that 210 number of people to participate in that initial survey. We extended the amount of time that we had in order to try and really make a push to get people. So I think along the way, we've kind of snowballed a little bit in our involvement and getting more and more involvement from the community, but it was very difficult to try and get the word out, to reach people, you know, between publishing, as you said, in the Wyndham Eagle, and doing social media outreach with our various, you know, between both the town and individuals. So yeah, I agree that is a challenge that we have, and hopefully we'll have more opportunities. If there's a community center of some sort, that's going to get people together in one physical space, so it'll be easier to share information that way as well. So,
Sue.
There you go. Sue Accardi, Deep Cove Road. You know, I think Raymond has, our businesses have exploded in Raymond in terms of marinas. And I know we all realize that the whole 302 corridor is one big marina. and every lot that's empty is storing boats now. So, I mean, it's just, it is what it is, but I think that's sort of the business here. We do have a very popular kayak canoe rental place in Raymond, and I think they do real well. They're right there off near the lake. I was reading through the villages and all that, and it seemed like every village wanted a community center. And I think probably we're going to only have one community center in this town, I hope, which will be here. And the grocery stores, I think we would like a grocery store here, but I don't know whether it's doable in terms of, produce going bad before it's used. We had one before, and there was a reason why it closed. In the summer, it's wonderful because we have Chipman's and we have the Good Life Market, and certainly the dollar store has really, cranked it up. And you can get milk and eggs there and whatnot. So I feel like we're doing okay in that regard. We have 3 major liquor stores in town now. I mean, we're moving ahead in that realm, but I just hope that I'm looking at these villages, and everybody, like I said, wanted a community center in each. I'm just confused about some of that. So I'm hoping that this building, when it gets renovated in time, will service a lot, and it'll make a wonderful library. I just want to say one other thing. People are still, worried about losing this as a school. But I think this town, we have to realize that we are really fortunate in terms of getting a new middle school and not having to fund it ourselves. I mean, let's look at what's going on in Cape Elizabeth. Let's look at Scarborough, Cumberland. They're looking at $100 million to build their new schools. And do we want to look at that because this was what we would be facing this in 10, 15 years in this school, a major renovation. So I mean, I think we have to be practical about that in terms of where we want our monies to go. And I hope that that will smooth out over the years, in terms of the middle school issue, and I think it will 10 years from now, especially, as time goes on. But I want to thank the committee as well for doing a fantastic job. Thanks.
I think another use for this school is the little community village supermarket down at one of the end of the wings. And they come to one of the things, get some milk, whatever, so. Yeah, they do. That's, yeah. No, I hear. Any other questions that anybody, go ahead.
Thank you, I'll be brief. So Mike Richmond, Cedar Lane, also happen to be on the planning board. So thank you for all your work here, everybody. Interesting to hear the comments where people townspeople seem to say, don't change a thing, right? We like it the way it is. But then we also feel reluctant sometimes, not only in my day job as well, of people, they don't like regulations. We don't like ordinances. We don't like people telling us what to do. I just like everybody here to keep in mind, since everybody's bashing poor Wyndham tonight, why does that look like that? Well, why do some other towns, Yarmouth, for example, why does it look like that, right? It's because of ordinances. It's because of regulations, right? Some can be strict, some can be loose. But I guess my ask is this. As you're fine-tuning this, which is great to see, please give everybody like us, who is actually working on the ordinances and things like that, give us some good, clear direction, pictures, examples, right? Try to make it a little more tangible for us, because like you said, what we do legally has to support this. It's a great plan, so just keep that in mind. Try to keep it tangible for people like us to give us good direction. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Yes.
Anybody else?
Just real quick on that, it's a very good point. I appreciate you bringing that up because I'm about small government and more regulations is not really, what I want. But at the same time, we've got people taking advantage of us on Big Sebago, and we're trying to keep up with certain things and solar and stuff like that. Where we've always been a small town now. With these new things coming in, how do we still fight those things? Have code enforcement have enough teeth to fight these things? And really, I think that this is the right time for this plan get into action, because you think about the last time, 2004, right? That was the last time the plan came out 20 years ago. This sounds significantly different, the same, but also very different in a lot of ways. So, yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. That reminded me, I had one last question. Peter, what is the difference between, what did you call it, an ADU and like an in-law apartment? Like what, I don't think I understand the difference between
I can explain that. I think Chris could explain
yeah,
it as
like,
well. But I tell you that...
If you want, I can handle that.
Sure, I just say that...
That'd be great. Because like some people have in-law apartments, some people have rental apartments, like what are
I'd say discourage the term in-law apartment.
Okay.
That has a lot of legal implications that are not enforceable, and really, we called it that for a while.
Right, yeah.
So an ADU is an accessory dwelling unit.
Uh-huh.
Recent legislation that was passed at the state, LD 2003, required communities to allow ADUs on any lot, like Peter talked about earlier. On a single-family lot, you can have an ADU. Raymond already had that. We've had that for many, many years. You could have an accessory dwelling unit up to 700 square feet. An ADU is an apartment. It can be detached or attached to a single-family dwelling, and it can be used for your parents or a relative, or because it's an accessory dwelling unit, it also can be used as a rental property. So it's a way to combat the issue of affordable housing. So for instance, you could have an ADU above a garage. You could have it attached to your house. Now, the town recently adopted a new article, a new ordinance that took effect very recently in the last month or so, is that we can have accessory dwellings up to 1,250 square feet. That's a significant increase. It's another roughly 500 square feet. You can go from a one-bedroom to a two-bedroom or even a three-bedroom. And if it's in any zone in Raymond, it is allowed, with the exception of the shoreline zone. The accessory dwelling must be out of the shoreline zone, which would be LLR1 or LLR2, which in the town of Raymond is a 600-foot zone because we're a lot more restrictive to protect our lakes. So the state has allowed, or they've commented that if it's out of their jurisdiction, which is 250 feet, that you can do an accessory dwelling without having the requirement of double the lot size and double the frontage requirements on the lake or a road. So in Raymond, we are a unique town. Some towns will allow two principal structures on one lot. Raymond only allows one.
Right.
So this will allow people in the shoreline zone, which we did allow up until 2017 when the DEP changed their stance on accessory dwelling units. So I'm probably getting a little too far into the weeds here, but you asked about ADUs and in-laws. The difference is you can have an in-law apartment in your home where you have one of your relatives living, let's say you have a two-level house, they live on the first level, you live on the second, that they can have a bedroom, a bathroom, and a separate kitchen. But the difference is an in-law apartment flows through. In other words, you can't rent it out, it's just for that one relative that lives there, or if your grandmother passes away, then your grandson can live there, or another relative. But it can't be rented out, it's just for in-laws. We changed that term because in-laws apartments are hard to regulate. They can be very quickly converted to an ADU without our knowledge and rented out. So we don't like to use that term, and if we do an in-law apartment, it has a condition on our C of O that it can't be rented out and it can't be an accessory dwelling. So I know I got a little into the weeds, but
No,
hope
I
that answers your
appreciate
question.
that. We renovated 20 years ago and did do an in-law apartment above a garage, but at the time we were under 2 acres, and so we had to build a screen porch and a covered breezeway, because we had to connect the garage to the main house because we couldn't have two separate buildings. But it was for my mom, who spends summers here. But I was just curious about in-law apartment versus, so theoretically, if I wanted to rent it, I could, because it's a wholly separate dwelling.
Well, before I answer that question, you'd have to come talk to me.
No, that's fine, but I was just trying, because I've always called it our in-law apartment, because it's just for family and friends.
Every situation's different. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
okay. I was just curious, because we had always said in-law apartment and then this accessory dwelling, and I'm like, what's the difference? What are the, yeah, so anyway, I'm not renting anything out.
I would say along those lines also, something that has come up that really didn't really show enough in the numbers was basically short-term rentals. What's the definition? How do we track them? And do they need to be licensed? Do they have to have a posted number of occupancies? Do we have to have the ability to contact the owners directly if there's an issue that abutters have? So all of those things have yet to be resolved. So those are things that are also going to have to be discussed as far as ordinances and regulation going down the road. It just didn't come up as a big issue when we did our surveys or did our face-to-face.
Yet.
Yeah.
Right. That'll be the next. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anybody else with questions, comments, suggestions, anything? No? All right, we're going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
Good evening. It is September 4th, 2024, and this is the Comprehensive Plan Committee. I'd like to call the meeting to order and also note that we do have a quorum present. First order of business tonight is the approval of the August 7th, 24 meeting minutes. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Comments? Thank you, John. And a second?
Well, second.
Thank you. And all those in favor? Excellent, that passes. All right, old business, and that will be a review of our second draft of the plan. I hope everyone had a chance to go over it and see the changes that we had discussed at our last meeting. I kind of figured, and Peter, I don't know how you'd like to handle it, but we could just open it up and see if anybody has questions, lingering concerns, any of that.
I think the plan looks excellent. That's my comment.
Well, I did have a number of concerns.
Okay, let's hear it.
I did communicate them with Kate. I mentioned them before, I think. One was about trying to get grant money. I said I just don't think that's a patriotic thing to do, to advance getting paid grant money. It adds inflation, it adds a cost to the taxpayers, and I don't see how that helps affordable housing. I also have a concern about the use of property in many towns. We have large house lots. And my experience with dealing with doing subdivisions, that we ultimately consume a lot of land because we have large house lots. Sometimes we have open space development, and that itself creates small woodlots that are not feasible to harvest because they're so small. You might wind up with open space of 5 or 10 forested acres, and they're just hard to manage. But to me, it would make more sense to maximize the number of houses in when someone does a subdivision, as opposed to having large house lots or these open space. That's just what I think. And that's from years of experience. I've done many subdivisions for property owners, and it's just interesting how they wind up creating a situation where they're virtually impossible to manage properly. It's a waste of a forest resource. And I think the comprehensive plan ought to look at maybe maximizing the number of houses in the subdivision, not doing these 3-acre minimums and all that sort of thing. What else did I? Taxation is an issue. At one time I mentioned that we ought to understand why people own forest land or open space and why they sell it. And a lot of clients I deal with that own forest property, they're older, they purchased their land many years ago, and when they pay their taxes, they pay a capital gains on the timber that they sell. But the capital gains is based on the value it was when they purchased the land. And over time, that value goes down because of inflation, so the tax they pay against the value of the timber winds up being pretty high. And I know the taxes are, that kind of tax isn't dictated by us, but in the state of Maine, we have 8% capital gains tax, and the feds is 20%. So that's 28% of the capital gain on a timber sale. And older people, when they determine how much, I don't know if I can explain this well, but when they determine how much tax they'll pay, it's based on the amount of timber they sell, its value, and if the value, if the value has been depleted over time, they can't use that to keep their taxes at a reasonable rate. I don't know, John, if you've experienced that, but.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly tax consequences with timber harvest, for sure, especially if you're in tree growth, or if you take land out of tree growth. But maybe, Greg, there's some things we could add, tweak in the plan that would address those concerns of yours relative to forest, more favorable forest treatment of large tract forest owners.
Yeah, these forest landowners, you pay a tax every year, you pay a property tax. You don't get income from your timber every year.
Right.
And so, and I'm telling you this because I think that makes a situation for someone who might want to hold on to land for long-term use. I think it makes it more difficult for them to do that.
Greg, are you referring to those who are not in like a tree growth program?
It could be either one, really.
Okay, because I mean, you are getting some sort of tax break from the town in a way from being in tree growth. You have a reduced tax.
Oh, yeah, but the tree growth tax system is interesting as well. There are more people that don't have land in tree growth because they know what the penalties would be if they take it out, and their long-term thinking is, I don't want to jeopardize the potential of using it for another use and pay the hefty tax to take it out, the penalty, and they can be significant.
Yeah.
Depending on where you live, the
right.
town, whether it's got power in front of it, all kinds of these things. So,
Yeah.
but that's a concern of mine when it comes to open space. Everything we've talked about has more to do with, I don't know, regulating people harder, and I think we ought to be looking at something different. And some of this wouldn't be an issue at town level. It might be at state level or even the federal level.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Unfortunately, the taxation isn't something that we have any control over. And then the maximizing subdivisions, is there a particular language? I think that is also more, is that a planning board decision on zoning, or is that a zoning board? Do I have that flip-flopped?
Can I ask a question related to that? So Raymond has open space subdivision standards. It's been a long time since I've looked at them. I don't know. But in most towns that allows you to sort of get additional, to sort of cluster the housing in one area and preserve.
Yep.
So if it seems like that's not, maybe those standards aren't as effective as they could be. Is that kind of what you're saying, Greg? Is that like you should be allowed to cluster more housing and then preserve larger tracts of land?
I can't prove this in any way, but I think if you took a piece of property and you were allowed to put as many houses as you can in it without creating any open space, that you might save another woodlot somewhere down the road from being develop, because there's only so many houses people want to buy. But the way we're doing it now, it's, you know, my colleagues, other foresters, Rennie, my dad, we've experienced this where we just see land get chewed up a lot faster than if you could just, you know, have 1 or 2 acre house lots, this doesn't sound good, just fill a lot up with houses, and maybe we'd be spared the next woodlot from being subdivided.
So there is a tool, sort of, for doing that, which is called Transfer of Development Rights, or TDR. The town of Gorham has used this really effectively, and basically it's more complicated than this, but the very simplified version is that you identify places where you want to see housing, and you identify places where you want to encourage, you know, large tracts of forest to remain forest. And then the person, this is one of those things that's harder to explain than it is to understand, but basically the person, you can buy someone's development rights, right? So like if I own 20 acres of forest, I can sell those development rights to someone so they can then build more housing on a parcel in the growth area, and then in exchange my parcel doesn't get developed. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, I've heard of that.
Gorham does it successfully.
Gorham uses this a lot. It can be complicated to administer, because, I mean, as it shows, I have a hard time explaining it, but it is like a very well-established tool that allows you to kind of to basically what Greg is saying, use up a parcel in one area in exchange for keeping large blocks of habitat.
But I guess the other part of that is, Greg, you're saying we're not, in your mind, doing enough to encourage keeping this land undeveloped, right? Everything is pushing in one direction. That's
I think house lot
making it harder and harder to keep these large tracts of land.
The little development right here in town, behind the shopping center, I don't see anything wrong with that. There's houses are close to each other, and they got a few trees scattered between them, and I just don't see why a woodlot can't be used that way. And you compare that to going across the street out behind, the vets on Route 302, that it's a fully stocked forest. It's got houses scattered all through it, and it's a resource that you really can't use. You just can't go and convince a bunch of landowners to thin their woods or even harvest their trees, and they're just going to grow up. And I've witnessed this many times. They actually become liabilities. You've got to pay someone to go in and remove the trees using cranes and things like that. And I don't know. I see it a little differently when it comes to large house lots and utilizing or not maximizing the utilization of a property for I know people don't like housing develops. They don't like seeing more houses, but what I see, I think, is worse. So that's my humble opinion.
I think we could definitely, I'm looking at the draft future land use plan, and in the rural areas, we talk about all new housing here should follow open space subdivision standards. And we can add a little language in there to add in the clustering of housing or higher densities of housing to promote leaving undisturbed land undisturbed, if that's something the committee is interested in. I think we could also, I think Sam is reading your subdivision ordinance right now, and we could also add in a goal or an action to, the comp plan doesn't really we're not going to change zoning in the comp plan, but we could add in an action to review or amend, if necessary, the open space subdivision standards to encourage denser housing, which, like Greg said, when you encourage denser housing, you have the benefit of preserving more habitat blocks and forest blocks kind of contiguous to each other.
I think it would be a good idea, anyway, to direct these things to be reviewed anyway. I don't see the harm in adding it as a goal that, whatever responsible party that be, I don't know if it's the planning board or zoning board, I don't even know if there is a zoning board, but.
Appeals.
Yeah, there's an appeal, so planning board, that they review these things, study them, look at them. I don't see, I think
No, that's all I'm asking for, is we take a little different approach to this. I feel like I'm the only guy that believes in this stuff, that we're destroying another resource at the same time trying to think we're protecting the lakes and.
I think it's worthy of review of
expect
anything to see if there's a better way that it can be done. Well,
I mean, our current plan to have rural area, which is probably the biggest area of town, and the current zoning is rural residential and rural, right, for the large parts of town, and
yeah,
and the rural residential and the rural part, it occupies a significantly larger area than the rural residential. I may be wrong on that, but it's a substantial portion. And in terms of encouraging, the larger woodlots are, I'm guessing mostly, there are a number of large woodlots on the rural zoned Raymond as we know it now, which the current plan is not seeking to adjust those boundaries too terribly much. Am I wrong on that? From what they are now?
No, they're not changing, no.
Shoreland zone stays where it is, village, all that stays where it is. Rural residential boundaries we aren't proposing to change those so much. But it seems like, Greg, that I would think most of your larger forest activity projects would be happening in the rural part of Raymond. Maybe that's.
Yeah, that's true.
Peter, I know you have something to say. Jackie, I know you also. Peter, go first.
Yeah, I guess to Kayla's point, and what I'd say to Greg is basically, and this has been my experience on other committees. Take for example, a school board. What they have is a regular schedule for review of major policies. And I don't think it would be outside of the purview of this committee to say in the plan that what we'd like to see of the major committees within the town, whether it be the select board or it be the planning board, that what they do is set up a schedule for regular reviews. And that would kind of then allow for discussion, public comment, and suggestions as to where things may be changed. So that might be something that could be incorporated into the plan, so that there be a regular request or a requirement that there be some sort of a schedule posted for regular review of major policies and ordinances. I think the other thing, just to mention a couple of things that Greg said, I believe what our data showed is that since the 2000, at least until the 2004 comprehensive plan, the building in this town has primarily or overwhelmingly been single-family homes on large lots. And certainly that might be something to look at again, because it hasn't changed, and it would allow for at least some opportunity to look at more in the way of density, and where we could practically increase density and then preserve open space. And in some respects, and I know Kate mentioned that word that I cringe now when I hear it, a growth area. But in the growth areas, obviously through legislation recently, density was increased within the state in all growth areas based on the recent legislation. So that's been addressed, but it's addressed in the designated growth areas as far as being able to put more structures on smaller parcels of land. And just lastly, I believe we got the message from collecting the data on grants. And I don't disagree at all with Greg as far as saying that, it's great to say grants, but the bottom line is, where does that money come from? And I agree wholeheartedly with it. It comes from the taxpayer. That's where that money comes from. It doesn't get printed somewhere, or it doesn't come from a magic pot. It basically comes from everybody's taxes. That being said, the message I got from the community was more or less that they want to see us looking more at grants. And while I am conscious as a citizen of the country as to what's happening, on the federal level and even what's happening on the state level, I'm going to kind of be a little selfish here and say, this is Raymond's plan. And if Raymond can benefit by getting some support from the state or federal government in order to achieve the goals of this plan, I believe I would endorse that. I believe the plan should endorse that. And I believe what we've heard from the public is that they endorse that as well.
Just real quick to add to that, Peter, it was also something that when we did our department head interviews that was talked about a lot, was having a staff member that could spend more time with grants. So I think that where we're coming from that is the feedback. And again, it's not exactly our plan per se, but the community's plan. Sorry, Jackie.
I was just going to say that other benefits from what Greg was mentioning is that, these sort of cluster type developments will create, I think, more sense of community within the town, and that's something that we've seen echoed over and over again in from feedback from the citizens. And if we're looking at these village zone type areas, perhaps driving some of those more densely clustered development near those areas where there may be sidewalks, maybe sidewalks can be part of development plans, maybe there can be sort of incentives or TIFs or something like that that would encourage the development to create spaces that are more pedestrian friendly and more, drive people to a more community feel, where as if you're, everybody has their own 3-acre lot. You're all very independent of one another, so.
I wouldn't like to see Greg's idea lost in the shuffle. I think it's something that really needs to be explored. And to say something about what Jackie has said, if this area is going to be a new village area, wouldn't it make sense that the rural sections that surround this could use that type of development? I know if you look at the developments taking place on Tenney Hill, I can remember where there were no houses up there, and that's not that long ago, and now there's 60+ houses up there. But the problem is, they're all on 3-acre lots, and neighbors don't get to know neighbors. If you're 3 acres away, you don't know your neighbor. I would almost bet that most people who live on that road really don't know their neighbors. And the reason is there's no proximity. And I think we need more proximity. What Jackie is saying, you build a community, you have to get to know who your neighbors are. And probably if it was in a development in which there were sidewalks and people could get around by walking on sidewalks, they'd meet their neighbors more often and become a community. So I wouldn't want to lose what Greg is saying we should be looking at, because I think it can make a difference if, in fact, we are going to build this into a village area.
Kate, do you have a good suggestion on where we can put a goal of review of all major policies and ordinances by major committees?
Yeah, so for the, I think there's one thing that I did think of is most of the state goals include a goal that says to review your land use ordinances. So we can either build on that or call it out, make it more specific, or we can have an additional local goal. It doesn't really matter either way, because I know those state goals tend to kind of get buried because there's so many of them. So if anyone has any thoughts on if you want to have a separate local goal or a state goal, I do think we should add, and I'm not sure exactly what heading it comes under yet, but we should add local goal to review rural residential zoning and open space subdivision standards to encourage, you know, clustering of housing where possible to preserve more blocks of forest or habitat. Those, yeah, I think those should be that should be a distinct goal, because that's kind of an actionable, you know, zoning review, ordinance change kind of thing that a board would have to go through.
Which goal?
Shall
we add that to?
Yeah, I guess.
I've been poring over them, trying to find a nice little place to tuck it in.
We could put it under conserving Raymond's most important natural resources for the open space subdivision and rural zoning. I think that really ties in there.
Or is there something in the goal about community connections and things that could focus on more, encourage developers with cluster style developments that might encourage, or that might, you know, include community resources such as sidewalks and public space and common areas?
Yeah, I think that also makes sense. Like I said, I haven't recently looked at the subdivision ordinance, but so sidewalks are probably not required at all now. So we could have in there like review Raymond's subdivision standards to set, you know, kind of a threshold for when community amenities like sidewalks need to be implemented. So some towns have, like, if it's 10 lots or more, you need to build a sidewalk, things like that.
Sidewalks are a lot easier to put in beforehand than they are afterhand, like on Main Street.
Yeah. So we could put that goal under the create more opportunities for community connection. And then we could put something under natural resources for the review of open space subdivision and rural zoning standards. Does that work?
I think that sounds like it makes sense. And it seems, Greg, that it would have to be really on a case-by-case, a lot-by-lot project. It's a flag, a yellow sticky for the planning board to look at. Here comes a 40-lot, 40-acre parcel subdivision. They want to put 20 acres aside, or 15 for open space, and push all the houses in the rest of the corner. There's still some value, even though there may not be a forest harvest value there. There's probably some other natural resource benefits that come from having 15 of those acres undeveloped. There might be some sensitive wetlands in there and other habitats or whatever. But the action item will really be for this to be on the planning board's menu, to be thoughtful about how they can respond to proposals that don't overconsume viable tracts of land for forest harvest. So I'm kind of hearing it as more of a kind of parcel by parcel thing, rather than something we can really resolve by a whole, zoning district-wide approach.
Yeah. No, I think anything.
Anything.
If we
put more
look at
thought to it.
any other ideas other than, we've done a number of subdivisions, and we wound up with, 5, 6, 8 acres of open space, and it's all generated out of the lot size, the total size of the parcel to begin with, and those just aren't manageable.
That's not useful. So maybe there's a minimum that an open space subdivision can set aside, like pick a number, 10 acres. I mean, what's the minimum on tree growth? 10 acres?
10.
Yeah,
so let's not approve subdivisions that have 9 acres of open space, or let's be thoughtful about how we do it, I think is the action.
Yeah, I think definitely this is something that we should be setting a goal for the planning board, as part of their yearly, or however often it would be, review of policies.
Yeah.
Yep, we will add some goals in there, and I think when you next get a draft from us, we'll highlight what has changed, because I think, when we send you our next draft, it's going to be formatted too, so it will look different. So we will highlight what's changed since the last one. Do you want us to add anything in about exploring other programs like a transfer of development rights program?
I don't like them, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't.
I mean, I guess I was kind of assuming that would just be something that a planning board would be looking at all the options, or if someone said, hey, what about this option? I don't know.
Yeah, we can write a goal that structures it in a way that is like, I think there needs to be a discrete goal for reviewing the subdivision and open space subdivision standards, but then there can be something that's more generally review ordinances and, potential programs that could support this, such as that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, I like that.
Good.
Is there a goal specifically for the growth areas in how they're designed?
Let me see. I don't know if we did. We did include reviewing the current design guidelines and amending zoning to allow small-scale mixed-use development in the villages.
Because I think, to Greg's point, if you kind of consolidate density in one area, like the growth areas are supposed to be, even at the new LD 2003 density, we're still going to end up with relatively large lots and houses. And I guess if the point of that village growth area is to have like your classic New England town with your like Main Street and your stores and people are parking and grabbing coffee and walking, and you've got 20 different stores that you can all walk to and you only park once, I don't know that that's actually allowed under our current zoning. Yeah. Like, I don't know that we could actually build that. And so I think if we are going to ask the planning board to look at things, I think highlighting those growth areas for, I don't know, a master plan essentially or something, to have them look at that, I think that would be worth our while. Because it'd be a shame to just have a bunch of single-family homes in these growth areas and that would be it.
So I think another thing we can touch on here is, so under the state's required future land use goals, they have the action to, using the descriptions provided in the future land use plan and narrative, maintain, enact, or amend local ordinances as appropriate. So that's a very vague way to say, do what you said you were going to do in your future land use plan. Mm-hmm. We can add some more local goals to that future land use section, which could include what we've just been talking about, as well as what you're talking about now, John. If you want to do that, to be more specific about the steps to take in terms of future land use beyond what we've already highlighted.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of that. I'd be in favor of using the state mandated guidelines to incorporate that in, because I think what it also does is gives a little bit more authority to it.
Yeah, I think we can add some. So I think so that is the other option, is the things you're just talking about, those can all really fall under future land use, if that makes sense to people.
Good.
Sounds like we're in agreement over this.
Okay, great. And I think, John, what you were saying, we can, where's the goal about 302 master plan? I guess so that we have a 302 master plan. I guess I personally try to avoid too many plans to plan in these.
Agreed, yeah.
So I hesitate to do something like, we need a village master plan. But we could put that in there, or we could put something into just specifically say amend local zoning ordinances to allow the type of traditional New England village development, described in the future land use plan.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
So we'll add some local goals to the future land use section. I think that will kind of call this out a little more specifically.
All right. Any other comments, concerns? I'm not seeing any. Okay. I just have one, because I didn't go back and look. Did we decide on the introduction that we began in the spring of 2023, or did we begin in August of 2022? I didn't look back. I don't know what we decided
I
on.
believe it was August 2022.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
That was our.
That's right. That was our
With Sam in the introduction.
Yeah. Oh, what was our other?
You said spring of 2023, and I thought, oh, well, maybe we decided on something different.
Did we say 2023 on accident?
The spring of 2023, but it really should be, we were appointed in.
Okay, yeah, so
Our
I think in the
first
new
June,
draft.
our first meeting was August of 2022.
Yeah, we updated
Right.
to August 22 in here. Yeah. We did have,
Okay, because it says second draft. Am I looking at the wrong thing?
I don't know.
That's not in acknowledgements, it's in introduction.
Oh, you caught it. Thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
an introduction.
I was thinking,
Thank
I
you.
must be going nuts. All right.
We had one, speaking of the introduction, we were reviewing notes from the last meeting. Who is Brad McCurtain? What category is he under in acknowledgement?
So I actually had another point to that. I didn't really like former committee member, and I know this is kind of nitpicky. I would like to put June of 2022 to, I think it was April of 2023, in the parentheses instead of former committee member, to acknowledge the time frame, as opposed to former. I just.
Yeah, I didn't like the idea of the former either.
We just didn't really know who he was.
Yeah, so he was a member of the committee who resigned. What I would say is that I was envisioning it more as not listed under committee, but for both the former town manager and the former member of the, that we just acknowledged their help on the plan, and not really lump them into any one category other than just an acknowledgement of their help.
I had the same question mark with Don Willard.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this idea of the former, I'd rather call out a date that they helped or served.
We could do that, or just a general acknowledgement.
Or
Thanks for
some
their
sort
help.
of acknowledgement, for their help as well. I don't care either way how that's handled. Is there a preference?
I think I'm mentioning both of them at the, under.
A thank you to the members who helped, and also to
I like
Brad.
the times.
Yeah.
I
You
like
like
the
the
dates.
times?
I like the dates.
Yep, dates are good.
So leave them in there, but add the dates.
I mean, Brad was a committee member.
Yeah.
From the time, I mean, that's why I kind of like the date idea.
Sure.
Because it acknowledged the fact that.
So I believe in the timeline that I presented, it gives the date when the select board reduced the size of the committee.
Reduction in the comprehensive plan committee membership, I saw that, and that's where I got my April from.
In April.
So in April, so I figured June
August
to
to
April, or because we were technically appointed
Yes.
in June
22.
of 22. So if we can change the former for Brad to June of 2022 to April 23, and then possibly the same for Don Willard, that he was a contributing member of town staff from June 2022 to May? June, okay, to June? To 23?
That was when he went out on FMLA.
Okay, that makes sense. Yep.
You know, we did just, sorry, I'm trying to pull it up. We just had a town where the town manager retired during the comp plan, and I'm trying to look at what we wrote.
Yeah, if you have any other suggestion, that'd be great. I just didn't, for both of them, I just didn't like the former.
Well,
Yeah, so we had, in another town, we said the comp plan team would like to acknowledge the service of town manager Nathaniel Tupper, who recently retired after X number of years of service to the town. So we could also put something like that in there, because Don was here a long time, if you think that would be appropriate.
do we want to have something for Chris Hansen as well? I know he was here at the beginning. I know he hasn't been here recently, but
He is mentioned in town staff.
he is.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
He's still helping us in the background.
Okay, great.
He was.
He must have had something come up. He told me he intended to be in on Zoom tonight.
No problem.
Do you want to have just a one sentence acknowledgement for Dawn, or?
Again, I'm completely
Okay.
impartial to that idea. I don't know if there's a consensus, whether we just want to do the dates or an actual sentence.
I don't feel strongly about it.
Let's just stay with the dates.
Okay.
It just keeps it even, I guess. That's okay with everybody else?
Yep.
Good.
Did you get those dates down?
That was, one more small thing. Sorry.
Yeah.
The introduction.
Yep.
The second sentence, the plan effort builds upon the past planning efforts. I just want to take out the first effort.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
plan builds upon. That's all.
Yep.
That's all I have. So I think that there are no other concerns. Okay. So do we need to formally accept this in any way? Or we're just saying
We'll do
this is
that.
good?
So I think that will be, I just want to point out also for Sue's benefit, Sue did send us some very minor edits. Those will be reflected in the next draft. So I think you can do that at the next meeting, we're gonna bring you a formatted draft where all these changes have been reflected. It will have lots of pictures in it. That will be the point at which you can take a vote to make this public, and we can determine the actual public comment period and start to think about a date for a public hearing.
Okay. All right. Well then, I guess Peter.
And Kate, would the committee be getting that in advance of the next meeting?
Probably 1 week out, like usual. And I will try to make sure we note where changes were made, so you don't have to read the entire thing.
Okay. All right. All right. I think we can move on. All right, new business. Select board workshop recap. So that was last week. I would like to thank town staff for their enormous effort of basically moving the broadcast studio to the Jordan Small Middle School gym. It was a wonderful setup, and I appreciate all the work and effort that was put into that. Peter and I were there, as was Jackie, Sean,
Frank?
You and Frank was also there, sorry. I thought there was a few citizens in attendance. There was also, I would say, members from just about every committee, 1 or 2 members from every committee in the town, for the most part, major committees anyway. I'm relatively happy. I think that Peter and I had discussed sort of our goal, and our goal for this was to make sure that the people who would be carrying on the torch had an idea of what's been put in thus far, where we're at, and maybe get a glimpse of what their responsibilities may or may not be after the fact. But I was happy with it. Peter, do you have any comments?
Yeah, Kayla, I think that a couple of things. We after that workshop ended, Kayla and I both had a nice conversation with a representative from the planning board, and he was very appreciative of the information that was provided, complimented this committee on the amount of work that we've done. He had one ask that I thought was important. I believe Kayla did as well, and that was that and Kayla summarized it very well at the end, that basically this committee has just about finished its work, and so really the work now goes to the committees within town, the leadership of the town, and the citizens in general that are interested in this plan to have it go forward in the implementation phase. The planning board member was very clear, though, saying, please, before you wrap up your work, just make sure that you've made it as clear as possible for us on the planning board to see exactly what it is that this plan is hoping to achieve over the next 10 to 20 years. And we have discussed that to some point in this committee. The fact that the implementation phase is easily as difficult, if not more difficult, than what we've just done over the last 24 months. So that was, I thought, an important ask. So I just would reinforce that with everybody in this committee, that what we really need to do, along with North Star's help, is to really crystallize as much as possible the direction that we've basically been informed by the community as to where the Raymond should be going over the next 10 to 20 years. Otherwise, like I say, I'm someone who's basically always expecting more in the way of public participation. It's probably an over-expectation on my part, but the process has tempered that a little bit myself. That being said, I will tell you that I was hopeful that there would be more in the way of interaction between the number of people there from the committee, from town leadership, as far as their thoughts or ideas going forward. We got some, but once again, I'm probably never going to be satisfied that it was enough. But I did get a sense from a number of the individuals that were up there on that panel that represent the town that they were interested. To varying degrees. I believe that we started off by asking or polling the individuals up at the table there from the committees, boards, leadership, and the like. How many of them just raise your hand, how many of you are familiar with the website? And about half of the hands went up, which I have to be satisfied with. I wouldn't totally be satisfied unless everyone raised their hand. But once again, that's my own problem. And I think that overall we achieved what we were attempting to achieve, which is to make sure that those individuals involved with the town are familiar with what we've done, and once again, the ask being that now they need to take the torch and go forward with it.
I did get a comment. It was the same comment. One was from a committee member, and one was from, the same comment was from just a citizen, and they said that was a really good meeting, and they wish that more people had attended, and they asked me what we can do, if anything, to get the notice out there a little bit better, because they both said that was an excellent meeting. I wish that more people had attended.
I know that one of the comments was communication from one of the citizens, that, we don't know what's happening. I think that's really hard, because you put it out there, it's in the paper, it's on boards, it's broadcast out. I just don't, outside of knocking on people's doors personally and saying, hey, did you hear about this? I'm just not sure how one reaches people more. I mean, I think, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know how, when you already are, I think, trying your hardest to put things out there in a format that citizens might utilize. I mean, I don't know if it went on. I don't know what our
on Facebook.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, I don't know how else you do that. I don't know how else you get it across. And I hate to do this, but honestly, I feel like the onus is on the citizens. That if you want to be involved, then you need to check. Because I don't know how else, even as a committee, as a town, can communicate anymore. I don't know if it's an airplane with a sign going across. I don't know.
I just say, Caleb, my experience has been that it's when I see the most response from the community is when it's something that's controversial. So if all of a sudden someone is proposing a zoning change down on 302 where people have houses, all of a sudden you see a lot of activity. If you're talking about building a solar farm next to a residential area,
you
know what?
The broadcast studio.
There you go. All of a sudden you've got that response. So I have to take it that a lot of what we're doing or discussing is not, I'm going to assume, was not that controversial, and it doesn't bring people out.
They're not as interested.
Frank?
I think we lost that communication in town when we lost the dump. When people went to the, seriously, when people went to the dump on Saturday, they talked town business.
That's true.
And we don't have a dump. There's no place for people to get together and talk town business. That's the whole idea of community. 90% of Raymond does not have community. They really don't.
Yeah.
And without community, you don't get a dialogue about what's happening in town.
So even, and I know Sue, you want to talk, that we had that summer survey that we were hounding people and handing out cards. We had a better success rate with our pom-pom surveys. I mean, because we met them where they were. We were right in their face. So again, I think in general, public participation in events that they are not directly affecting them in that moment just are not that interesting and worthy of missing your, I don't know, favorite nighttime show or eating dinner with your family. I mean, right? I mean, that's when all this happens. So I know that's a comment, is how do we get it out there? You're right. Will we ever be satisfied with the participation that we're getting? No, probably not. I think that's just the nature of this. Now, Sue.
Well, I just have an anecdotal little fun fact. There are a whopping 4 people watching us on YouTube. Hi, guys. But that's all we have right now on YouTube is 4.
And along with that, Sue, I guess what I'd say is that however I did get to view today, that workshop in its entirety. And so what we can do is certainly promote as much as possible that people just have to go to IPTV and on the Raymond website, and they can watch the entire 2 hours, or they can scroll to just a particular place that they want to, and at their leisure they can look at it.
And it's commercial free.
Yeah.
Sorry, you can go, Sean.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to point out, at the next meeting, we'll talk a little bit about getting the word out about the public comment period, but we can choose to have this public comment period include Election Day. And I have a suspicion that this is going to be a fairly popular Election Day. So just keep that in mind, that we do have a really good opportunity when a lot of people from Raymond will be in one place during this public comment period.
Thank you.
Kayla, did you keep the pom-poms?
Do you like the plan?
Do you like the plan? I do have all those pom-poms. They have not been donated yet.
What would the questions be? We've asked them a couple times now, and would it be as simple as, are you prepared to vote in favor of adopting the comprehensive plan? What is it going to be?
I was thinking more informational than polling people. But
Well, like have the plan available for
we can
preview.
even have some
Is that
like
what you-
print. Yeah, we could have
Hard copy.
like hard copies to look through.
Yeah, a link to the online, links to
And
the online
links.
version, so we can, maybe if people can table it, or just have big signs up being like, "Hey, comprehensive plan, don't miss
Maybe
it."
if we gave them, like, even on pieces of paper, like, here's where you go. Like,
Exactly.
Hand it out to them. Here's where you go to view the plan.
Yeah.
And we can use that same QR code.
We can use the QR code. We can use the business
Oh, we
card.
can use the same
Yeah.
cards
The-
and just shape.
And it'll just be the main link on the website, so we can use that. We can have the other thing we could do is have something where it's like maybe 8.5 by 11 half page, so it's easy to print out, where you can hand it to someone being like, here's what the comprehensive plan is, and you have from X date until X date to comment on it.
I think that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
We
At
should
one
capitalize
page.
on that.
Yeah, like an
Eight
infographic,
bullet
sort of
thing.
pretty colorful with a QR code.
We should end it with, and we're going to vote on this next year,
Yeah.
and we need you.
This is an important vote.
We need to close this loop.
Yeah.
And the election's going to be our first time to say, now.
Raymond needs you.
Raymond needs you.
Let them know when we're having the meeting.
Right.
to
If we could get them
For the
eating
public
them.
comment.
If
We
we could
offer a
get them eating on
prize, $100 at that meeting. If you're there, you have a chance to win $100. Especially if it's around Christmas time.
What's left in our budget?
We could all throw in $100.
Do we have enough discretionary funds in our budget? For
No. In a spirit, no, we don't.
We put in $10 apiece. We can come close.
All right.
Real quick before we move on for that.
Oh, yeah.
So not to answer the question, but your question was how do we get people more involved? And you're right, it is on the citizens, but each one of us, if we just told a couple people about it, I think November is going to be an awesome time. It's going to reach it, but if a couple people hear about it from us, it will spread like wildfire about what's going on. And I know we're kind of wrapping up our time here, and but yeah, tell a friend and tell a family member.
And part of the message is that the real rubber is going to be implementing it, and that committee needs to be built.
I think if you had, I don't know, November, if we talk about building the committee as part of that, I think that a couple people might get
Here's what we did, now it needs to be built and implemented.
How is this implemented kind of thing? Now, what's next?
Next steps.
Yeah.
Do you want to be on it?
Yeah. Invite people on.
Comp plan is hiring.
Pays really good.
Okay. All right. Next on our agenda is to review the first draft of goals, policies, and actions. We did not go through that in our August meeting. I really don't have much to comment on them as they are basically a reflection personally of the goals that we've already reviewed and looked at. I think my biggest concern is that, again, we're passing the torch, so the responsible party column, that's been reviewed by town staff, that this all makes sense. I mean, that's I guess that's my biggest concern, is that this is reviewed by the appropriate people to make sure that it makes these responsible parties are appropriate. But other than that, I personally am okay with these. So I will do the same thing where we just sort of open it up. I'm not as organized as Peter, but I did look. There were no comments, so I couldn't collect any.
Peter sent us some comments in
okay.
a spreadsheet. I'm going to try and join the Zoom so I can share my screen so we can all look at it.
When I looked, was it this morning? I did not see any posted comments, so I was like, well, you must be good.
Hold on, am I in the wrong meeting?
While we're waiting for that, does anybody have comments, questions, concerns?
I have one comment that someone had mentioned to me recently. They live on Cape Road, and they had, this may be a vicious rumor, but they had thought that at some point Fry Island had said that they would contribute to some level of development along Cape Road as far as sidewalks or parking or for the ferry, because so many people use Cape Road to get to Fry Island. I don't know if that's accurate, but perhaps on section 4, we've got a goal that says build a trail or sidewalk that spans the length of Raymond Cape Road and explore contribution opportunities to add to see if it is indeed something that is hiding, a fund that is hiding that we could tap into.
Okay, I have not heard that rumor.
Nope.
Oh.
That's a good thing. Get Fry Island involved in funding. I'd add that there's a tremendous amount of information in this 20-pager here, and I'm wondering if for digestion purposes, it could be perhaps collapsed to the priority ones first. I don't want to lose, obviously, the medium and lower priority tasks, but just so that it's absorbable and not too much information, and the top priorities are right in front of the reader.
You mean so reorganizing it from highest to lowest?
High to low.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, sorry, we're having some technical difficulties with the Zoom, but let me see, what did we do here?
Are these come from state requirements?
Yes.
Yep.
They come from the state. They have to be in there with a responsible party and time frame for the plan to get approved.
Okay.
So yeah, I think we had kind of highlighted the priority goals in the narrative and then did the same here. We could move those to the top in their section in the spreadsheet, if that makes sense. Do people like that idea?
Do we have a preference on putting the priority items up higher on their perspective section?
Is it going to be in this format in the plan?
It will not be a spreadsheet like this. It will look a lot better.
Okay. But I didn't know if like color coding would be a, high
Colors would help,
priorities
yeah.
are.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, so we can have these be a different color or have them at the top or both.
Is it too redundant to have a separate section which is just all the priority ones and then have another section that's every single one?
Yeah, we could also pull it out to have like a sort of one page at the beginning of the, I think in the plan implementation section we, okay, sorry, I'm looking at the plan. Raymond's goals, we could, we describe that each goal has a highlighted priority action item, and we could have like almost a whole page or like half a page where we say like, here are the 5 priority action items. It's just like right after that. So they're right at the top, right in the beginning of the plan. The goals spreadsheet is something that is really going to be more used by the implementation committee and town staff. The average person is probably not going to read the whole thing. So that might be a good way to pull them out, is to have either a page or half page kind of graphic where it just has those 5 priority goals.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. I think the implementation committee's first question is going to be, what do we do? What's important? And so I figure if we can lay that out for them, these are the top 5 things. That makes sense.
Peter?
Yeah, I did have a conversation with Kate because I had made about 20 edits to the goals and policies and the like. But I believe that the confusion was the fact I was doing it after the fact, because the first draft, I believe, is what we're looking at right now. So we were, since we had not yet reviewed the first draft, to be quite honest with you, I saw maybe a half dozen edits to the first draft. And so it seemed pretty sparse to me. And then I went back and went item by item and added another 20 edits myself. And I believe that document is a little bit more in detail, and it was more of my attempt to provide as much detail to the implementation committee as possible based on the conversation that we had last week with the planning board. So I'll just give you an example of one of the edits. We've got a time frame there. But it would make sense that in order to facilitate implementation in a timely manner, that we actually have, let's say, an actual time frame. So 1 to 3 years, 2 to 4 years, plus 5 years. And actually, in looking at some of the, I believe it was Gray that was done by North Star, they actually, when they had put together their goals, they actually had that same type of a format where they actually made a time frame in actual years. I think that would be one way to give guidance to the implementation committee that, when we talk about its medium or its long range or whatever, what does that mean exactly? Well, it doesn't mean another 20 years. It means if it's long range, it's maybe more than 5 years. But if it's a immediacy or whatever, then it's within the next 12 months or stuff like that or whatever. So that's just one of the edits that I made in going forward with that. I would think that might fall in the area of a priority. I think some other things were more detailed, such as if we're going to, thank you. If we're going to address, and I like the term traffic quieting, then something as simple as what the town should consider immediately is purchasing some solar-driven radar displays that can be placed strategically in the town. And my understanding and research in these things is we're talking maybe $3,000-$5,000. We're not talking about a huge amount of expenditure, but by the same token, you can get better ones that actually collect data. So this would be something that we could use to go to MDOT and say, we're not waiting for you to put the little lines across the road. What we've got strategically data that says that, on Egypt Road, the average speed is 60 miles an hour. What are you going to do about it? So I'm just making those references as we're looking at these goals and strategies, that we be as detailed as possible, because I believe that's what the implementation committee is going to be looking for.
So should we go through, Peter, the proposed edits? Because I think they were too specific for us to just say, like, okay, we'll add that in. I think, do we want to do that as a committee, or?
I guess it's what the appetite of the committee is.
So I really like the idea of giving a more specific time frame. So I think that's something we can just decide on right now, and get that one out of the way, and then we can look at the edits.
Yeah, I think I did that in the second draft. I just took that one on board. So I think I wrote short term 1 to 2 years, medium term 2 to 5 years, and long term 5+ years.
I'm okay with that.
Does everybody else like that idea of 1 to 2 years, 2 to 4, long term 5+ year?
I think those are good.
It's just a 3 right there.
I want things to happen sooner, 6 months.
Ongoing is
What was
the
the
other
short term?
option.
Was there an immediate? I like that one of 12 months. Was that one?
So short term is proposed as 1 to 2 years, medium is 2 to 4, long term would be 5+ years.
Can we do 5 to 10, just so people don't think they have another 20
forever.
years to do it?
That's good.
Okay, yep.
And then we have the priority actions, which are mentioned as basically the things that should start work immediately once this is passed.
And this might be a dumb question, but the time frame, that is when it's completed, not when it should be started. Is that fair to say?
It's a little tricky because some of these things could, if you're going to say a 302 master plan, that's a priority action. But if you start talking about that in June of next year when this comp plan is passed, you have to wait and you have to talk to DOT, find out when the next funding opportunity is, get and then usually a consultant team, an engineering firm, so that can take over a year just to get that immediate project to start.
Yeah, I was sensitive to the fact that while I'm sure the implementation team will be asking for as much detail as possible we can provide. We also don't want to handcuff them by making it too stringent. What I personally am trying to avoid is the fact that when I went back originally and looked at the 2004 plan, and then the implementation committee in 2010 issued their report, at that point in time, I think it was less than 30% of the high priorities had been addressed. And that was going into the first decade of the 20-year cycle. And I believe to this date, if you go online and you look at that, there are still many high priorities that were never implemented. And so I think what we have to be is reasonable enough to say, some of these things are going to take some time. But we want to have some definition so that a regular citizen in town can say, hey, to the implementation committee, this was a high priority. It was supposed to be done in the first year or two, and we're 3 years into it. What have you done? I think that was my goal.
I'd also suggest that the committee make a report to the town every year in the town report as to what has been accomplished and what's going to happen over the coming year.
Sure, and Frank, I don't think we on this plan committee dictate that, but we can
suggest it.
We can certainly suggest it.
Yeah, I think we have that in the implementation plan to report every year.
In red ink.
Do we have it in the plan to have the implementation committee have a consultant?
That'd probably be on a project by project basis.
Yeah, I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but what I would say is that, like a number of things that we had discussed previously at this meeting and at other meetings as well, when we're talking in terms of master plans and whatever, Raymond is not gray. I understand that. I don't expect that this committee is going to recommend that that the town go out and hire a planning or 3 or 4 planners that are going to set up office and basically do municipal planning for the town of Raymond. That being said, we are big enough and things are getting complex enough, in my opinion, that we need to make the suggestions that in our recommendation in this plan that consultants be looked at and hired based on municipal planning. And as I believe I mentioned at the meeting last week, that's not to cast any aspersions on Sebago Technics and the planning that they do and the consulting they do with the planning board. But as I mentioned last week, my sense is that if you ask Sebago Technics, do you have in-depth knowledge of how to do municipal planning? They'd say, that's not what we do. When we first reached out looking at putting out an RFP for consultants for this committee, I made that suggestion to the town manager. The town manager said they don't do that. So do we need some sort of assistance? And I'm not advocating adding 2 or 3 more employees to the town payroll, but I'm saying things like grant writers and services for grant writing that can take place, that can be contracted, or municipal planners that can be consulted in how to set up these, let's say, helping the planning board put together maybe a revision of their design standards, because this is what we want in the flavor of our village area. That those things are things that I believe we're at the point in this town that we need.
Yeah, second that.
Okay, so I think we are all in agreement that we like the calling out specific timeframes. I think it sounds like we're all good with the 1 to 2 and the 2 to 4. The only sticky point was the 5+. Do we want to do 5 to 10 years as opposed to 5+?
Yep.
I don't have a problem with that. That's fine.
Okay.
And should we say initiation rather than completion?
I would be in favor of that, just to
Okay.
make it clear.
Yeah, I think that's clear.
They're asking us to be as specific as possible.
Yep.
Without telling them what to do.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
All right, let's, I guess, go through these.
Okay, so we're starting in the local Raymond goals. I think the first suggestion was to have this, the assessment of town culverts possibly be a priority action. I don't know if anyone feels strongly about that, or if we just want to have it be.
Right, this is just an assessment. They're not actually going to be repairing anything.
Yeah, that's usually how you have to start with DOT.
When I interviewed basically our Public Works as part of the department head interviews, he made it clear that they do, that they're replacing metal culverts with plastic culverts because they're more sustainable and make sense. But he was clear with me that really, as far as assessments go, they do assessments after the fact. when there's a problem. They go down and go, yeah, that is collapsed. And so I guess it would be a matter of whether we want to be proactive or reactive. And I don't know about the rest of you, but the side of my road on Raymond Hill Road is disappearing. And that's just the reality of things. So is this going to be something that can be addressed in 3 to 5 years?
Yeah, that should be a priority.
Okay.
That should be a priority.
Actually, budget finance, I think we were just kind of talking about that at our last meeting. It's how do we arm ourselves to kind of protect against potentially more rain and that kind of thing. So I know other committees are also speaking about that.
Okay, great. We will make that a priority. Then we did do the time frame. Peter, I think this was a comment from you to incorporate what looks like federal recommendations for resilient residential construction into existing building codes. So the building code is passed down by the state. Some towns can adopt stricter building codes than what's required by the state. Some places, I think the only place that's done it is maybe Portland and South Portland, have adopted a stricter energy code. No, it's good. So that's kind of what I know about this in terms of municipal control.
I would think that when I look at HUD and NAHB recommendations, it's some of the stuff is already embedded in what we've suggested before, such that any new construction should have consideration for underground power. So rather than putting up more poles that get blown over, how about the fact that what we require in any new construction is that you go underground? There is cost associated with that. I understand that. And is it going to make houses more affordable? I don't believe so. But I do believe that in general, all of the things that are incorporated in those recommendations on the federal level also enhance the property value. Mm-hmm. So I mean, I don't know that what happens. I do know that if you put a swimming pool in your backyard and you think that's going to increase your property value, my understanding is it doesn't, because there's more liability associated with it. So you think it's going to increase your property value, it really doesn't. If you're going to put a standby generator in your house, that's going to make you more resilient and weatherproofed. Does that add value to your house? It does generally. So I think it's just a recommendation that maybe if it's not embedded in our building codes, that at least those be standards that are incorporated into the development of ordinances down the road.
It might not do anything for affordable housing, but it does a lot for maintenance. Having underground power.
Frank?
If it is too expensive to do that in the short term, maybe we ought to make sure that as they're putting through lines, they aren't putting trees next to those lines. And I've seen that happen.
I do think this would be the most effective in our growth areas where we're going to have a lot of high density. And I think if you had a lot of overhead electrical poles and lines, that would not add to the walkability, the general feel. And I think with that amount of density, you'd be able to average it in over a larger development. But I do understand, like if you're trying to build a single family home and they're making you put in 500 feet of underground utilities,
Not gonna happen.
yeah, that might not work, right? But hopefully that example would fall under infeasible and not feasible, and that's why there's some leeway there.
We could change from all new buildings to all new subdivisions too, if you want to be more specific, but I did want to include commercial development, like in a village. I guess to get to Peter's point about resilient building codes, do we want to look at this something as an ordinance or something as like a point of education?
I think an education makes more sense. I mean, we can't mandate that people do things in a smart way. I mean, there's, I think it's educating them that this is the better way to do it.
Well, I would also just add, the building code gets periodically updated, and I believe that the town's building code is getting updated within the next couple of months here to a much more recent version of the building code. And generally, those tend to go in one direction, which is more energy efficient and higher costs for generally all construction. So I think naturally, over time, we're going to trend that way anyways, just because we're going to continue to periodically adopt the newer version of the building code. I think this one is more specific.
I think we already did.
Right, it just hasn't taken effect yet.
Oh, okay.
I think is.
I don't have a problem with wording it in such a way that it's educated, that information be made available through code enforcement and planning.
Yeah, I mean, when we talked with Alex when we had our interview with him. I mean, and 2017 Energy Code or whatever that was one of the latest. There's been one since. But for us to try to get in front of that and do something more proactive is way out of our scope of our not our scope but our town's capacity. But to rely on the most recent state energy code would be reasonable and appropriate.
I could see, a goal where you'd have some kind of like educational one-page sheet that when you go into the code office to get your permit, this says like, here's your best practices for weatherization, resilience, weather kind
education materials.
Permits. Yeah, there's plenty of them. More than we need.
Or maybe, there's even, here's our standard, code that you have to do, but if you wanted to do this, your permit's only, whatever, half the price. If you wanted to go with a more resilient, environmentally friendly, whatever sort of premier way of doing this, is there some incentive that we can provide to people to do that rather than something that's not as...
I'm not sure if you can do that with permit fees. I don't think you
Yeah.
can.
Along with what Jackie's saying, though, I mean, information at town hall, maybe the code enforcement officer or planning board or whatever that provides when building permits go out. As far as resiliency is something like, are you aware that there's a rebate right now on heat pumps? And that would be an energy efficient way to go. So we're just making you aware.
Okay, and so who's the responsible party here?
If we're talking about education, then it's the code enforcement.
Okay, and then would we put that short term?
Education's ongoing.
Ongoing, yeah. I think all the educations I put ongoing. Okay, let's see. I think Peter suggested an annual recognition event for town volunteers and committee members. So Peter's throwing a party for everyone, it sounds like.
Well, I will tell you, I attended a party back, I think, at the turn of the last century, and because I was on the zoning board of appeals. It was well attended, and the town sponsored it. I'm not familiar that there has been any event that really shows appreciation from the town for volunteers, and I would say especially if our plea right now is to get more individuals to volunteer in the town, that I'm not talking about a major expensive event, but an evening that the town recognizes all of those in the town that contribute to it would not be out of order at this point. Annual would be nice.
Annual boat cruise on Sebago.
That would be nice.
We've got Tassel Top. It's a nice resource.
We could put something in
Barbecue
here
down
that's a little, that's not completely prescriptive, but just say to coordinate and promote volunteer opportunities and recognize volunteers for their service, something like that.
I do, and you just sort of went over it, but I also put the same comment I think that Peter did for the encourage community members of all ages to participate. That should maybe be ongoing as people come and go.
That sounds good. I think the next one we had from Peter was about the portable radar speed signs.
That seems like a great idea. That could be implemented in a kind of a pilot test approach with, if we could find a couple $1,000 and have it, and put the sign up maybe on 85 somewhere for a while, or some other hotspot where folks are going fast up on other parts of town, and move it around town.
Yeah, I think in short, John, what I was looking to hear was short of contracting the sheriff's department for more hours to move that cruiser around to different hot spots. My experience has been that planting them in one place, what we see what the effect of that is, and that's that people slow down.
It works, yeah.
Because they know it's there. I'm thinking more in terms of picking different areas and locations, and it goes in line with the goal and our vision, and I do like the term traffic quieting. I mean, that's kind of nice, but I know that a reminder for myself, I don't know about anyone else in this room, but when I see too fast, and they actually tell me what the speed is, it's like, wow. I don't know that I'm endorsing that what we need to do at this point is put out more traffic lights with cameras. I mean, we may get there eventually. Maybe just start a rumor that we're doing that would help. But this seemed to be a relatively inexpensive way, short of getting more hours that they may not even have the hours to give us, the sheriff's department, if I understand how things are going in policing these days. But it seemed to me to be a relatively inexpensive fix.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea. Do we want it to be priority or short term?
I'd vote for priority. I'd vote for two in town that could be moved around, and we'll find $4,000 somewhere.
I was going to wait till committee comments to bring this up, but maybe it's the right time to do it. So after my comments on last Wednesday's meeting, a couple of citizens reached out to me and appreciated it very much and asked what else could be done. One of the citizens said that he reached out to Maine DOT and unsurprisingly had a very unsatisfactory response. The solution was to put up a 45-mile-an-hour sign on Egypt Road. And just looking for clarification on this, because it's kind of tying back to what you're saying. Hiring a police presence on some of our busier roads, is it just a call to the sheriff's office? I reached out to somebody who has more experience than I do, and I'm told that we are unable to collect income from speeding vehicles. We can only collect income from ticketed vehicles parked on 302 that's overflow from Raymond Beach. Maybe our town manager can help clarify. Are we not receiving income from that? And then if we did want more of a police presence, is it just a call to the sheriff's office? And like Peter said, they may just say, we don't have the help.
Well, we contract with Cumberland County for our police. So they're going from wherever the northern end, I think Naples, down to Harpswell is what the area that they're covering. So
there are some towns that contract sheriff deputy for the town specifically, but that comes at a cost. You obviously pay the sheriff department to have somebody designated to your town. Harrison has a deputy that works in their town. The focus of that one is really speeding and traffic. Obviously, they get calls to service to do other things, but when they're not actively responding to a call, they're kind of expected to be monitoring the traffic in town. And I think it really has made a difference in Harrison. You know, when you're coming up Route 35 from Naples, you know, people know now, like when that 25-mile-per-hour speed zone starts, that's, you know, you're gonna get a ticket or you're gonna get stopped if you go through there. But I think it has to be a concerted effort, and it has to be, like, your town really has to decide this is what we want the focus of this deputy to be.
Interesting. So is that a petition that comes from?
And we don't have a a certain deputy.
We're
that
part of
is-
district.
We're part of the whole district. We're part of a
so-
district, but we aren't, we
Right.
don't contract with any one or two right now.
Right.
It would be an extra expense.
Gray has
Mm-hmm.
a specific designated one. Naples has one for the Causeway. Standish has one. So there are towns around us that have a designated sheriff deputy, but they are also understaffed right now.
Yeah, so my comments, budget finance were incorrect because, so we're not receiving any money. It's actually the opposite. We're paying out money.
We're paying,
So
and
it's-
the money from their tickets goes to the state.
Okay. Would that just be a petition if enough people said, I want to see a police presence in Raymond?
Are you asking me or?
He's like, you got a lot of information.
I mean, my husband was a sheriff deputy with
Okay.
Cumberland County.
Is
so.
that a petition that gets, started to say, how does it get started? Is it enough
I think
people-
it would have to come from budget, the
We would have
town
to
budget.
budget for it, and the town would have to
Approve that.
approve that expense.
I would think that's something that we could discuss in the finance committee meeting.
That's
If
what.
you want to slow down traffic, you got to have sheriff patrolling the roads. Police presence is the only thing that really solves it. If you want to find out, drive through Yarmouth at 2 miles over the speed limit.
I mean, I agree with Frank if we really want to solve that. I mean, the signs are fine and all, but not all of us are like Peter. Some of us are like,
I try to set the high score off.
ignore them. Some people are doing a high score. I complain about their placement. I mean, if you're pegging me when the speed limit's still 50 and it's changing to 35 and you're telling me I'm too fast, well, I ignore that sign. There's one right now on River Road in Wyndham that does that. I drive by it every time I go to soccer, and I ignore it. I mean, that's just my own personal thing because it's telling me I'm going too fast, but I'm still within that certain speed zone. So, I mean, I don't know what their effectiveness is, but maybe our money would be better spent with an actual police presence who's going to make you pay money.
I wonder if you can, I have no idea the answer to this question, but I wonder if the sheriff's department has signs you can use temporarily?
They may.
I think, because I see them in North Yarmouth sometimes, and they don't have police, and they don't have their own deputy, to my knowledge.
When I
so-
researched this, you actually they can be leased, rented. You don't have to. The town doesn't have to actually purchase them. Also, from my investigation and to Kayla's point, similar to and Frank's as well, similar to saying, well, just lobby the MDOT to increase the speed limit. Well, then they're not obeying the speed limit now, so decreasing it isn't going to really have an effect. My research tells me that these signs aren't effective for some people. They are effective for others. So I guess my sense is just that it's a relatively inexpensive way to try and address what's going on in the town.
Talking about the
It also gives you, the data collection is an important point. So I worked in a town where we put these out because residents had been complaining about speeding. And then after collecting data for a bunch of months, we were able to put speed humps in there because we got the data that said people are in fact
Absolutely,
going 20 miles
and
over.
so it's being proactive. It's not waiting for the MDOT to basically collect data or make a decision or just get tired of too many citizens complaining, but it's actually having some hard data. The one thing I would add to this, and this is, once again, everybody's different, I do like the signs where at the end, when you are obeying it, it says, thank you.
Right.
I think it would be a good if we did do the data collection, because if we then are determining that everywhere this is a big problem, that is better justification for the Budget Finance Committee to recommend that we are paying for a devoted police presence.
Yeah, I like it. I like this idea because it gets the people aware, and then if we can get the budget for the sheriff, then it's not like just a sheriff appeared out of nowhere. It's like, hey, we're taking some steps to
Test it out.
Here's the data.
I like
to
that.
back
I
it
think they
up.
go hand in hand, so we'll definitely beat the budget.
Great.
Okay.
Let's see, anything else in here?
So all that boils down to a priority for the implementation committee, or are we going to?
Yes, that was a priority.
I think we'll mark that a priority action, but you're allowed to do these things before the comp plan gets passed. So if budget finance has some money and wants to rent some like tomorrow, that's also fine. Then you can just, when the comp plan is approved, you can just say, we already did that.
Cool. Van jumping on 2 committees, right?
So I think Peter recommended a community committee involved in the reuse of the Jordan Small Middle School. I think that's a good point. I think we can just adjust the language on this goal that says develop a master plan, in partnership with the community for the reuse of the middle school.
Can we say repurpose? I know it's not a huge thing, but can we say repurpose of Jordan Small Middle School?
And I would tell you that there is already a committee that has been formed in Wyndham, because they also are going to have a building that's freed up when the new school is built. So I guess I'd just say it's not too soon for us to be thinking about this. Wyndham's already doing it.
Yep. And then I see create an a community event calendar and call for volunteers. So is there, there's currently a town calendar on the website?
Yes.
Yes. So can you tell us a little more about the event calendar?
It's not
Is that not you? Oh, okay.
Surprise.
So I don't know who wrote this. Did anyone write this? Okay, well, I guess we're good then. Yeah, I think there were just some people made some notes on the edits. Let's see if I think that's subdivision. Peter, was there anything else on your list that we haven't brought up?
So many, it's hard to remember. I think what I was redirecting a lot of when I'm saying the Budget Finance Committee, it occurs to me that in the last year or so, the Budget Finance Committee's become more active in the town. And so when it comes to capital investment, capital improvement plans and the like, that it would just make sense that they would also be involved. It's never lost on me that there are only 2 elected bodies in the town of Raymond, and it's the Select Board and the Budget Finance Committee. So the people actually elect those individuals.
Yep, so those are all good edits. We will, add those to the responsible party. I think that makes sense. So yeah, I think that's what we had for outstanding edits to this, unless anyone else has any more.
I had just Peter, what you'd said earlier about just clarifying to make sure people know exactly what that the implementation plan knows exactly what we're looking at. There's that one point on ranking solar sites, and it says, and I just keep reading it and thinking that we should include if appropriate, because it sounds like all land may be appropriate for solar sites, and it may be that some parcels are not appropriate. And so as opposed to having the most appropriate
we can just
land.
take out most there, I think would, right?
I think that edit was in response to a discussion, I believe, at the Select Board meeting, where there was, I believe, at least one individual that was concerned as far as, I own property. It's not really abutting in a lake. What I'm going to be left out of that if I want to participate in it. Right. And so it was, and my thought was that if there is a site specific criteria that could be applied across the board, certainly it's going to involve zoning and planning as well. But that if somehow there's a criteria developed to look at, that it's not just necessarily involving the lakes or the like. I do know that right now there's pushback from the state because the state has recently come out with ordinances that really says that there's going to have to be specific limitations on solar farms greater than 20 acres if it's deemed to be in essential farmland. And what they haven't come up with just yet is what the definition of essential farmland is. I think we've looked at that a little bit in the future land use as far as identifying areas in town for agriculture and the like. And boy, I heard an interview from one farmer, and she made a good point, which was basically, so this is kind of prohibitive for me because, you know, I've got 120 acres. And what I've been able to do is keep that farm because I dedicated 20 acres to a solar farm. And so to sacrifice 20 acres of farmland in order to save 100 more acres of farmland, because otherwise I'm going to have to sell it and it'll be developed. She made a good point, but right now that's basically what the state statute is saying. So I think that there has to be some reasonable way to have a criteria for any place. Certainly zoning is going to say, well, you can't do it here, you can't do it there. But unless we have a very, very detailed and comprehensive, detailed description of zoning in general and zoning out solar farms altogether, then it's going to cause some people some amount of issues. So make it such that there's a general criteria that goes across the board. And so that the site selection is going to be something where certainly an ordinance that says there's got to be a certain amount of buffer for any of these commercial activities if they're bumping right up against a residential zone. It has to be considered.
So how about, I've been thinking about what you said, Danelle, about the language in here. What if we changed it to develop a process to determine if sites to determine how appropriate sites in Raymond are for solar development and incorporate that into the standards? Is that better than, does that make it more clear?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Peter that there's got to be a criteria, and that the way that I was reading, the way it came across is just that every parcel has the opportunity for solar development, and it's just whether it's ranked high or low. And so I just didn't want that to come across the wrong way.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to language such that it basically is saying what Danelle's saying.
Yeah.
But
Well,
right,
thanks.
the other day, it's shoreline zone and rural residential, right? That the
That's
new
right.
ordinance prohibits. So we're assuming those stay in place.
That's probably half of the town.
That's a fair amount of the town, yeah. And then this would apply to the remaining rural areas where utility scale project could go in, like is proposed up the hill here.
Animated as ourselves.
Okay. Do you have anything?
No, I'm fine.
Any other comments? All right, I'm seeing none. All right. Melanie, we do not have a public. Is that correct? on Zoom? I'm sorry, Melanie, I didn't see a public. No, okay.
Excuse me, Kayla, I did have one note just that I had not had an opportunity to add to this, so I'll just run this by individuals here on the committee and just see what you think about it, because this was a conversation last Wednesday. Under goals, policies, and strategies, do we want to say anything about, and this is just the language I came up with, but it could certainly be changed, the community should better track short-term rentals and create standards that allow them to operate. And the responsible parties would be the select board, planning board, and the time frame would be medium 2 to 4 years. So I know that that's, once again, this would be one of those controversial issues that I talked about before. Recently, it's been voted down in a couple of communities by very close votes, but votes nonetheless. I came across this question when we had our review last month, which was talking about the estimate of 6% of short-term rentals in the town. And when I asked how did we arrive at that, the answer I got was, well, by surveying, where there's surveying websites like Vrbo or Airbnb, and what's actually out there on the internet to be rented in Raymond. And while that, I agree, is probably a good way to arrive at an estimate, ultimately what I said on Wednesday was it's really a guesstimate. We don't know, and that there are certainly a number of individuals, I would think, in the town that aren't going through Airbnb or Vrbo. They're basically the word of mouth, or they just know people that they've been renting to for years, and then the relatives of those people or the friends of those people, then they rent it. And so I'm just wondering what the committee thinks as far as saying anything about a way for the community to better track short-term rentals. And I'm not saying necessarily one thing or another has to be done. I'd leave that up to the implementation committee. So if what they want to do is license these individuals, or even just have a listing where they have to list with the town, the owner, where the contact information is for that owner. If an abutter has an issue and they call the town can know very quickly who to contact, who owns it, and is responsible for it. And as far as defining what a short-term rental is, I know this committee's talked about it, and when I researched it, it was all over the place. But basically what the state, and I believe for taxation in general, it's like 30 days. So a short-term rental generally is less than 30 days. And so I just throw that out there. Sorry, I should have said that before. Any appetite for that?
I think it makes sense to address short-term rentals in some capacity in the plan, whether it's a short-term or a long-term goal, because I think by the next time we roll around with this comp plan, they're going to be much more significant. They're not going anywhere. It's the way people want to stay in regions like we have, and I think we've got to give ourselves an opportunity to discuss it further and decide what we want to do as a town. I wouldn't want to lose that chance now.
I think the planning board has insulated us pretty well by the recent change as far as saying that as far as accessory dwelling units in the shorelands have to be 600 feet, whereas the state says 250 feet. So we're using our opportunity as a town to say we can be in excess of the state. And I think that does, in a way, if I heard the discussion correctly at the planning board, was, someone who's going to be looking at this as a short-term rental in the shorelands, and I'm going to have, it's going to be a party house where I'm going to have, 19 of my college buddies all cram into this 1,250 square foot building and raise hell. That's going to be less attractive if they're going to be 600 feet from the shoreline. Doesn't mean that they wouldn't do it, but they'd have to be separated or back from the shoreline at least 600 feet. So I think that was a step that the planning board took to try and insulate us from it. But that being said, and I heard the code enforcement officer say it last Wednesday, that one of the pluses about accessory dwelling units is it allows the landowner to actually build a 1,250 square foot building, which we have just recently. We increased last June from 600 feet to 700 feet to 1,250 feet, which makes it basically small, but it's a 2-bedroom. And how does that affect ADUs in general? I mean, are they available for short-term rentals everywhere? Right now, there's nothing that prohibits them in the town of Raymond. So are we going to see more in the way of short-term rental activity involving accessory dwelling units? And do we want to have something started to at least look at that to say where would those be appropriate, where aren't they appropriate, and that sort of
So
thing.
you're saying, your suggestion, Peter, is simply a registry?
Something that, I guess, from the very start, it would just be, we're not dealing with a guesstimate.
Yeah,
You know, what
right.
we're doing is, we're saying, you know, it's not 6% of the housing in Raymond, it's 12% of the housing in Raymond. So at least we have a starting point. It's kind of like getting the data from the radar signs. It's a starting point.
Go ahead, John.
So I'm kind of like you in a lot of ways. I'm into a smaller government, you know, and we start kind of regulating too much. And I understand the purpose of it, but just if the whole goal was just to see how many short-term rentals are out there, it doesn't really do it. It's a data thing. It's not probably worth code enforcement's time or however it works out to have to regulate them as far as them registering and everything. So I think the timing, like you were saying, makes sense because 10 years rolls around and this may look very different, just like 10 years ago, it looks very different than it does today. So it's also kind of hard to say, like, okay, well, say you have an ADU on your property and you're renting that out short term, but you're using your house full-time residence, or vice versa. It gets a little bit hard. So it's saying, like, so property 123 Main Street, half of it's a short-term rental and the other half it's not, you know, just, I think with this ADU thing, I think it's going to cause a little bit more confusion than is worth actually collecting data. It's kind of my thoughts. So I think I said this last time, hometown New Jersey, short-term rentals and yearly leases had to get a CO, and you had to pay for that, so it's income for the town. But it just was, I don't know, I think it's too, I don't know, I think that regulating them at this time, or at least registering, I should say, at this time, I don't think it's probably worth our time at this time.
I would say that my concerns are, number one, there was a discussion on Wednesday night about looking at other revenue-generating sources other than property taxes for the town of Raymond. And so that includes looking at things like grants and programs and the like. This would be something also, as you mentioned, Sean, could potentially be a revenue generator. Does it put a burden on someone that wants to rent out their ADU or live in their ADU and rent out their primary residence, that they have to pay a fee? Yes, it does. But ultimately, it's a revenue generator for them as well. So would it be reasonable in vacation land to have some sort of revenue line that's coming in from someone who is basically having a business that's generating revenue for them? So that'd be my first question. The other, or reason to say we should look at it. The other one is, and I've heard this discussion when I did my interview with the fire chief. By having some tracking mechanism, some licensing, then at least there's some way to enforce or have surveillance for those 19 college buddies that are crammed into a 2-bedroom, 1,250-foot structure, because that's a life safety issue. And is there some way, and I believe what the fire chief was saying, and I believe it was discussed in the planning board as well, is that some placard that's on that says approved residents, 6 individuals, and then have some way to be able to enforce that, because it becomes a life safety issue when you have, you know, twice as many occupants in a building that the fire code would allow. So that was my thinking on it.
Can I make a suggestion, Peter? Maybe we can have a goal in here. So basically, I think there are some towns that are moving towards at least having people register their, or just have, you know, register their short-term rentals so the town has a better idea of who's living there, what's going on. I've also seen some towns that have huge summer populations, have really controversial fights and then vote down the idea of a rental registry. So I think it probably needs to be a town conversation, not just a comp plan committee conversation. So maybe we put an action item in here that is really, instead of saying do this, we could say, like, have a town, you know.
Have the implementation committee test it out.
Yeah, bring it to the town.
Look
for-
at possibilities.
Look at possibly registering.
And let them put it to some thinking.
Explore whether the
Explore,
town
yeah.
would
Yeah,
like
I
to.
think, yeah.
It's
Yeah, put on the people.
sort of
It's bigger
regulate
than-
short-term rentals in any way,
Register or
or
regulate.
register or
Yeah.
regulate
I would
in
just,
any way.
I would just add this, that there was an issue over a year ago where a group of people came to the select board and brought this issue to them, and the decision was of the select board at that time, well, we're not going to take any action on this right now. I understand that. It is a controversial issue. I will also tell you that I got the idea for adding this because an individual on one of the committees at the end of Wednesday night came up to me and said, I already have a large group of citizens in the town that want to see more in the way of regulation of short-term rentals, and we're working on it. So I just throw that out there.
Can I ask real quick what towns you feel are looking to implement or at least rumor to? Just kind of curious.
South Portland.
Yeah, so South Portland's thinking about it. Portland, you have to register them. They regulate them as well. There are some other towns, like I know Topsom and Brunswick have had conversations about registering rental units in general.
I feel like Rockland does.
I think Rockland,
For
yeah,
some
that
reason,
sounds
I feel
right.
like Rockland does that.
Portland just recently reduced the number.
Yeah, so that so
permits.
there are a lot of other towns that just have you towns with a lot of rental properties, like when you look out towards like Lisbon, Lewiston, Auburn, they have some more rental registration requirements, which is more about code enforcement. So it's not, just registering is not necessarily onerous. It's really just so the town knows how properties are being used. But again, it was, I think, it was one of our colleagues in Booth Bay Harbor saw that a huge group of people came forward because they have a lot of short-term rentals there, you can imagine. Really passionate that they needed to do it, and then it kind of went down in flames. So.
No, I have no doubt that it would be controversial. I guess the last thing I'd say is this: the data I looked at suggests that unregulated short-term rentals drives up the cost of rental fees in general in the community. So if we're talking about big A affordability, what the data suggests is that unregulated or too many short-term rentals drive up the cost of rental in general in a community.
I think it also allows people to stay in the homes that they can't afford anymore, too. My retired parents use it as a passive income.
Yeah.
So it goes both ways.
Yeah.
Interesting. You said Portland has reducing
Portland,
that
I think
number.
they had 400 permits, and then they reduced it to 250.
Portland, I think, is the only place in the state that limits the number of short-term rentals.
I thought in South Portland it had to be an owner-occupied property, so you can't just rent out the whole place. Somebody has to be there that lives there. I think.
Okay, well, I think it's worth putting in there that we'd like to explore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Any language that basically suggests the implementation committee should be addressing some form or tracking mechanism, I'll be happy.
And to add to that, before Alex got done, he told me if the town had its own police force, that would have solved a lot of problems in Raymond. That's what he commented to me. So it might be something to add in the comp plan to consider how, if we had our own police officer, it might make a difference. Maybe there are other towns that have experience with that. I don't know.
Well, I think we explored that maybe a decade or so ago, and at that time it was my understanding was it was found that it wouldn't be cost effective. You'd need 2 cruisers and at least 2 full-time policemen, and the argument at that point in time was the fact that the topography of Raymond is such that if the residents are thinking that a full-time police force is going to necessarily recover their stolen property, it's going to take just as long as the sheriff's department to get there, because you've got to go over a hill and pass 2 lakes. But once again, that was a while ago that was studied, and why not look at it again?
Well, it's just offering information. So.
Okay. I think, are we good?
I'm good.
Okay, all right. So I don't see any public, so public comment does not need to happen. Do we have any comprehensive plan committee comment tonight? Peter?
Surprise. Just in Wyndham Eagle this week, I'll just read this just informationally. Reimagining the Gray Village. 2 years ago, the Gray Town Council hired Principal Group, an urban design, development, architecture, and planning firm to help residents reimagine a gray village that works for pedestrians, bicyclists, residents, and businesses, as well as motorists. Principal Group came up with a new design plan. The plan calls for shorter, safer crossroads, new and rebuilt sidewalks, bike lanes, street trees, and traffic calming measures, such as narrower traveling lanes for cars, slower posted speed limits, and village-appropriate signs. The target area includes Main Street from Wayne Avenue to the Yarmouth Road, Route 100, West Gray Road intersection, as well as a major construction work on Yarmouth Road from Main Street to Hillcrest Drive. Once the initial design phase is complete, the Maine DOT will apply on the town's behalf to the U.S. Department of Transportation RAISE grant program, which, if successful, would help fund what is being called the Village Transformation Project. I read this only not in any way trying to suggest that we are Gray, any more than we are Wyndham or South Portland. But I believe Portland got a grant from this RAISE organization, federally funded organization, for something in the tune of $12 million as far as improving traffic control, sidewalks, bike lanes, walking paths, and I'm not once again suggesting that that's something that Raymond is going to get. I just bring this up because as I was reading this, I'm saying, where have I heard this? This sounds awful familiar to me. So just for the committee to be aware, if you haven't, and just look in the Wyndham Eagle, it's right there. Maybe it was the Lakes region. But anyway, that's my only comment.
Thank you, Peter. Anybody else?
For the next meeting, can we have one of the agenda items be planning for the November election? Just thinking about dates. And what community outreach or engagement we want to plan for.
I believe the initial scope included doing another video to promote the plan, so you have a month to think about who wants to be on film.
Okay.
Should we also add in maybe a Halloween activity or event or awareness raising opportunity?
Main Street, you mean? That's a good idea.
Come check out our scary conference.
Someone can dress up like a growth area.
That'd be funny.
Get beaten with a stick.
So our next meeting date is October 2nd, so we can brainstorm some ideas about Halloween. All right. Considering the time, I would like to adjourn the meeting. Do I have a
Move to adjourn.
Thank you, and a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, and all in favor? We are adjourned.
Welcome to the September 10th Select Board meeting. We'll call the meeting to order. First order of business is approve the minutes of July 9th meeting. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor? Motion is carried. Minutes of the July 23rd meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor? Motion is carried. August 13th meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? No opposed. Motion is carried. August 28th meeting.
Motion to approve.
You want to second it?
Seconded.
Any discussion?
You guys are on a roll.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Motion is carried. Next item is support for the Thomas Pond Improvement Association Dam Repair Project.
Hi, I'm Frank Jaffe, 33 Pulpit Rock Road. I appreciate the time today. We are asking the town of Raymond to support a repair project on the Thomas Pond Dam. Next slide, please. Essentially, the dam is in need of about somewhere between $25,000 and $35,000 worth of repairs. We'll know when we get a final estimate. It hasn't been repaired or worked on for quite a while, and we went out to our membership to raise funds and raised about $14,000 so far, specifically for dam repairs. So we weren't able to raise all of the money that we need. So we're coming to Raymond and to Casco because the dam is on both sides of the town lines, and the pond obviously is in both towns, and asking for $7,500 from each town so that we'll have the money to get the dam repaired this fall. Next slide, please. TPIA was formed specifically to take ownership and control of the dam. The dam itself and its current form was built around 1935. In 1985, the dam was determined by DEP to be abandoned. It took them about 5 years from the time they determined it was abandoned until they actually were successful in taking ownership of the dam and transferring that ownership to TPIA. And as part of that process, we ended up with ownership only of the concrete structure of the dam. So we can't really build a new one, because we got what we got, and that's the only thing we have. In 1992, both Casco and Raymond contributed money for a project to repair the dam. Part of the reason why it was taken by the state was because it was in a bad state of repair. And each of those towns gave about $7,500. Next slide, please. In order for the dam to be repaired. At that time, the total cost of the repair from the contractor was about $19,000. So the towns basically picked up almost the entire tab. We're not asking the towns to do that this time. Next slide, please. After all is said and done, the dam is right now about 90 years old. We've been told that the life expectancy for dams like this should be about 100 years. We need this dam to last a lot longer than that, so we need to take care of it. Last substantial repairs were about 33 years ago, and unsurprisingly, the dam is showing its age and wear and tear. Next slide, please. So what we have here are a couple of example photographs. This is not an attempt to document every possible flaw in the dam. I don't think you guys are that interested in the specifics, but we have several weeping cracks where water is entering the dam, getting behind the concrete, and then coming out further downstream. And that creates a void potential behind the surface of the concrete that can be very difficult to repair, and we discovered on a work party this Saturday that we in fact have a large void on one side of the dam that is going to cost more to repair than we originally thought. Next slide, please. We also have a substantial erosion of one corner of the dam where it's basically about falling off. And as you can see, plenty of rough surfaces where the surface has eroded away. If it's just cosmetic, we don't really care, but we want to make sure that the dam gets repaired so that it lasts a lot more than the 10 years that its life expectancy says. Next slide, please. So basically, just to recap, we're asking the town for $7,500 for repairs, either now if you happen to have some loose change in your couch, or more likely as an item on next year's warrants. And that would let us, along with additional fundraising that we'll do, have the money to do the repairs no later than next fall, which, the sooner we can get it done, the better. Next slide, please. We think this is a no-brainer for the town to support. It's a capital repair item that's beyond our ability to fundraise on our own. There doesn't seem to be any easy money that we can get anywhere else to pay for this, because we're not a high-risk dam. So what we're looking at is getting a professional repair done so that it's done right and done soundly. That'll last us another 30 years. Both towns, Raymond and Casco, rank the quality of water and the lakes as an important part of the reason that people live here. And the water quality directly affects the tax values. We have 192 properties that we believe are in Raymond that have access rights to the pond, and they contribute about $615,000 in taxes last year. So that's what I came to ask for.
So what's the total, I'm sorry, I missed that in the beginning part of it. What's the total that's looking to fix this about?
So we got an estimate for $19,000 for just surface repairs, but in a work party this past weekend, we discovered that there's damage behind the concrete that's going to also have to be repaired. So we think a realistic budget is in the $30,000 to $35,000 range, and we've already raised 14. Any other questions?
Questions?
This was just to do repairs?
Sorry?
Just to do repairs, it won't be, you've had 2 gates on it, is that correct? 2 openings for the flow?
So we have 2 weeping cracks that are visible and easy to see, one on each side. We don't know how much damage is behind those. There are a number of other cracks as well, but those would probably just be sealed with some kind of caulking.
Is your question, is it just the cement work?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, is what the extent of the repair is. Are we talking about replacing, there's some sort of gate that regulates the pond, correct?
No, we're not talking about replacing the stop log system at all, just repairs to the concrete.
And will you do it with low water? Will you have to drop it down? Is there a timetable that you're seeing it as?
So we will probably have to interrupt the flow of water over the dam, and we can potentially use a pump and pump water around the dam for that period of time if DEP requires us to maintain a flow. But realistically, we're thinking July, August, September of next year is the kind of ideal window, because the flow is already minimal then, and DEP will let us just block the flow entirely for a couple of days. But we have to get permission from DEP, so.
And your estimate is that this will last 30 years or thereabout?
We're hoping it will last longer. We see what has caused the erosion now and where the erosion is, so we want to make sure, we're doing an RFP to solicit bids, just like anybody would. And in the RFP, we'll look for specific proposed solutions that we believe will provide long-term repair and remediation, such as putting some metal sheeting on spots where the water is hitting the most. Easy to replace, keeps it from getting into the dam and penetrating.
So you're targeting the work for actually in mid-year 2025?
Yes. We don't have the money to do it now, and realistically, we don't think we will have the money to do it then if the towns don't step up. But if the towns do step up, then we would get money approved in the town warrants in the June timeframe.
Mr. Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, but if it's for next year's warrant, wouldn't this be I mean, I appreciate you coming in a year early. That makes it a little bit easier for us, but wouldn't we deal with it during the Budget and Finance Select Board meetings? Or can we actually vote on something like this far in advance?
No, I think what we would do is we would
Vote to keep it going.
essentially, I think what he's looking for is are we on board with doing this and then funding it in that next budget?
Yeah.
So, because, even if we were to come up with the money now, it's not gonna, it's not gonna move that along to get done until
Well,
next year.
if Casco came up with the money, it might, but realistically, I don't see how that happens. It's not like you guys have a lot of, $7,500 loose change.
Yeah, I mean, the worst, because we're just into the new budget cycle.
Right.
So, and so, but I guess, the real question would be, conceptually, are we on board with this is something that should be done? And then we get in, the financing of it, or the funding of it, then we would pick that up in the subsequent budget cycle.
But
The residents, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The residents in that area, you said that you listed them. Does that mean that they're in danger of damage to their properties?
No. So the dam maintains a water level that's well below the flood level. It's considered a low-risk dam. If the whole dam failed completely and Thomas Pond drained downstream, it's really doubtful that it would even cause any flooding down there, because the properties are all about 8 feet above the level of the creek. It would definitely cause erosion problems if that happened, but it's not an imminent danger of any failure, and we want to make sure that it stays that way for the next 30 or more years. Because
it's a non-generating dam, so you can't. There's
no power generation.
So there's no grants or whatever that you could look at from the energy sector to help.
We've looked around. MEMA has allegedly a grant program, but they restrict it to what they classify as high-risk dams that have approved plans, management and emergency response plans. We're considered a low-risk dam because there's really no risk to downstream properties.
If he's looking to do it, they're looking to do it June, July, August. Our budget season doesn't start until July 1st. I mean, so I can see you putting it in, but if they need it in June, then we're gonna.
Well, if they had, it depends on how they contract with the contractors. But I mean, Sorry. Meeting's over. No. So I mean, if, I guess it depends on. I mean, essentially, you're gonna see where the recommendations are anyway going into there, and then the final votes wouldn't be until the town meeting, which would be June. The actual fiscal year wouldn't start till July, so the money wouldn't be available till.
Yeah, but I don't see that as a problem. We have, if a contractor required 50% down payment, we've already got pretty close to that, and we're going to continue to try to raise funds from our membership. And so the fact that cash might not be available until July 1st shouldn't be a problem. And it's just a little less disruptive to do it when water flow is naturally lower. But being very concerned about the environment being less disruptive seems like a good thing.
Yeah.
And plus it makes it easier.
I'm all for it.
Is it mine?
Keep our waterways and everything else. Don't let them get worse. Yeah.
Actually, I like the idea of government working with a local community in a partnership when it comes to something like this financially.
I mean, we did it when the repairs were done back years ago. So
yes. And in fact, we're asking for the same amount of money you gave then. No inflation.
Wow, it's the only thing.
It's the only thing,
Yeah.
right? 33 years.
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh.
You say this is non-recurring, though.
Well,
but I mean, the only thing.
It's not an annual recurring expense.
Right.
We have plenty of those, too, in maintaining the dam and the amount of effort that takes, but that's all done on a largely a volunteer basis.
But what I would say is, you've got the time now to get, reasonable quotes and things like that. So when you'll end up doing, kind of a similar presentation when we go through the, when we set the budget and whatnot. But, at that point, then you'll have a hard, fast number too, so that we, because what you don't want to do is say, okay, it's going to be, 7,500, and then I'll find out it should have been 8,500. Because trying to change after the fact is a little bit harder than if we know where, if you've got hard figures there, where you're on the fundraising. So, that way we can work with a strong number.
So if you guys are supportive, and it seems that you are, and we thank you very much for that, then it seems to me like the logical next step would be for there to be a point person that we can work with to draft whatever language is needed, and then to get the final numbers to when we have them.
On that, work with the town manager.
Because we can get it in.
Sounds good to me.
Yep.
Yeah, and the budget, we'd need the numbers January, February timeframe.
Okay.
To have something a little more fleshed out now that you've found other pockets.
Yeah, and the one thing we all know about these kinds of repairs, right, is that when you discover a problem, it's never smaller than you think.
No. Before, any comments from anyone else in regards to this? Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, just to be supportive of this whole collaborative effort. I think recently, this summer, the Presumpscot was affected by a dam failure. I think it had more to do with a gate, but it literally drained a recreation area in the town, put the whole summer out of reach. So just to consider that.
Yeah.
So work with Sue on that, and we'll see you at budget time.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, appointment of new treasurer. Sue.
Well, if Brenda wouldn't mind going to the podium, I didn't tell her she'd have to do this. It is my very great pleasure to introduce Brenda Fox Howard to you. This is our new finance director. She comes from a variety of positions being finance director in different states as well as in Maine. She's already jumped right in, both feet, and been through a lot of the stuff with us, and we've worked through a number of things, and I think she's going to be wonderful to work with. So,
hello.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. It's very nice to be here. I'm happy to be your new director, and I've jumped right into the June reconciliation process. We also managed to get a hold of the accounting firm that's going to be conducting your audit, and they're actually being kind enough to move it out so that I'm here when they come. So I had a pre-scheduled vacation prior to my arrival. My husband and I are celebrating 30 years, so we're going to the Grand Canyon.
Congratulations.
So it was a little impromptu for starting a new position, but I already had everything all planned out. But it worked out with the auditors. So.
Good. See, they're kind people. They're not always mean. No, it's great. Welcome to Raymond.
Thank you very much.
Questions from the board?
I'm just curious of your background. I wasn't on the interview committee, and I know that the chairman was, but just a little bit of your background.
Certainly. I've worked in various locations doing finance work. Pfizer, I was a clinical trial budget analyst. I also worked for Millstone Nuclear Power Station. I worked for Dow Chemical as a chemical operator / technician and rail fleet manager, which is also an analytical position. I migrated back into government. I've worked for the town of Ledyard in Connecticut. I was a finance director for the town of Winchester in Connecticut. I was the director of finance for the town of Putnam in Connecticut. I was the Director of Finance for the town of Peterborough in New Hampshire. I was a town manager here in New Gloucester. I worked at the shipyard in Bath as a project manager. I just have like a kind of a plethora of different types of experiences, both from the private and public sector, which kind of helps. It helps with every area of finance to understand where, what brings the funds together, what brings the projects together, or what it costs, costing when you're undertaking big projects.
Wow. Coming home to Maine?
Yes, we were going to retire to South Carolina. We moved down, bought a house. Wasn't happy with it, the location. I was actually working for the state as a finance and procurement manager for one of the colleges. But we decided Maine is home, so here we are. We lived here in Kennebunk probably about 4 years ago. We had a home in Kennebunk, but we sold it to move out and about. So now we're looking again. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, big history. Good for you. Have that wide.
I was trying to condense it all, and
no, it's your background is great. Yeah, with all the different stuff that you've had your hands in.
I've worked in some very difficult situations as well. Working in the town of Winchester, I actually was hired after they had terminated their finance director for theft of $2.2 million, embezzlement. He was incarcerated, and so when I came in there, I was on the throes of rebuilding the finance department. That was probably one of the most difficult positions I ever held. But it was also very enlightening. I learned a lot, and a lot of different techniques I learned from different auditors when you go through those things. So it's kind of helped me better myself in my position in my career.
Wow, that's great though. I mean, you could build that back up and have that kind of not fall back on by no means, but I mean, as far as having those little skills, that help.
Yeah, because I mean, then when you see something,
yeah,
it makes you. I'm kind of like I go down the rabbit hole, so to speak. So if I see something that I don't think looks correct, sometimes it is, and it was just a thing. But it has taught me a lot too. When you get that feeling like you need to look further, do it. It's just the right thing to do. But it's very nice to be here in Raymond. I'm looking forward to a career here.
We're happy to have you too.
Thank you.
So, motion? I make a motion to appoint Brenda Fox Howard as our new treasurer.
I second that.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Welcome aboard. Thank you. Next item is consideration of any fund balance transfers or use of undesignated balance to close out fiscal year 23-24.
Oh, and that's Brenda.
That's me?
Yes. Back up. Who's got my notebook?
Your notebook?
Yeah, it has the form. The red. You didn't bring the red notebook.
Oh, Mel, do you have the red folder? Teresa's missing her folder.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, I guess we know there's a red button. A couple areas that went over budget, but we also had areas that were under budget. So in whole, closing out the year, are we still within the confines of what the budget was?
Yes, you are. You are supposed to maintain, and just forgive me if I'm bouncing around a bit. You're supposed to maintain the 2556701 as your minimum for coverage, and you are at 3,655,739. So you're well over what the minimum is. That's your fund balance.
The fund balance, but my question, we had a budget that was X dollars.
Right.
We have to, that has to be squared around at the end of the year to close the books. And we didn't exceed what the total budget projection was?
No. You ended with $1,024,039.
Okay. So
And
essentially.
last year you were at like $500,000, so.
So I mean, essentially, you're going to have to do some journal entries to square around, because there were some overages both on Public Works and on Public Safety.
Yes.
And no, not Public Works, I think admin.
Right.
Yeah.
Public Works. Okay. So,
Yeah.
So, okay.
And Public Safety and admin.
Public Works wasn't over.
Because they had the issue with the pump, and there was a couple other things that came up there that caused that. And actually, they went over on the salary side, too, if I remember correctly.
I caught some of the history. In my couple of weeks, I'm trying to take it all in. One other thing, while we were discussing this, something occurred to me regarding your recreation department that you have as an enterprise fund currently. At some point, maybe in the future, maybe we could talk about a different reorganization of the enterprise fund to include expenses and revenues to get a more rounded picture of how that department works. I have some ideas, so maybe in the future, not tonight, but just planting a seed.
And
She's jumping right in.
And worked with Joe Carker on that, because
I did chat with him, and he was kind of positive about it.
Yeah, because I mean, because because I know that when we talked to you, you'd worked with some enterprise zones and things like that. So, we just have to make sure that we stay within the confines of what the state.
I was thinking more along the lines of trying to make it less dependent on any general government expenses, more independent, therefore funding itself year over year. So that's kind of the way I was headed.
Kind of like an enterprise account.
Like a true enterprise account.
Excellent.
So at the end of the day, we don't need to, because we have some funds that were underspent, some that were overspent, so we don't have to dip into undesignated to close the books. So
No, you do not.
And so you're just going to do some journal entries to square those right.
I will, and I'm sure I'll do additional when the auditors come.
Yeah.
There's several things that probably need to be completed.
So you can close out 23, 24 without any issue then?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
So we don't need a motion on that one because we're still within.
That was just
So the next item would be consideration of setting the milled rate and tax commitment. Bert?
I'm good, I think. I'll call on you if you need the exact numbers. Curla Bell, Assessor's Agent. So this year, there were some pretty substantial challenges, as you well know, on the budget side for school, municipal, and county. Currently, the town is looking at a minimum of a $1.3 million tax increase with a maximum of about a $2 million tax increase, depending on how much fund balance the select board elects to use to reduce taxes. And in your memo, you'll see that I've outlined 3 choices for tax rate with different amounts of fund balance that could be used. The voters at town meeting have approved the select board to use up to $700,000 in fund balance this year. As Brenda has just indicated, our current estimates are that the board has about $1 million in excess of its 15% policy amount available in fund balance. You're capped at 700 as far as what the town meeting has approved for usage. When you look at the sheet, you'll see that essentially for every $100,000 difference in fund balance usage, it's going to move the tax rate about 10 cents. So I've given you three choices, but we can go in between those. And essentially any questions that you may have, I'm happy to answer them, and I'll open it up to the board for discussion.
I think one thing that's important for people to know too is if you look at the budget that went through, the county tax figure was incorrect. The number that went into that was on the estimate that came from the state. When their final number came through, that correct number never got entered into the budget. So there's about a $70,000 difference between what was in the budget presentations to what is actual. Going forward, what we should do is not make it a votable warrant article for the county tax. Reference it, make sure people understand what that figure is. But by the fact of saying that, do you approve or disapprove, it gives people the idea that if they say no, we're not going to pay the county tax, which cannot be done. So what that would do is it's still going to be, they're still going to know what it is, but it's not going to be voted, do you approve spending, that or not.
Right.
But because that, we just don't want to give people the false idea that they can say no and you don't pay it.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. The county and the SAD taxes are what I would call a pass-through. It goes directly from those entities which do their own vote mechanisms to the Board of Assessors directly. So the Board of Assessors are bound by the warrant, regardless of what the town meeting article said. It's best, like you said, just to leave it, not put an amount in there. It's a pass-through item anyway.
Yeah.
So Kurt, are your numbers accurate then? Or is that missing that 70,000?
No, that's in there.
I have the accurate numbers. I have the warrant for this fiscal year from the county, and then I've added the $80,000, which is payment number 2 of that 6-month transitional. So we've got the correct numbers in there.
The number that was in the warrant was $937,187. And it actually ended up, what was it, 974?
Well, the total between the two is $1,044,000.
Yeah, the total was different, but that's what
total is $1,044,820. Because that picks up, that includes the 80,000.
Okay. All right. So
in my opinion, I don't think we want to go the whole 700.
All right. Can I put my 2 cents in?
Sure.
Only because I literally just had a conversation with somebody, and people are getting hit hard right now. I know the power bills have all gone up, CMP, everything's going up, groceries are going up, and I know just my taxes over in Poland right now just went up $800. Wyndham, I believe, just went up $900. So people are getting hit hard. Am I saying use the whole 700 or whatever? No, but I think that we should be using at least half, 350 to 400, because people need to get some kind of help with everything that's going on, and I'm just afraid that it's really going to be hurting a lot of people if our taxes go way up too.
If I can. From what I can tell with your chart, thank you. You made it simple. I really like simple when it comes to numbers. If we had not increased anything in the town of Raymond, it would still go up just under $1. It'd be that $1,680, because that 700,000 is pretty much just over what we voted through for our increase. So realistically, it's almost $1 just for the school and county.
Right, yeah, you would have to use all 700 to wipe out to make the municipal
subsidize the other
tax
two.
net zero. Yeah, you've got 1.4 million school and county.
Right. So in my opinion, I'm not opposed to going above the 200 either, but I think that basically the more we go up, the more we subsidize the school and the county by lowering the tax rate, because they're already at $1. So personally, if we go from 200 to 300, that's still 50% more than we've done over the last few years. Personally, I'd like to see 200, but at the same time, it doesn't hurt to use a little of this money to offset it.
Sam? Your thoughts on how much to use?
Well, I'm with Dennis on that. I would prefer 200. But if 300 is what works.
Derek?
He's got you coming from both sides. Behind you and in front of you.
I think we're all going to speak.
Derek.
I'm leaning towards 300. We don't. I mean, I don't know. It's not a huge difference either way. It's, I mean, it depends, I guess. If you have a $70 million house on Sevago versus what us normal people have, but yeah, I'm leaning towards. I would say 300 would be my vote.
Well, I wish for 200, but 300 is probably realistic.
I mean, my original thinking was 300. I mean, I would have gone to the 350 of me, but the difference between 300 and 350 would make them, on a $300,000 house, would amount to about $25. If my mind is calculating roughly correctly.
But who has a 300?
Well, they used to say $100,000 house, but that's, I don't think those exist much anymore.
So either do $300,000 houses.
If there's not a motion, can I make comment?
You can make a comment.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I think, splitting the difference and coming down the middle seems to make the most sense. If I understand the whole idea of this fund balance thing, part of it is strategic in that I believe your Moody's rating and bonds are all tied to what you have in reserve. By the same token, what we're seeing in the environment is the fact that there's going to be more events on the way, and therefore having more of a cushion in the dollars also is part of the charge of this whole issue. So I'd say it's kind of like insurance, and what you'd probably do is split the difference at this point, a little bit more on the taxpayer, but at the same time having money in reserve for that rainy day slush fund, whatever you want to call it. It's money that when you need the money, you need the money. And but quite honestly, I've been hearing in this community probably for the last 15 years, maybe longer, that Moody's and the bond rate is we're AA, AAA, whatever the tops are with there. And I don't think that that's a bad thing overall. I do think that we should be saying at this point to Moody's that we've kind of established a track record here. We're not a losing business. And so, maybe we don't have to prove as hard as some other communities to get that bonding. But that's a whole nother thing on bonding. Thank you.
It's important that we maintain that 15% cushion, because that does tie directly to how the rating agencies look at it. When we went and bonded the last time, if you look at what we did, because we self-bonded, because we had the AAA rating, we got the bonds at about 1.9 or 1.9%, where the bond bank was giving almost 5%. So, I mean, by being fiscally responsible there, it saved us a ton of money. And we know that we've got some projects coming down the road that we're going to want to self-bond on. So we need to maintain those levels so that we can get, or keep that rating and get the, get preferential rates when we go out on those. Because we know there's gonna be some projects coming down the road. Just look a little bit to my right here. There's gonna be money that's gonna have to go into that and things like that. And so, the better we prepare ourselves for things like that, as far as staying ahead of the curve on that, the better off for us all.
Well, I make a motion that we allow $300,000 from the surplus to be moved over for this use.
Second.
Yeah, so essentially what that, and Kurt will have to run that through to see what, how that factors down, but essentially what we're saying is.
That'll be 1720.
It would be use 300 for the fund balance.
I think you can safely add.
Second grade math there.
300,000 and setting a mill rate of 1720. That's what's going to come calculated to.
Okay.
If you want to amend your motion.
Well,
change?
Well, then I'll change it to, do I actually say the tax rate, 1720?
Oh, the motion is to use 300,000 in fund balance and set the tax rate at 1720.
To set the tax rate at 1720, as amended.
That's what I heard you say.
I was thinking it.
And that was seconded by Teresa.
Yep.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? And so you'll get those you need wet signature on, so when will you have those out there?
So we'll finish this tomorrow morning, and then we'll send an email out when the papers are ready and folks can circulate through and sign the warrants. Tomorrow afternoon.
So Dennis, you'll have to, on those, you have to go up to the town hall and sign that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, it'll take me most of the morning to get the stuff into the billing system and get the warrants prepared. There'll be some fractional rounding, so I can't really predict the exact dollar amount. It'll be within, the overlay will be within a few cents or $1, but by tomorrow afternoon, I'll let Sue know.
Yeah.
She can send an email out letting you know everything's ready to go. Yep.
Or tax.
Mm-hmm. Or text. Mm-hmm.
Hey, you're still up there. Next item is consideration of signing the original assessed value certificate for the change in the TIF proposed changes.
Okay.
So this, if I understand, this just, this is that whole change that we're doing to allow the, additional things in the TIF. So that this just resets or recertifies the original rates on those, correct?
That's correct. A couple months ago, the town approved an amendment to the pipeline TIF corridor, and Bernstein Shore submitted the documents to DECD. And what's common is, depending on who's staffing that department at any given time, they often ask for some technical revisions. And what they've asked for is, we have the original OAV certificate from 1999. They like to see currently an itemized list of all the properties shown. So the total amount, the OAV, does not change. We're simply showing the individual assessments from 1997 on the certificate, because DECD likes to see that now. So it's basically a re-ratification of the earlier OAV. No change to the dollar.
Questions on that? Is there a motion?
A motion to accept the assessor's certificate for the town of Raymond, Maine.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried.
Thank you.
Next item, consideration of financing new dump truck and excavator.
Bless you.
How's it going tonight? So we're up to purchasing a new dump truck and an excavator. Unfortunately, I'm going to have, the only way I can do this is to finance it. The dump truck is coming in at around $300,000. The excavator, we haven't got a solid number on that yet, but it's scarily approaching $300,000. I'd estimated $200 on the dump truck and 150 on the excavator. The only way I can do it to stabilize my CIP budget is to finance.
How much
I'm
for the
looking to
excavator?
do 4 years on the financing on the dump truck and probably the same on the excavator.
So excavator's 3.2?
The two we're looking at are 280 and one's 310.
Okay.
And where are we looking at financing that?
I haven't got that far yet.
Has Brenda looked at that at all?
I wanted to see if that's what you were interested in doing. If we don't finance, I can't purchase either one of them this year. We'll have to wait till spring.
Do we need them?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I mean, something like that, it makes sense to on those dollar values anyway, but, what I'd want to see is what we can find for where we can go, because that's approaching the figure where we, whether we want to self-bond that or whether we go, we can talk to some of the banks and see what they do on there too. Because if we go to the bond bank, then we're tied to their lending times, which are twice a year. They've already done the first lending, so it wouldn't be until,
Is it February?
yeah.
I think.
When they're.
If we're going to wait that long, there's a window I've got to hit to order the dump truck to try to get it on the road for next winter. We order it, we wait too long, we're going to be another whole
Well,
fiscal year.
I mean, the question, the question would be, what you'd need to do, they'd need a contract and some sort of a binder or whatever, but our actual financing of it depends on when delivery is going to be, when we need that.
Correct.
So this is for next year's? Next winter?
There's one truck that's in the pipeline that we could essentially see by December. If I order right now, we won't see the cab and chassis until April, May, somewhere in there. And then it'll have to go up to get upfitted, and that'll be.
This is for a plow truck? I mean, a dump truck.
Wheeler dump truck, yeah.
And the excavator, what size is that?
We're looking at something similar to the same size we have. We've got a 308, it's a 19,000-pound machine. I don't want to get anything too much bigger than that if we can.
I'm confused, though. We just went through a budget process, and I didn't hear one mention of either one of these things, and now it's an emergency?
No, it's not an emergency.
Oh, so we can, well, this is just to ask for it to be in the budget process?
No, we had it in the budget process when we were doing the budget process.
You did?
Yeah, it was
It's in the CIP.
It was in the spreadsheet that we presented to you guys a couple.
I was on the budget committee until June.
Yep.
We asked for it 3 times. We didn't get anything besides a inventory of what you had. And now,
We gave the spreadsheet.
I'll go back through the meetings. I mean, somehow,
Yes.
It's been on the schedule. The excavator's actually been talked about for 3 years now. We, probably even 4, we were gonna do it back during COVID, but supply and demand was too much and couldn't get one, so we just patched that one back together.
and you had bids so that we had something to read? Not numbers. I know there was numbers that were handed to us that were just hundreds of thousands of dollars, but you had 225 in a CIP plan.
Correct.
And we asked for your plan at least 3 times.
You got it. When did we do that, Sue?
Could I get a copy of it?
Yes, of course you can get a copy of it.
Okay.
Budget Finance
Yeah,
just had it.
But and Nathan isn't asking, can I spend the money? It's already in his CIP budget. It is, he wants to see if the selectmen are amiable to going out and financing it rather than buying them outright, because the costs are coming in bigger.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the money's there, but the discussion about both a dump truck and an excavator, because one was bought in January, correct? Was a new truck bought in January?
Yeah, we purchased it actually in October of last year. We just got it.
That was the only one I heard about the whole time. And I thought I paid pretty good attention.
It was in my presentation to replace another dump truck this coming year and replace the excavator. Like I said, the excavator we've been talking about for, back into COVID, the first part of COVID.
Well, again, I'm a little confused because, again, I took notes. I asked for the plan. We met several times to go over it. We got numbers. We never got names. We may have verbalized it, but unless I'm
We
living...
don't take the bids to the Budget Finance Committee or anything like that.
We haven't done
So
that.
you haven't got any bids?
No, I got quotes, Dennis. I don't put it out to bid. I got quotes. I got one from International, one from Peterbilt, one from Western Star, and one from HP Fairfield, which is a complete unit.
Could you send those to me in an email?
Of course I could. I've
Okay.
already told you I would.
I appreciate that.
I can
And
get the
I'm
numbers
gonna
right now.
look for, I'd also like to know when it was brought up in a meeting, because quite frankly, this is what we wanted. We wanted a plan to see what we're gonna replace, because there's many needs that are, an ambulance that's underfunded. And I see in your capital improvement that there's Snap-on tools being bought, a $15,000 truck being bought.
Well, the truck that we purchased was in the plan too, Dennis. It was in the CIP schedule. We've never had to put the stuff out to bid. The last truck I put out to bid and went through the process was 2003.
Again,
we found it to be very cumbersome, and the money is there. You spend the money, and there was a trust with the Board of Selectmen. They said purchase what you need to purchase, and that's what we do. And I price check them. I don't put them out to bid. The bidding process is kind of a farce. So you get quotes on your trucks and go from there.
Bids are important.
No, they're not. Not on a dump truck. When you're buying a dump truck that every other town's buying, they're the same. They're all the same. When you get into the plow trucks, all you're doing is hoping that you don't miss something on the truck, and they're going to be a couple $100 difference. So you're down to buying what you think you need.
I'm not comfortable moving on this tonight. I think we can table until the next meeting. I'd like to see what's in writing, what bids he has, and we can discuss
I
going
don't have any
forward.
bids, Dennis. I got quotes, and I can give them to you right now. if you want.
What we're saying here is, are we amenable to financing those? Those were, these are items that have been discussed in the past and were in the plans. So now we're at the phase where we say, okay, do we want to finance it, or do we want to just take it straight out of the budget?
I say we finance it.
Finance it. Need a motion.
Do you want a motion on it?
Yeah, I'll entertain a motion to investigate the financing on.
All right, motion to consider investigating the financing on a new dump truck and an excavator. Go ahead, a second, sorry.
Second.
Discussion?
So on the discussion part of it, because it might be on a deadline type thing, when do we want the final?
The only deadline you're going to have if we choose not to purchase the one that's in the pipeline, it'll be spring before we see the truck. If I don't order it here pretty soon, we'll be another fiscal year. The order banks are opening up, I think he said, in a couple of weeks. And if you don't get into the order bank, you won't see it you won't be able to order it until the fourth quarter, which will put the truck getting here December or January of next year, which puts you into the whole cycle. At that point, you don't really need to finance it. You can wait till next year.
I do have a question along that line, because it was brought up and discussed. What was the price you had back when you discussed it?
Well, we were looking at $190,000.
For which, the truck?
On the truck.
On the truck?
$190,000 for the complete units with the number I was working off of.
Things are jumping quick.
Yeah, and they've gone up since '21. That same truck is $269,000 for the exact same thing we got right now.
On that motion, I'm not putting any conditions on it. I say approve it. It's just my motion.
Other discussion? Been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Would you reread it
Wait.
so I can understand what we're voting on?
Are we finding, on the financing part, we're just sending it out to get finance, to find out what the financing terms are?
We're investigating the financing.
Okay.
Ultimately, we would then have to approve the fund.
So then we're gonna get a number back, and then.
Yeah, if we get stupid rates, I wouldn't recommend financing it.
Okay.
I don't know what the rates are. I just was coming here before I went any further.
If I could, please. You have to go to the mic, otherwise they can't hear you on Zoom and it won't
On
be on the
TV.
tape. Yes.
So it just so happens, I have a meeting with a gentleman from Androscoggin Bank on Thursday to look into something else. And I'd be happy to discuss this with him as well, just to see what I can get from that avenue. I'm also planning a meeting with maybe another bank as well. to discuss financial terms for a few things. So I'd be happy to, if you'd like, to pull this into my conversation.
Well, I mean, that's what this does, it says,
Yeah.
you know,
We should overview.
investigate the financing options
Yeah.
on there, so we
Okay.
can then
Oh,
mix.
do we have a deadline on this? On your motion?
Well, I would say that, you know, the financing options would be able to be presented.
Not necessarily deadline, but do we have an estimate, like guideline, I guess, on when we're trying to get it done by?
When will it come back to us for a final vote?
I guess that's going to depend on how quickly
Right.
Brenda can get things done there.
So are we gonna put a deadline on it, or are we just gonna let her fly?
Oh, we'll ask her to report her progress at the next meeting.
Well, our meeting's not for a month, so that should be fine. Okay, cool. That's all I was wondering, if you could
Is
get
that
it done in
gonna
that time frame.
kick things out too far? A
It
month?
is what it is. I mean, try it. I think you won't, if we go out 2 weeks, we won't be purchasing that truck for December, which is fine. We'll be back to the original plan, is ordering it now and getting in place for next year.
Before we always
I mean,
just,
your other, you know,
we always went with, when,
I mean, your other option is separate the two.
Well, they're both going to be separated, if I'm not mistaken, if you can't finance two pieces of equipment with one loan, you'd have two loans, one for the excavator and one for the truck.
All right.
Depending on how you do that. If we were to self-bond, you can do that as long as the documents are correct.
Correct.
If you're doing a loan on it, yeah, they're gonna do that individually, but it depends on the packaging. You know, if you went to the bond bank, it's a capital equipment purchase of two pieces of equipment, and that you could put into a single bond. So it depends, that's why I say it comes down to what you find out when you look at the options.
I was trying to steer away from the bond, just because of the length of the loan. I was kind of hoping to get this over and done within 3 to 4 years. We've got $200,000 in the CIP account right now on just the truck. I was going to put $100 down on it. I was thinking to do that, and you're only financing $199, right? And I used the figures on the most expensive one. So that was the only reason I was kind of looking towards a loan instead of a bond.
Well, I mean, you know, call it a bond, call it a loan, you know, whichever, but I mean, it still comes down.
Still financed.
Comes down to the financing options.
so can I ask one thing? I mean, I don't, and this is just me being, I don't know, maybe losing my memory. I don't remember ever having to do this. Usually what we
No,
did is,
typically, we would have asked for the money to town meeting, and where we weren't financing it, we purchased the truck and moved on.
well, right, because that's what the ex-town manager would do too,
Correct.
because you would talk to him and you would pull the select board and stuff like that. Can we give Sue on a good deal as far as like what they come back with? Can she approve it?
$600,000?
Again, the ex-town manager used to do this all the time.
He's not here.
I know
You guys
that.
didn't want him here.
What was that?
You didn't want him here.
No, you take the statement back. That's not accurate.
Well, the reality is that
No,
if he
no.
did that, I think it was inappropriate. Put it that way.
Well, okay, but in this case, that's all I'm asking Rolf is what, is that a possibility?
Well, I think you're talking two different, you know, if something were to happen and the truck became that's a manageable, the excavator is a bigger thing, and I think that's got to be looked at separately.
Okay.
You know, so I mean, it depends, you know, if all of a sudden one was found, you know, you found one that was available that you could get the next day or whatever, then we would, you know, you'd look at that a little bit different, because in that case, it's probably a better deal, but.
Well, I think.
But I mean, if you know, the reality is, it's one that's gonna have to be built anyway.
Right.
Then, you know, let's look at where all our options are.
I think the the truck that's already in the pipeline's almost $40,000 more money. And we don't need the truck right now. We're all set for this winter.
Yeah.
The original, what I started with this was to get the truck in the pipeline, get it rolling, get everything going. And that's an option too we could do. We could purchase the truck. I've got the money to purchase the truck, and then July 1st, we purchase the equipment. That's what we did with the Western Star that we have right now, the one we just purchased. We ordered the truck, purchased it, it showed up, we paid for the truck out of last year, and we just, a couple weeks ago, paid the bill and the equipment on it.
Peter?
Nathan, I'll tell you, I've had some amount of experience with keeping old engines and equipment running, so I appreciate that you put on the spot whenever you asked, well, you know, are we talking about this season? Are we talking about 2 years? So worst case scenario, how would the snow removal, let's say, this winter with a moderate snow be impacted if you were down a dump?
Well, you always go into it hoping that the equipment you have is in good enough shape to run it through the winter. And that was our plan. We don't have, we've got one spare truck. And so if you had a broke down truck right now, it would impact it a little bit, but nothing, I don't think the people would see it. We have breakdowns all winter long.
But if that was the case, then you'd run a season of moderate snow with no backup.
Correct.
Good point. The original motion.
The original motion was to investigate the
You can still do that.
the financing options. You can still do that, you know, but I mean, if something changes, you know, that can come back to us at any time anyway. So the motion on the table is to investigate the financing options for the truck and for the excavator. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed?
I'm abstaining.
One abstention. Motion is carried. Next item.
So get back to, get on the agenda.
Consideration of issuing quitclaim deed for lien payments.
All right, I make a motion to approve a Maine short form quitclaim deed without covenant for Carl Bartolomeo. And it's, I'm trying to think if there's an amount. No, it's book 31729, page 018, book 32517, page 61. I'm not seeing an amount.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried.
Okay, the second one is a motion to approve a Maine short form quitclaim deed without covenant for Veronica Danie, D-A-N-I-E. Sorry if I said that wrong. Do I have to read all the books and pages?
Yep.
All right. Book 33358, page 278. Book 35,913, page 71. Book 39,673, page 117. Book 34,140, page 345. Book 37,080, page 21. Book 40,312, page 221. Book 35,064, page 336. Book 38,553, page 8.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Public comment. Any public comment? No public comment? Selectman comment?
I do, I'm sorry. I had let, as you guys are aware, Bob Jones passed away, and they are having his funeral this way, the 12th, yes, at 1, I believe, and it's at the Refuge Church in Wyndham, back tucked in there, if anybody is interested in going.
That's Bob Jones?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob was, he served on many different committees in the town, including budget finance, including some subcommittees and things like that, so.
I mentioned it to the budget finance, but yeah, he was a good guy. He was a good soul. He really was. So I just wanted to put that out there.
He was a gentleman in the true sense of the word.
Yeah, he was.
Other comments? Okay. Town manager's report.
I actually have a few things to report. One is I'd like to thank very much Victor Otley. He's the president of the Panther Pond Lake Association. He took myself and Chris and Jason and Janet out on a tour of Panther Pond. And he showed us the equipment that he uses for testing the water, testing the clarity, explained all the processes, showed us the various points of, not just points of interest, but from a town point of view and a potential, not potential hazard, I don't want to say that, because that lake is so clean, it is amazing, quite literally. But they've worked hard to get it that way. They have really, and not that others haven't, I just haven't seen Thomas Pond. But it was really interesting to see, and I had been to their annual meeting, to hear the care in the people's voices and how much they really love the area, love the people around the lake, love keeping it as pristine as they can with the water quality. And he explained the whole flipping of the lake and what the phosphorus does, and it was incredibly interesting. I was very thankful, and it was very informative as well, because Chris used to live on the pond, so he helped to talk about some of the various things that were around it. And we had quite a discussion as well about a popular subject of late, which is the short-term rentals, because they really have, the same as all the lakes do, I think. There's a set of folks that have bought properties in order to have a business and rent short-term rentals. There's another population who have owned property on the lakes for years and rent them out for part of the year to be able to make their tax dollars. So somewhere in between there is, I think, where we need to be aiming at for any ordinances or anything that we're looking at, because I don't want to hurt one group by helping another on either side, regardless of which side of the coin you're on with that. So I think it's going to be quite an interesting activity to go through looking at those kind of ordinance changes when we get there. But I really appreciated going out. That was very eye-opening. And Joe.
Planning board subcommittee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're a very good.
Mm-hmm.
They're an excellent group.
Mm-hmm.
They are.
Yeah.
They work on the river too,
They do.
Mm-hmm.
by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, they had about 100 go to their annual meeting. It was quite well attended. That was nice. Joe Crocker couldn't be here tonight, but I asked him for a update of Parks and Rec, and he did create a document, and I'll send it out to the board. But they had quite a year this year. I can't even talk, I'm sorry. He says this season has been comparable to 22 in terms of activity and revenue generation. Our projected seasonal revenue ranges between 120 and 160, depending on weather conditions such as temperature and rainfall. And with three consecutive seasons free from COVID restrictions, we're now better positioned to predict our future revenue streams. In let's see, for gate attendance, for instance, at Tasseltop, in 21 they had 14,788 for gate attendance. This year, 18,005. So in 3 years, they've gone up significantly. The summer camps have just exploded.
Yeah.
Very literally. They have waiting lists on everything that they do.
Yep.
They're now exploring having before and after school care with the school. He's in talks with Chris Howell and the school.
They did it.
They did it?
They did
done?
it.
Oh, I
So-
haven't heard that.
Yep, and they just opened up applications. They can only do 25 kids, and they have to do it at RES because Jordan Small, their Wednesday early release, will goof these guys up over here. So what they're going to do is use, I think, the gym, the stage, and probably out back too. But nope, they've already. Riley, I believe it is, their, yes, the assistant, they put out a survey and they said parents were coming back left and right. It's $90 a week, and they're only doing after school
Oh, it is
right
just
now.
after.
Yep, but it's, I think it's 3:30 to 5:30, I think it is. But nope, it's open, so it's a huge new thing for Raymond, yes.
Wednesdays, it's noon to.
Yeah, Wednesday's noon to 5, I think, 5:30, yeah.
Shapes of things to come.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
So good for
How are
them.
they doing the Wednesday then?
Over there, they get out
No.
early Wednesday.
It would be on this side. They're taking those kids that are early, but these kids aren't out early. So what do? They just
They well, it all depends on if they get in, because what happens is they had to apply online for applications. I think it opened up.
yeah, but either way,
September
you'll
5th.
probably get a mixture of each. So
Well, once, if, when they.
so on Wednesday, the gym and I don't know what you call
The
it,
stage.
area. They would have to close that part down from
No,
on noon.
it's all going to be at RES. It's not up here.
Yeah, no, those across the street. They can't use. Yes.
I thought you said
Oh,
the other
sorry.
way around. Okay, I
No,
gotcha.
no,
Makes way more
because
sense.
I didn't understand what you're saying. No, because it would move them up
Gotcha.
here with having
Yeah.
kids in the.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, wait, that doesn't work.
No.
Yeah, and their programs are doing incredible. In the lowest year, or the earliest year he has is the first year he was here, 2019. There were 107 kids. This year, 173 for the summer programs.
And the ski program's back. And
The ski program's back. They've got soccer going.
Tomorrow, the bingo for the seniors.
Oh, yes.
Wait a minute, but it's. I read it was all ages.
It was, no, that's Sue Tara's thing. I thought that was just the seniors.
Okay, so there is a seniors, but
I
there's
saw all
also,
ages too.
It's all ages. but
Yeah.
It might be, yeah, it might be Deb Tar for that, but
Yeah, I don't. Better be. I'm ready.
all ages,
Bingo.
Raymond Rec bingo.
Killing it.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah, I'll knit you a shawl.
September 11th,
Yeah.
which is Thursday, I think. Tomorrow, yeah.
Pom poms on. Yeah. I got all the
6 to
different
7:30 at
colors.
the Raymond Village Church. No, I mean this.
Hey.
Don't start with the pom poms things again. Yeah. That's funny on those.
Yeah. But what's to me cool about all of this stuff, beyond the numbers and all of that, is it's bringing people together and doing more community type things. And I think that's what our society's missing more than anything else.
You know, I could just say, everything you mentioned up there is a non-real estate tax-driven revenue stream. Boy, those are nice words.
Yeah, they are.
So other than that, I have confirming dates, October 8th and November 12th for your next two meetings.
I might not be able to do the 8th. Yeah, I'm on vacation that week, and I'm either going to Pennsylvania or having family come up, but that's right. I won't be here.
Is that a problem?
I don't know if I'm going down to Pennsylvania or having family come up. I mean,
Which one? The next one or the one after?
October 8th. So, I mean, even if can we go possibly the next week? I don't know.
The 15th?
Yeah.
I believe that's, oh no, that would be Wednesday, never mind.
Something else here that night?
I don't believe so, but let me
I don't mind either way.
make sure before I assume.
October 15th or 8th. Doesn't matter.
Anybody else have a problem with the 15th?
Nope.
Looking at my calendar now. I don't think so.
September, October. No, the 16th is budget finance, but there's nothing on the 15th.
Okay, so we'll have it the 15th instead.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Mhm.
Could I just add a comment real quick? This is about the collaboration, Laurie Wallace, 36 Purple Rock Road. This is about the collaboration between the town and the citizens. Just wanted to add to the Parks and Rec update that the Raymond Lions Club donated money for 4 benches for Sherry Gagnon Park. We want to do as much as we can for the community with our backs and our funds, so.
What was that?
4 benches for the park.
No, from who?
Raymond Lions Club.
That was really nice, thank you.
That is very nice.
And Nathan is putting them together? Or
Yeah.
And you're the president now, I'm the president and secretary.
You are.
So Nathan, how are you gonna
Spokesperson.
tether those down so they don't flip over in that next Wednesday?
Not going anywhere.
Oh, too soon. Too soon. November is. We're doing,
Nathan, that's when you pick the chair up and show them how the wind blows it.
All right.
12th.
That's great.
Nothing else?
Yep.
A motion to adjourn?
Second?
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the September 11th, 2024 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. We do have a quorum, and we'll start with attendance.
Mike Richmond. Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich.
There's a public...
Kevin Woodbury.
Kevin. Oh, Kevin. I'm sorry, Kevin. You always sneak in there. There's a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you're unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of the minutes of the July 10th meeting, no old business, and a site plan review and public hearing, followed by some staff communications and updates. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. For a person speaking shall address the chair. Any conversation must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. That's it. Okay, so our first business is the approval of the minutes for July 10th, 2024. Any corrections, additions, deletions?
Move to accept the minutes.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Kevin?
Aye.
That's accepted. Actually, you have one set of business before we go to the new business. Our videographer for our November meeting is not going to be present. So Sue Look has asked us to reschedule it. The 2 dates that she gave me to reschedule are November 4th and November 8th. November 4th being a Monday, November 8th being a Friday, which I already discounted because it's a meeting on Friday.
Well, I guess you've got that down.
Yeah, so it's the 4th. I just wanted to throw the 8th out there just in case.
Oh, gosh.
Is that a problem for anybody?
No, not for me.
Kevin, you okay with November 4th?
Looks good on my calendar.
Okay,
Day before Election Day.
What time is it?
it'll be our same time.
7:30.
Yeah. All right, so November 4th. And now to our new business. Site plan review and a public hearing. I'm just going to go with Ross and Peter because I'm going to mispronounce that name.
Bachelor or Bernier? Which one?
Oh, it's Bachelor. I would have gotten that probably close.
Yeah.
Bernier, I would have gotten out of problem. I said Bachelor, I think I wasn't going to get that one. All right. Jim, would you start us off?
Sure. This is for you tonight for private road extension. The board may remember they did a site walk last December for this. We walked the entire road and made some suggestions to the applicant for bringing Lookout Lane up to private road standard. With that, we made some recommendations. They finally have got back. To create a lot at the end of the road, they need to place a hammerhead. They can acquire the necessary frontage off the hammerhead. That hammerhead has to be built to town standards. Tonight before you is a plan. I don't know if they have started construction yet on this or in progress. However, it needs to be, there are some things that need to be brought in to make sure that it complies with the town standards. This evening, we did get a late memo from Wayne. I don't think Wayne is on, but basically it's the standard Wayne memo for requirements of no parking signs and making sure it has adequate radiuses for fire trucks. I think the recommendation was, because this is at the end of the road, we wanted them to increase the width down to the first driveway to an overall 16-foot width, 12-foot wide with 2-foot shoulders, up to the point of the turnaround. With the layout you have before you this evening, they would have to obviously bring that improvement within the confines of the right-of-way limit. And then there may have to be some minor drainage improvements because the land kind of starts sloping downhill away. And I think they may need a culvert under the leg of the driveway or turnout for the end of the T-turnaround. The applicants are here, so we'll let them description. This is in the RR zone. It is in the watershed of, I believe, Panther Pond. And given its limited size, I don't think there's much they need to do for stormwater. It's a very small amount of impervious they're creating here. They may need a buffer or something like that, depending on what they end up doing with the drainage on the road.
Is this the project Dustin walked us through?
No, it was the owner. Remember Mr., I think it was Peter.
Oh, yeah. Right, okay.
The feisty old man.
Yeah. Yep, okay.
He himself is an engineer.
Yeah, I think he worked for Grondin for years. So.
Yep.
Yeah, in the state.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with the right project now. All right, would you like to tell us what you're going to do? Yep. You have to go up there, state your name.
I'm Ross Batchelder. I'm Peter Bernier's grandson. Just looking to build a 30 by 40 above garage apartment on our 2.55 acre lot that was gifted to us. We're gonna build the turnaround to all the road specs we have, widen the road out. The road was 12. We just cleaned the shoulders off because it was overgrown, so we did that this fall, I believe it was. And we dug the test holes to prove that the road was built to town standards, and that's what you have pictures of. And we're building the turnaround to the same standards that have been presented to us.
Okay. Pretty simple.
Pretty simple stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's just a matter of us making sure we get, a plan that shows the correct grading that we want for the terminus. It's a small footprint, basically, we're dealing with here, because we've already done the shoulders. So I think we feel comfortable that you could make this a condition that, they have to comply with the fire departments and our comments with regards to grading and drainage. I think those all can be handled primarily in the field or post-approval.
So do we have a drawing for this? I see you have one there. Is there?
There's a couple of me. I don't know if you guys.
Fire department's comments with regards to grading drainage. I think those all can be handled primarily in the field or
What's
I think that's Wayne.
It's me.
Oh, it's you.
It's like a delay.
The delay, huh?
So they have the right-of-way marked out. They kind of show where I think there's an existing road or woods road that goes down through there. I think that just needs to be rotated and brought into the right-of-way confines a little bit. And we provided a memo and discussing various aspects we're looking for.
Did you say you had correspondence from Wayne?
Yeah, tonight we got a late memo from Wayne, and basically within that, what do they do with it? It's the standard dead end.
Yep.
Fire department. We would just make it compliant that whatever conditions you put, that it be and include this.
Okay. Did you get a copy of that by chance?
Probably didn't. I didn't get it.
Yeah, I haven't
this afternoon.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either.
Yeah, I have not.
But we can give it to
Okay.
It's the standard
okay.
language for no parking signs.
Actually, I might
Sorry
have
about
that
guys.
from.
I didn't see that yet.
Okay.
Is it the like it was like a pamphlet, like a 3-page?
Yep.
Yep, we did get that either at the site walk or when I went to the town. I might have gotten something when I met with Brent.
Oh, yeah, this one is
Well,
dated.
I'll send the new one to you tomorrow.
The one that I got this evening was dated October 4th, but he sent it to me tonight, so.
Yeah, I do have that copy
Yeah, that-
then.
Okay. And then you're okay with everything that's in there?
Yep.
Okay.
And when we did the site walk, we talked because we had ledge on one side and the wetland on the other, so it didn't have to be the exact hammerhead as long as there was enough radius for the fire truck.
It has to, the only thing, it has to stay within the confines of whatever you designated for your right-of-way. So you've got that kind of T shape there.
Yep.
Those improvements have to, within the confines of that
Right,
T-shape.
it can rotate and.
It can rotate a little bit, but the turnaround for the fire department has to be within that T.
Right.
Basically. So you can modify it a little bit, but there's not a whole lot of wiggle room.
Well, what are you trying to do in modifying it?
I was gonna get the turning radius because I have the specs on a fire truck, so it'll be large enough for a fire truck to spin around. But we have a telephone pole and wetland on one side and ledge and a property line on the other.
Yep.
So we can't, exactly do that right at the mouth. And we had talked about it during the site
It
walk.
doesn't have to be perfectly centered in the middle of it. You have a little bit of wiggle room, but, again, I think once you get it going in the field, once you get it staked out, we can work with you as far as, getting it exactly how it should fit. We just have to make sure it's in the right space because we've got deeded right away here.
Right.
Wayne asked for an auto turn, the template.
Yeah, and that's what he's talking about, is trying to design that so it meets that.
Okay, he's got that.
Yeah, he's got
software to do it.
I don't know if he's got the software to do it, but I think we can, if we have the radius, we can construct it.
Okay. So there'll be a plot plan showing all that, because this.
Right,
really
I think that's where, tonight we can make approvals with conditions, but then we need a return plot plan with those conditions and to be signed. So that's basically what we'll have to upgrade this plan a little bit based on the conditions the board sets forth.
Okay.
Then once you have that, then you're off to the races. It has to be recorded. It has to be recorded at the registry as well.
And I do have the 3 plans with the signature block here. That was asked to have. Is that something?
Well, we may have to wait on that.
Yeah, I don't
We may
think
have
we
to
can-
wait on, they were trying to get it signed tonight, but I think we'll have to get some conditions on that and make some changes.
What?
It's the same plan you're
It's the
looking
same-
at,
it's the
but it's
plan
just
you're
got the
looking
Oh, okay,
signature
that's the
blocks.
block,
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd have to get the conditions put on
We
that.
have to get the conditions put on that, and then we'd probably want a little grading shown and the drainage shown as well.
Right.
Minor stuff, but,
Which there should be, is that the topographic one that shows the The grading.
It shows the grading, but I think we were looking for a potential culvert under that leg.
Okay, I'm pretty positive that most of that's ledge, not too far down.
Okay.
So I know the road's crowned now to the left side of the road, and then it hits a culvert and then runs the wetland down, which is on that telephone pole side.
So either way, I mean, we can go, I think just somehow we got to get the water so it doesn't go overland over the road, whether it goes around and through a culvert on your driveway, or whether it goes through a culvert under the hammerhead itself somewhere.
Gotcha.
Okay. We just need to see that on the plan with, I think you've got some contours on there, but I think we're gonna have to flatten those out a little bit for the fire department. Might be a little too steep for them because they need it pretty level to turn around.
Okay.
But I think those are all very correctable things that we can work with you.
All right.
Okay. So hang on one second there. Our first step is we do need to move that the application is complete, and I think we've decided that, right? So can I get a motion for that, please?
I move that we deem the application from Ross Batchelder complete.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Kevin? Aye. All right. Next step is I need to open a public hearing on this, which I will do now. If there's anyone that would like to speak for or against the project? Done? Okay. Next step would be then, Jim, do you have the conditions?
I didn't spell them out exactly, but I think we can probably quickly list them out.
And I'm wondering how we can do this without bringing them back next month.
Yeah, that's what my plan would be, is that we try to get these conditions and we can review them and then bring it back for your signature next month. Or are you trying to do it tonight so that you don't have to come back?
Well, when do you want to start this project, Ross?
As soon as possible.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yesterday.
Yeah.
Day before yesterday.
Yeah.
And winter would have been nice.
Yeah, and then we got there is weather coming eventually.
I mean, the other thing we could do is we could approve it, and if they can get this turned around, we can have you guys come into the town and sign it.
Yeah, I think, would that be okay with the board?
Yeah.
Kevin, okay with you?
Good for me.
Okay, so why don't we get the list of conditions?
Okay.
We will, we can approve it with the list of conditions. You can, once you get those conditions satisfied, and it's really just kind of getting the stuff done on paper.
Yep.
You can then bring it, a little ahead of myself here, but you could bring that to the town. And when the town gets that all, and Jim and Sandy have got it, we'll come in and sign it. Once we sign it, you can start.
Gotcha.
And that way, it'll keep you from having to wait to the next meeting.
Okay.
So I think the main conditions that we'd be looking for would be design the hammerhead to a slope that can accommodate fire truck turnarounds, and for basically slopes and geometry that accommodate the fire chief's memo. And then we're looking for drainage improvements for either a culvert or ditching to show how that water, surface water, will be conveyed either around or under the hammerhead itself.
So as far as that goes, if the road is crowned to the left, would that
be super elevated, or it can be
right? So if the whole thing was just completely pitched away from the hammerhead, so it would be directed towards the
can't be more than 2% cross slope.
Yep.
And I don't know if we have that on here. Typically, we like to see, the condition we might have is a typical cross section of what that road would look like.
Okay.
Surface slope and material.
Yeah, I think there was one of the hammerhead, yeah.
Okay. We just want something of that nature on the plan that needs to be recorded.
Okay.
Okay, so if you can transfer that over, maybe we'll help you clean it up a little bit, but transfer that over to the plan so that we can get it signed. I think, other than that, it's just then referencing the fire chief's memo.
Do we also have to point out the width? Because in your list.
I think we can, the width is they've already done. They've already
built it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, I think that's already shown on the plan as well. On this, well, on the older plan I have, maybe not your plan, but on the older plan it is. So yeah, you can include that if you want. I don't think there's any harm in including that.
If the reduction doesn't require a waiver, we're just going to accept it as 12?
Well, here's the interesting part. We've done this before with a couple other private roads where there's less than 4 lots on the end of this, so it would meet that lesser town standard for those last few houses. If any other, we may want to put a note on that if any other further development happens on that, that road would have to be widened to 16 feet. 16 feet.
Okay.
But for now, it would only have to be 12.
Nice going, Ed. That's my phone.
Thought you were
I thought that
cutting
was
some boards over there.
I get for not putting it on silent there.
I would just have one recommendation of graphics for, I guess, a plan that's going to be recorded. I would just recommend they take the color off.
Yeah.
No, this is the one that'll be
We've got to
recorded.
do a plan.
It's not on that? Thank you.
Yep.
And maybe just label it,
Yeah, I
current
think we'll
access
work with
road,
them to,
something. It threw me off. I
Yeah.
was thinking that was the new one, and it was flipping a property.
yes,
So just
exactly. That's why I was like saying.
clean it up. Thank you.
So I think that, and again, get a typical cross-section of what they're building out there, so we know the depths and everything, and then that'll have to have the signature block for recording, but we'll work with them to get that cleaned up. Again, I don't think it's such a small footprint that I don't see any major hurdles here. Other than, you just have to work with the ledge.
Lots of it.
So,
And the digital copy?
we don't,
We don't need it?
well, we typically, I like to have them, but,
I think I had scanned in anything that we have that wasn't the 24 by 36.
who did your plan for you? Eaton?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eaton
The
probably-
surveying.
Yeah, I think Eaton probably can provide us a PDF once we get the final plan, so we have a digital copy. That's all or we can scan it, one or the other.
I have digital copies of that as well.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to modify it, so we'll need a new copy of the digital, that's all.
Okay.
All right.
So
Everybody happy?
I think so. We can approve it then with these conditions. All right, I move to approve the application with the following conditions. Show a hammerhead for emergency vehicles. Show contours for drainage and proposed drainage installations if needed with a 2% maximum slope on the hammerhead. And show compliance with the width requirement, which is 12 feet. And note that any additional lots will require widening the road to 16 feet.
And then also include conformance with the fire department's memorandum.
Okay.
Dated October 4th.
Okay, so conformance with the fire department memo 10/4/23.
Second that.
Should be 24, but I think he copy and pasted that.
Second. Is there any discussion? Kevin, you okay? Good. All right. All those in favor? Kevin? Aye. Done. Passed. So Ross is going to come in and see you, Jim? And
Yeah, I can see Brett and I, and we'll work through how to show what we want to see on the plan.
okay.
So we can schedule a meeting whenever.
You want my notes to put on
I
here?
think we've got, Brett will take.
All right. Staff communications and updates.
I think the next course of action for this board would be to, I think we've talked about it a little bit, is to start the process for 2025 ordinances.
Yep.
Everybody pulling together, things they'd like to see change, things that we need to change, errors, omissions, things like that. formulate our list so we can get that. I don't think, do we have anything at the next meeting? Sandy, do we have any applications forthcoming or expected?
Yes.
Yes, we do, Jim. But you're not involved. Port Harbor,
Oh, oh boy.
a project that will never end.
Well,
It should be easy, though. Well, I say that.
so I don't know if you want to do a potential workshop before that, to kind of set in motion where we want to go, and Brett and I and Chris and others can start formulating some layouts.
Do you have issues?
I think Chris may have a list of some stuff that's come up during the course of the year. I think
Okay.
the one biggie that I think we kind of left hanging out there is ADU.
Yep.
I think that's the biggest one we need to look at.
Or are we waiting on the state for
We're
that?
waiting on the state, and I think that's a question that we probably should get back to the attorney, because they were the ones that advised us to wait.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's some communication that should happen back to them to see what's come forth in that time frame, because I know other communities have all dealt with it.
Oh, okay.
Completely all different. There's no concise,
consistency.
there's no consistency. So we're kind of on an island, what we want to do. The other piece of this too, I know we talked about, but I think we were waiting on the comp plan, was maybe some discussions about affordability, affordable housing and bonus affordable housing.
Yep.
I don't know if we're ready for that yet, or whether we want to wait till the comp plan's complete before we implement that. And then, I don't know, do you have any off the top of your head that you've thought of?
Just some minor things that we ran into, like the reviewing authority one.
Yep, with some.
Just some clarity there.
There's some discrepancies in amongst the various types of ordinance about who does what when. It just
Okay.
needs to be clarified.
Yep.
It's confusing language, basically.
Okay.
Aren't we going to readdress the solar ordinance?
Well, there's an ordinance that's already been enacted, revised and enacted, but it does not prohibit, I don't believe that does prohibit the board from going back and looking at doing, I know when we looked at those applications, buffering was one of the bigger ones.
Right.
We had discussions, so we can put it on the list, see where it stands, see how the board feels, what recommendations you'd like to see.
Yeah, I think they expected us to readdress it completely and work out what the town really wanted, you know.
Who's they, Kevin?
Well, the people that came up and did the override.
You think they wanted us to revisit?
Yeah, I thought so.
Okay.
So it's, again, I know it was a concern when that application came forth.
Yep.
I do think that we may see other solar farm systems in other zones.
Yep.
So it would be prudent maybe to start looking at that to see what those impacts would be. I think primarily the only zone that's left is really rural, right, for solar farms at this point, rural or industrial, which they don't have much.
I wonder if the Comprehensive Plan Committee has even discussed that at all.
Greg?
Some. Yes. Yeah, we have, but.
Yeah.
Well, I agree, and I think that as far as you're listening to Peter, we may want to wait till the comp plan is finished before we start.
Yeah, we're going to have a hearing and all that,
Yeah.
so it would make sense to wait. Yeah.
Okay. So comp plan stuff, but I guess the,
Well, the ADU stuff is,
ADU
I
shed.
think I know this July was when it was enacted by the state. So we may be behind, but I don't think we've had any requests yet. But I think it's something that we need to get back on the band. And I think that one's going to take a little bit of time, because every community I've been in so far, this has been a very confusing issue on how it gets implemented, where and how and who reviews.
Could we get a copy of what the state has enacted and, that?
Yeah, it's the same as what you had before. I don't know, they may have made a couple minor revisions to that, but yeah, we could reach out and get a copy of the LD 2003.
and then can we cheat a little bit and get what our neighboring communities have done?
We can, but there's no consistency.
Well, it still would be nice to, as a model, is to see which direction.
Because some towns have completely banned them in shoreline zoning, other towns have.
Oh, unless are you fairly familiar with the other towns?
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay, then you can just brief us. That's fine.
But like I said, every town has been advised by their attorneys, and they all have a different spin on where and how. I mean, it's supposed to be really isolated to your growth zone. Some towns blocked shoreline zoning, other towns, put other constraints in there that if you have the accessory dwelling unit, you still have to have the density for that. So, and some communities didn't.
So, go ahead, Kevin.
I also think there was some concern about being able to cut more trees, a percentage of trees to allow private solar to thrive. Because there's a limitation and it's pretty hard to wedge in solar when you have a lot of trees around. So there may be some, and I think there's some, not here, and then maybe somewhere in the state or in other states that have allowed more cutting of trees and to enable, private solar, not commercial, but the private solar.
Beyond what could fit on the roof.
Right.
Right, because you can have